This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1235. Yong Bo still likes women to take the initiative. Catherine is dressed like this and has such a posture. It is obvious that she is actively seducing him, wearing this translucent swimsuit, plus it is wet. Yong Bo was also furious, but Yong Bo still did not take the initiative to contact. Catherine saw Johnson looking at her, but did not come over. So she stood up, stepped out a pair of slender and white thighs, and slowly walked towards the other party. If the Baron hadn't come out, I wouldn't dare to come out. Catherine came to Johnson and sat down. You are simply a stunner. Yong Bo hugged the other party. When the other party came over just now, he deliberately shook some parts of his body. I have to say that the Red Earl's intelligence personnel are also well trained. Yeah. Catherine was hugged by Johnson, and she was relieved. Then Yong Bo picked him up and went back to the villa. This time Catherine was very proactive and treated Johnson with great spirit. Although she still couldn't withstand the opponent's charge in the end, she had tried her best. Catherine, I am very satisfied with your performance today. If you keep performing well, I don't mind raising you as a canary. Of course, the premise is that you have to explain your identity and origins clearly. Think about it carefully. Of course, if you don't want to be a canary, then I will find a way to send you to where you want to go. Yong Bo was very comfortable with Catherine's active service, so he spoke. Catherine heard Jongson's words and nodded, pretending to be exhausted, but didn't say anything. Then Yong Bo carried the other party into the safe house again. Then Yong Bo went into the safe house and left. Catherine sat up all of a sudden when Jongson closed the door of the safe house. Catherine was scared by Jongson's words just now, thinking that her identity was exposed. But when she heard Jongson's next words, Catherine felt that she didn't understand. Because Jongson's influence in Catherine's heart was just like that, why could he guarantee that she would be safe and worry-free by becoming a canary? Catherine was now eager to become a canary in her heart. As long as there was a place where she could spend her life safely, she would have no other ideas. But Catherine didn't believe Jongson. She thought Jongson wanted to find out her background, which was a very dangerous signal. It proved that the other party was suspicious of her. If the other party knew her true identity, he would be afraid of trouble and might abandon her. Catherine felt very helpless and very scared now. Because she could be abandoned at any time, and the troubles she had were too great. After Yong Bo left, he became Bart and appeared in Bart's personal laboratory. Then he left the laboratory and sent a message to Alan. Because everyone who came to participate in Bart's Space Mecha Return to City Forum had to stay at the Ring Hotel. Yong Bo sent a message to the other party, asking for the detailed information of these people. Alan sent the information quickly. Yong Bo carefully got the information of these people, and quickly identified the suspects. Of course, it was only a rough identification. Yong Bo sent a message to Alan, and he would go to see these people secretly the day after tomorrow. These people will stay in the Ring Hotel the day after tomorrow, and Yong Bo also knew that there were also Red Earl's people on the spaceship, because the bug that he used to share vision was placed in the staff's room. Speaking of this mutant bug, it is also very awesome. It can eat warship armor, but it can't do anything with ceramics. The energy fluctuation of this mutant bug is very low, and its energy is all concentrated on the fine teeth. This bug can't meet the rating standards at all. Alan quickly sent a message. Is there someone wrong inside? Well, I talk about it later. Yong Bo replied a message. Then Yong Bo didn't care, leaving Alan anxious. Yong Bo also released the spiritual seed to Alan, but he usually didn't check the memories of these people. Yong Bo left Devon Star and came to Tianyun Star to comfort Linyu. Then he wandered around Prince Holden's territory. He used John Lee's identity to pop up in Korea State, contacted the people of the Imperial Prince, and took photos of Alice's two twins for them. After wandering around, it was finally time. Yong Bo came to Bart's private laboratory and sneaked out. Alan was so anxious these 2 days that he saw Bart coming and hurried up to ask, "What's going on?" Red Earl's people. Catherine is Red Earl's people. Red Earl's people want to capture Catherine for purification. They will also execute John's son on the internet. And it is said that the people from Red Earl who came this time are all masters. Alan's face changed drastically when he heard this. These bastards actually want to stay in my hotel? These bastards also want to publicly execute our nobles? These guys simply don't know how to die. Then Alan asked in confusion, why can they come to our Devon Star so easily? Haha, you fat guy is so smart, can't you think of it? Yong Bo said with a chuckle. Oh! Royal Guard Knights? These bastards actually come to harm me. But I really can't do anything with these guys. Alan understood it all at once. But Alan can't do anything with these guys. Alan's family does have a great influence in the Empire's financial department. But the Royal Guard Knights do not rely on the Empire's finances. Instead, it relies on royal funding. First, find a place to find the people, and then you keep an eye on their every move. Send me a message as soon as they leave the hotel. Just take advantage of this incident to let everyone see who has the final say on this planet. Yong Bo said with a smile. Hee hee, of course it's you, the Grand Duke. Beat these bastards hard. See what these people are like. When the time comes, clean up the forces behind these bastards. Alan invested a lot of money in the hotel, and now is the time to make money. If it is destroyed, it will be troublesome. Yes. Then Yong Bo and Alan found a place, because the people staying in the hotel all check in directly by spaceship. These people all go through the special VIP channel. This. Yong Bo and Alan have a spaceship docking point on the top floor of the hotel. Get off the spaceship and enter the VIP channel directly. The two of them watch the people coming down from the spaceship behind the single-sided glass above the VIP channel. These 8 people are more suspicious. Yong Bo pointed out these people to Alan and then spoke. Okay. I check their bottom line first, and then keep an eye on their every move. Alan nodded. Yes. The reason why Yong Bo did this was to get rid of himself as much as possible. Let Alan keep an eye on these people, so that he can prepare in advance, because Yong Bo knew that the Red Earl's people were well prepared this time. If he went too late, the other party might rush into the safe house. Yong Bo can judge the other party's traces through the mutant insects. You can act in advance, but you need to find a suitable reason to act in advance. If you don't have a suitable reason, you will be suspected. Pull Alan in, and let Alan send you a message when the other party leaves the hotel. The logic on the surface can be justified. This way, you won't expose the truth you know in advance. In addition, you can use Alan's huge network of relationships to check the background of these people. I go find Suruoshin first. You must keep an eye on them. Be careful that they will jump off the wall and make trouble in the hotel. Yong Bo said again. They are looking for death in the hotel. Alan nodded. Yong Bo came to where Suruoshin lived. You are here. Suruoshin saw Bart coming and hurried to greet him. You won't be angry about what I did to the royal guards last time? Yong Bo asked with a chuckle. They are my father's people, and have nothing to do with me. The royal guards are just loyal to my father. Suruoshin shook his head. The number of people in our royal family who died in their hands is several times more than the number of people who died outside. Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous? My brother, the prince, is probably dead, and now he is probably just a substitute. Suruoshin laughed again. Yong Bo nodded. Aren't you going back to the Imperial capital? No. The Imperial capital is in a mess now. If I go back now, I will become cannon fodder. With your support, I'm not in a hurry. Suruoshin said with a smile. Bart is not only capable, but also the Grand Duke now. Bart went from being a jerk to a Grand Duke in such a short time. It also taught Suruoshin something, that is, don't rush to show off some things. There are so many people in the royal family, and only a few of them have emerged now, because theoretically, anyone from the royal family can be the emperor. How many people are there in the royal family now? I'm afraid there are 500,000 people. How many princes? How many princes? How many princesses? And even the princes and princesses. That's good. Yong Bo smiled. Yong Bo stayed at the Ring Hotel for one night. The next morning, he sneaked back to Bart's personal laboratory. I didn't expect Alan to send a message. Yong Bo didn't receive Alan's message, but learned it through the spirit seed. Then Yong Bo quickly picked up his watch and replied, received. However, Yong Bo did not take action, because Yong Bo found that these people did not bring mutant bugs. Obviously, these people wanted to see the scene. Facts prove that Yong Bo's guess was correct. These people went out for a stroll, and then returned to the hotel at night. Then Yong Bo found that these guys were preparing from the bugs shared in the field of vision. Yong Bo quickly checked the weather forecast and found that there was a typhoon tonight, accompanied by thunderstorms. Thunderstorm weather will affect the detection data of radar, because the radars of the warning satellites are all passive radars. There are many nobles living on the Devon planet, and using active radars will offend the other party. No noble wants to be scanned by radar all day long, and high-level superpowers can sense radar scanning. And high-power radars actively detect planets for a long time, which will increase radiation pollution, because the current detection methods are not as primitive as before. because radar scanning is originally energy detection. So Yong Bo sent his guest to Alan. These guys may have gone out to explore during the day, and there will be a thunderstorm tonight. I go over and hide first. Alan saw Bart's analysis and quickly replied, it should be like this, these bastards are really good at it. Be careful over there. Don't let public opinion affect the hotel. Yong Bo replied again. Okay. Then Yong Bo sneaked out. Sure enough, in the middle of the night, Yong Bo sensed that the 8 people of the Red Earl, 5 men and 3 women, came out of the hotel and gathered at a homestay. The homestay had already prepared various weapons and equipment. After these people checked the weapons and equipment, they checked the mutant bugs. When the rainstorm covered the earth, lightning illuminated the sky. A loud thunder resounded throughout the earth. The people of the Red Earl took 2 flying cars in a dignified manner. 2 luxurious. 8 people have space mechas. And it looks like there are space boxes. In addition, there are 3 mutant bugs. Yong Bo saw the scene of several people together for the first time through the shared vision of the mutant bugs. It's just that I can't hear each other's voices. However, judging from the paint on these people's equipment, they should be the Red Earl's judgment group and the trial group. The reputation of the arbitration group and the tribunal group is not very loud outside, because this is their powerful organization for internal affairs. Looking at the equipment of these people, you can tell that they are not ordinary people who have a space mecha, and these space mechas are specially customized. Yong Bo even saw a space mecha with nothing on it, only a high-power energy cannon. In addition, these people also carried some dangerous unknown liquids or powders. Yong Bo seriously suspected that these liquids or powders were some terrible energy viruses or energy poisons. The 8 people first installed a facility near Zhang Sin's villa. As soon as this facility was activated, it attracted thunderstorms in the sky, and lightning kept falling around. The energy released by the dense lightning made Yong Bo, who was hiding in the dark, feel the sizzling current in the air. Then 8 people released the space mecha and rushed to Zhang Sin's villa together. One of the mechas fired 6 missiles. 6 missiles exploded in Zhang Sin's villa at the same time. The 6 missiles were all super-energy electromagnetic bombs that instantly destroyed all the intelligent systems in Zhang Sin's villa. In addition, many small missiles were released from the 2 flying cars. These small missiles hit some warning weapons installed by the Devon Star officials in this area. Because the 2 flying cars were too close to these warning devices. Of course, such a large energy fluctuation will also be captured by the satellites in the sky. In fact, these people just want to take advantage of this time difference. Even if the warning satellite turns on the active radar, to lock a few people, it is difficult. It will take at least 5 or 6 minutes to send fighters. As for sending drones, it also takes time. 4 of the 8 mechas rushed into Zhang Sin's villa. There are still 4 mechas on alert outside, and they are constantly releasing some jamming missiles outside. Yong Bo found out through the mutant bugs that the other party had already taken out the mutant bugs. The mechas inside had already launched missiles. Clear all the coverings on the walls of the safe house. Hee hee. Yong Bo smiled and said that it was time for him to go on stage, and then he opened the live broadcast room that had been prepared long ago. The title of Bart's live broadcast room has always been direct. Killing terrorists. This time Yong Bo made some modifications to the space mecha to make it more resistant to interference. The moment Yong Bo opened the live broadcast room, the entire mecha rushed out. Although the Red Earl's men had 8 space mechas, none of them had their active radars turned on. Because if a space mecha turned on its active radar, it would be captured by the warning satellite in the sky. It was precisely because of this that Yong Bo and the space mechas hid next to Zhang Sin's villa, but no one noticed. Bart's live broadcast room had just been opened when tens of millions of people came in. When they came in, they saw the familiar villa and the familiar swimming pool in the picture. There were just a few more mechas in the yard. Then, they found that these mechas were right in front of them. These terrorists don't take me, the Great Duke, seriously. The people watching the live broadcast heard Bart's voice again. Boom! A mecha flew out directly. Then everyone saw the picture spinning. Then 3 violent collisions were heard. When the screen freezes again, the 4 mechas are already attached to the wall. The cockpits of the 4 mechas have been deformed. The people watching the live broadcast gasped. In just 0.1 seconds, Bart solved the 4 mechas. 4 mechas were solved in close combat. Then the screen flashed again. It was found that Bart's mecha was already in the house. There were 4 more mechas in the house. The 4 mechas in the house just turned back after hearing the noise outside. And saw Bart's mecha, puff puff puff. These 4 mechas instantly activated the automatic attack system. Laser weapons hit Bart's mecha, sparks splashed on the surface of the mecha. Then the audience just saw countless sparks, and then a bang. Then the screen freezes again. The 4 mechas that were firing were like bowling balls that were hit and flew away. Bart's mecha is like a strong man, and these mechas are like children. TSK. This terrorist has a great background, 8 space mechas. Let me see who they are. Bart tore open a space mecha in the live broadcast room. A blonde middle-aged handsome man appeared in the space mecha. The middle-aged handsome man was spitting blood. Lord divine heavenly gift, we have been fooled. We were used by the dog emperor. In the live broadcast room, the audience saw this blonde middle-aged handsome man say such a thing, and then vomited blood and died. Then Bart's live broadcast room suddenly went black, and there was Bart's surprised voice. Chapter 1236. Hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were somewhat confused. Although they knew that Bart was strong, they did not expect that 8 mechas were solved by Bart in just a short moment. The reason why there were so few viewers this time was because the time was too short. From the beginning of Bart's live broadcast to the end of it, it was only a few seconds in total. In the eyes of many people, it was just 2 shots, one of which was Bart rushing towards 4 mechas. These 4 mechas were releasing some missiles, and the like. Then Bart was like bowling, and the cockpits of these mechas sank in. Then Bart rushed into the villa again. Facing the violent energy weapon attacks of several mechas in the villa, it was like bowling. Obviously, Bart held back this time to see who it was. When Bart's mecha tore open the cockpit of the opponent's mecha. I didn't expect the other party to say such a thing. The inside story? Bart's live broadcast was cut off manually. These terrorists turned out to be the Red Earl's men. What did the terrorists mean by that curse? That's not a big deal. Whoever the terrorist cursed must be related to him. Haha, this is worth 1,000 credit points. That's right, I didn't expect to eat such a big melon. Haha, it turns out that the nobles of the Empire are not good people, and Bart was not a good person before. Haha. Now he doesn't even act anymore, and directly cuts off Bart's live broadcast. Haha, the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is actually related to the Red Earl's men. TSK, big melon. Although the live broadcast room was black, there were still many people in it who paid to speak in full screen. Then Bart's live video was slowed down by many people. Only then did they realize that Bart was so terrifying in mecha close combat. In the first shot, Bart's mecha rotated more than 1,600 times. Bart's mecha used its own rotational force to hit the cockpits of these mechas with its shoulders. The mecha itself weighed more than 100 tons, plus it rotated at such a high speed. The force on the shoulders can be imagined. The cockpits of these mechas were dented, and the entire mecha was knocked out. And Bart also cleverly used these mechas as a buffer to stop the rotation of the mecha. Finally, Bart's mecha stopped after knocking 4 mechas away, and then rushed towards several mechas in the villa. The same operation again, and this time, Bart's mecha did not open any energy shield, but the damage on the surface of the mecha was very slight. This proves that Bart's mecha is different from ordinary mechas. Just as everyone was discussing, Bart's live broadcast screen was restored. At this time, Bart's mech was already in the air. Everyone saw Bart in the cockpit of the mech, looking embarrassed. Ahem, don't believe in rumors, don't spread them. Everything is subject to the official announcement of the Empire. I just received a message from Alan saying that a suspicious person checked into the Ring Hotel. I guess it might be a terrorist. Yesterday Alan sent me a message, so I went to guard around the villa just now. Later, there was no gain, but today I checked the weather forecast. I found that there was a thunderstorm typhoon today. You should know that warning satellites all use passive radars. So when Alan sent me a message today, I thought the other party might take action tonight. This is a screenshot of the message Alan sent me yesterday and today. And the words of the terrorists are basically not credible. So don't talk nonsense. But I reiterate here that whoever wants to come to Devon Star to cause trouble should first ask me, the Grand Duke, whether I agree or not. I connect with Alan and ask him to tell you how he found these suspicious people. It was Yong Bo who deliberately interrupted the live broadcast just now. As for what the terrorists said, of course, he controlled it. The terrorists wanted to scold him, but how could he let him scold him? The reason why Yong Bo interrupted the live broadcast was to take away some special spoils. For example, the 3 mutant bugs brought by the Red Earl. How could such a good thing be taken away by others? Just with this excuse, he cut off the live broadcast and took the spoils. Anyway, the Red Earl's people had destroyed all the smart devices inside. Of course, he colluded with Alan again, and then gave Alan the overwhelming traffic. Ahem, I can testify that Bart didn't do it on purpose this time. Alan also said seriously. The reason why our hotel was able to find these suspicious people is that there is something wrong with the information they submitted. As for what is wrong with the information, we have already submitted it to the Devon Star official. As for why these people submitted the information, it is because they came to participate in the Mecha Return to City Forum. As a member of the Space Technology Management Committee, I have the obligation and right to review the qualifications of these people. Because we know that there must be many people with bad intentions among the people who came this time, who want to destroy this forum. But I didn't expect these people to lead to such a thing. Don't believe what the terrorists say. Bart is right. Don't believe in rumors or spread them. Also, welcome everyone to the Ring Hotel. Faced with the overwhelming traffic, Alan quickly explained the cause and effect. Yong Bo smiled in his heart. Although he said that he would not believe in rumors or spread them, I am afraid that everyone in the world believes it. Everyone, come to Devon Star for tourism without worry. With Bart here, whoever makes trouble on Devon Star will end up like this. In addition, these terrorists also brought a lot of suspected dangerous items, which may be energy viruses or energy poisons. So the Devon Star officials, please pay attention to safety during the subsequent cleanup. In addition, I suggest that other people around the villa leave first. Here are some photos of dangerous goods. In addition, these space mechas are also my personal trophies, and they also have space boxes. I hope that the Devon Star officials will send them to my manor after cleaning. Yong Bo posted the things these people carried again. This scared the nobles around Zhang Sin's villa, and they left quickly. These nobles cursed the Devon Star officials and the Emperor. Because these people believe that the Red Earl must have been fooled by the Emperor when he came to Devon Star. Because the Royal Guard Knights wanted to catch Catherine. But they couldn't do it themselves, so they relied on terrorists to do it. Once the terrorists are caught, the Royal Guard Knights can take them away from these people in a high-sounding manner. In other words, the terrorists' every move may be under the attention of the Royal Guard Knights. In other words, these terrorists carry energy viruses or energy poisons, which is also tacitly approved by the Emperor. These nobles certainly know the power of energy viruses and energy poisons. Energy viruses and energy poisons are basically unsolvable. Once infected with these things, current scientific and technological means can't save them at all, because it has completely destroyed the genetic structure. After the Devon official saw the photos posted by Bart, quickly activate the highest emergency plan, use various means to block the scene, and scan it thoroughly. Then send professional unmanned robots and drones to clean up the scene. And prepare various response measures at any time. Move out all people within a certain range around. Then conduct a thorough search of the places where these people have passed, and where they have lived. Thank you for watching this time. I just record it in the future. If this happens a few more times, I offend everyone. Alas, it's so hard to do something in this era. I solemnly declare that everyone should not believe in rumors or spread them. In addition, I am not targeting anyone or any organization. I just hope that anyone or any organization will not come to Devon to cause trouble. In addition, I also hope that the citizens of Devon will abide by the law. If you have any clues about illegal criminal organizations, you can send them to this email. I believe you also know how many privileges the Grand Duke has. Don't tell me that there is no evidence, and don't use your noble status as an excuse. Because I happen to be rich. Yong Bo said. Some viewers who watched the live broadcast didn't know why Bart said that. Someone popularized it. In the Empire, the Grand Duke has many privileges. One of them is that the Grand Duke can only be removed by the unanimous vote of the Noble Council. Any crime except treason can be solved with money. The Grand Duke is hereditary, and there is no channel for removal. Because the Grand Duke is also eligible to vote, unless the Grand Duke himself has a brain seizure and votes for his own removal. In other words, the Grand Duke is not guilty of rebellion. The Grand Duke rebelled because he was dissatisfied with the royal family, and did not sell out the country. Because the default empire is the empire of all nobles. The royal family dare not say that the empire belongs to their royal family. If he says that, all nobles will oppose him, including members of their royal family. According to the wealth standard that Bart has now, if he kills someone, there is plenty of money to compensate. This is also the reason why there are only a few Grand Duke titles for so many years, because this privilege is really too special. Yong Bo closed the live broadcast and controlled the mecha back to the manor. Then he put the mecha away. The Devon official also started a live broadcast because they were also afraid that something that shouldn't appear would appear when cleaning up the spoils. For example, what if the terrorists said it was true, and then the terrorists left some evidence? The Devon official dared not hide anything. The conflict between the royal family and other nobles was known to everyone. Besides, all the officials in the Devon official came from various families. So for the sake of fairness and justice, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, the official has started a live broadcast of the on-site cleanup. After Yong Bo returned to the manor, he returned to his private laboratory under the pretext of repairing his space mecha. Yong Bo looked at his 6 new skills and was speechless. The Red Earl's team is not clean either. 8 people give 6 skills, and 2 are either clones or genetically modified people. 3 mental controls plus 32. 1 mental puppet plus 32. This mental puppet can be said to be a simplified version of the mental seed. However, this mental puppet needs to use mental power to control the other party all the time. This turns the other party into his own puppet. Once the other party is not controlled, the other party may wake up. This method cannot read other people's memories, and can only simply and roughly control the other party. 1 natural soothing plus 32. This is a very rare ability, a healing ability, which can use natural superpowers to heal injuries. Of course, the price of this is sacrificing one's own vitality. 1 mental comfort plus 32. This is quite awesome. You can use your own mental power to restore the other person's mental power. Of course, this also has another function, which is to use mental power to assimilate other people's mental power. That is to say, when using your own mental power to replenish the other person's mental power, you can mix some emotional information in it to play a brainwashing role. Yong Bo instantly thought of how the Red Earl organized these people to brainwash others in this way. First let others consume their mental power, and then help them restore their mental power, while playing a brainwashing role. No wonder the people in the Red Earl organization are so devoted, and the higher they are, the crazier they get. It turns out that there are these superpowers. This kind of influence that directly affects the mental level is the greatest. Most of the brainwashing methods of other methods are through language or other things. The deeper core is also to affect the other party's mind. It seems that the Red Earl has a set of secret methods. Yong Bo knew that this ability could not be innate. There should be a set of secret methods, which made Yong Bo more interested in the core members of the Red Earl organization. And Yong Bo also found that these people in the Red Earl organization have more secret methods, because Yong Bo did not find the location of the Red Earl organization base in the other party's memory. Because that part of the memory was blocked, it seemed to be encrypted. Yong Bo's use of the spirit seed to control the other party's speech was already the limit. Before he finished speaking, the other party died. In other words, the spirit seed could not completely read the other party's memory, and could not completely penetrate into the depths of his memory. But Yong Bo knew that the last person was a trial knight. Yong Bo repaired the space mecha as a mechanic. Then he put away the space mecha, and came to the room in the private laboratory where he could access the internet. Media all over the universe were reporting this incident, and it became the most popular news. The media inside the Empire also did not let it go. Because these media in the Empire are all owned by the nobles. And these media cleverly quoted a few words. For example, the Empire Cross News Network. Devon Star terrorists confessed that they were Red Earl's men and were instructed by the royal family. There is also the Empire Mayflower News Network. Whether the terrorists said a rumor or not still needs a truth. Foreign media should be more direct. What terrorists revealed that they were used by the Imperial family to kill people. The relationship between terrorists and the Imperial family. The possibility of cooperation between terrorists and the Imperial family. The Imperial family may use the hands of terrorists to achieve their goals. The corrupt royal family and terrorists. The truth may be completely covered up. There is nothing impossible in the Empire. Whether the last words of the terrorists are rumors or not, this may always be a secret. The popularity of this news overwhelmed all other news. Of course, the spokesperson of the Imperial family came out to refute the rumor as soon as possible, saying that this is a slander by terrorists. However, Yong Bo learned from Wit, a member of the Red Earl organization, that the Imperial family has launched an action against the Red Earl organization. Wit learned that several people had lost contact, and Wit also disguised himself as a new identity, because Wit received an order from his superiors, that is, to retaliate against the royal family at all costs. Wit began to plan to attack the royal family, and when the Red Earl's people were captured by the Empire, they resisted and blew themselves up. Then, there was a series of media reports. Then the news media on the Empire side exposed some self-explosions one after another. Some members of the royal family were attacked. Some members of the royal family have died. Yong Bo smiled. Find something for the Emperor to do. The previous prince's matter has not been resolved, and now such a thing has emerged. Yong Bo estimated that the time was almost up, so he returned to the laboratory. Then a space teleportation appeared in Zhong Sin's safe house. Yong Bo turned into Zhang Sin and opened the middle security door. Found Catherine with a pale face. The terrorists are here again. Yong Bo disguised as Zhang Sin and asked with some fear. Catherine nodded quickly and ran to Zhang Sin. I heard the noise just now, but it's gone now. F***K. They really don't take me, a noble, seriously. They come to attack me again and again. What are the officials of Devon Star doing? Aren't they building defense facilities around? And the one who sold me the defense system is a liar. Or someone is colluding with terrorists. Catherine was so scared that she only dared to nod, because Catherine knew the madness of the Red Earl. My Lord Baron, actually, I am the Red Earl's man, and those terrorists are the Red Earl's men, and they want to capture me for purification. Catherine gritted her teeth and revealed her true identity. But the royal family's affairs really have nothing to do with me. It's all that damned Rune. I approached Rune just to get some information. Who knew that it would be implicated in the matter of the prince for no reason? The people in our Red Earl organization are very scary. They will hunt me down endlessly. And they won't let you go, Lord Baron. Even if, Lord Baron, you call me out, they won't let you go. Because our organization believes that we are pure, and anyone who has a relationship with us, whether it's a man or a woman, will be considered to have tarnished the blood of our Red Earl. Then it needs to be washed with blood. You can do whatever you want with the rest, Lord Baron. Although Catherine was confessing, she also used a little trick, that is, to let Zhang Sin know that no matter whether he gave up on her or not, the Red Earl would not let him go. TSK. Yong Bo looked at Catherine. I tell you later. Yong Bo was ready to open the door of the safe house. Lord Baron, how about waiting a little longer? Catherine saw Zhang Sin's action and hurriedly stopped him. It's all death anyway, what's there to be afraid of? It's not a loss to have a beauty like you accompany me to die. Catherine was speechless when she heard Zhang Sin's words. Lord Baron, you should wait a little longer. Then you have to promise me that you will behave well, and I won't open the door now. Yes, Lord Baron. Then open the door later, and I will give you a big surprise later. Yong Bo smiled and looked at the other party. Yes, as long as you don't open the door now, everything else is fine. Catherine nodded quickly. Chapter 1237. Then it's up to you. Yong Bo lifted Catherine's chin frivolously. Catherine came up to him sensibly, and then began to take the initiative. The security door of Zhang Sin's villa was opened again, and the Devon Star officials had already cleaned up the villa. Waiting for Zhang Sin to come out and choose a repair plan, the Minister of Justice of Devon Star watched Zhang Sin walk out of the safe house, and saw Catherine following Zhang Sin. The blush on her face had not faded yet. The people present were speechless. Such a big thing happened outside, and Zhang Sin was still messing around with women in the safe house. What do you guys do for a living? The Empire supports a bunch of you rubbish. The terrorists are hitting my door again. If this Empire continues like this, it will be over sooner or later. Zhang Sin shouted arrogantly. Baron, you should read the news first. Baron, the woman behind you is not simple. Baron, I want you to read the news before you speak. Devon Star's Minister of Justice and Minister of Security spoke up. Yong Bo quickly turned on his watch to read the news, cursing, a bunch of useless people. Waste the money of our noble taxpayers. Then Yong Bo pretended to watch the news. Catherine was already watching the news, and her face turned pale after seeing the live broadcast. At the same time, she was very glad that she had confessed her identity to Zhang Sin before. Are you idiots or useless people? What is Catherine's identity? Tell me. No one in the news or live broadcasts said what Catherine's identity was. You idiots, didn't you just say that Catherine was Red Earl's man? What does the terrorist being Red Earl's man have to do with Catherine? The terrorist didn't say Catherine's identity? According to your logic, what the terrorist didn't say is evidence, so isn't what he said even more evidence? You idiots, since you regard these things as evidence, why don't you catch the Emperor? Didn't the terrorist say that the Emperor betrayed them? According to your reasoning, the Emperor is the mastermind behind the terrorists, the man behind the Red Earl? I really don't know how you security ministers and justice ministers are. Even an outsider like me knows that everything must be based on evidence. Even if the terrorists say that Catherine is a member of the Red Earl, can it be used as evidence? No wonder the Empire has become increasingly incompetent in recent years, and there have been more and more terrorist attacks. It turns out that it is you rubbish. You can't even figure out the most basic logic of evidence. The faces of the Justice Minister and the Security Minister of Devon Star changed drastically. What the two just meant was that Catherine was a member of the Red Earl. And Zhang Sin obviously caught the loophole in their words. And what Zhang Xin said was also very correct. The two only based their inference on Catherine's identity. If that's the case, then what the terrorist said is even more evidence. Apologize. Apologize to Catherine and pay mental compensation, or I will post your words on the internet. And you bunch of rubbish, why don't you go find terrorists, but you have to find trouble with a woman? Catherine isn't my villain now, and she can't run away. You rubbish can only deal with weak women. You also want to accuse Catherine of a crime with trumped-up evidence, and then make meritorious deeds. Bah! The Minister of Security and the Minister of Justice of Devon Star were scolded by Zhang Xin, and couldn't raise their heads. Although they were not convinced, they had no reason to refute. The two hurriedly apologized to Catherine, and at the same time secretly cursed Zhang Xin in their hearts for being obsessed with sex, and one day, he would die on this woman's belly. At the same time, the two also suspected that Zhang Xin was controlled by Catherine with some drugs. But they couldn't check Zhang Xin's identity, and it would be better if this idiot died with an arrogant look on his face. And my mental loss, my compensation? Our taxpayers' money was wasted by you guys. Yong Bo demanded compensation again with confidence. Then he got a large amount of compensation. Humph. Then Yong Bo didn't look good to a few people, and then chose the repair plan. Then he went back to the safe house with Catherine. Baron! Catherine didn't expect Zhang Xin to defend her like this, and she was a little touched. Hee, I want to give you a surprise. Catherine saw Zhang Xin grinning, and then went into the safe house. Catherine was a little curious about what kind of surprise Zhang Xin would give her. About half an hour later, the door in the middle of the safe house opened, and a voice came from inside. Catherine, come in. Catherine felt that Zhang Xin's voice seemed to have changed. Catherine also knew that the safe house inside was not very big. After Catherine pushed open the middle door, her face changed drastically. Luan, you bastard. Catherine found that there was no one else in the house, only one person she hated. Then Catherine rushed up, and wanted to tear the man in front of her to pieces. But she was no match for this man, and was quickly suppressed. Luan, you bastard. Zhang Xin, you bastard. Ah! Catherine understood at once that Luan was actually Zhang Xin in disguise. No wonder this bastard didn't spend much time with her. It turned out that he used a disguise potion. Catherine was suppressed by the other party, and cursed loudly, and then shouted randomly. People have to pay the price for what they do. You approached me with bad intentions. You have brought this upon yourself. And the second time you took the initiative to come to me. I didn't pay attention to you on the spaceship, but you took the initiative to come to me. Yong Bo disguised himself as Rune to suppress Catherine and constantly attacked her with words. Ah! I will kill you. You ruined me. Bah, do you think the royal family doesn't know your identity? Why did you, the Red Earl, come so quickly this time, and have so many weapons and equipment? Isn't it the help provided by the royal family in secret? You idiots, you thought you were hiding well. You were just pawns used by the Emperor to take the blame. You stayed in the Imperial capital just to take the blame for the Emperor. Yong Bo continued to attack the other party with words. Catherine was startled when she heard this. Really? Catherine felt her scalp tingling when she thought that her every move was monitored by the royal family. How else do you think I could find you so quickly? Otherwise, you disguised your identity and fled the Imperial capital. How would I know your disguised identity? Yong Bo saw that Catherine's mood gradually stabilized. You bastard. You ruined my innocence. Catherine thought that she was like a clown, first played by Luan, and then took the initiative to stick to Zhang Xin. But who would have thought that this bastard was a bastard disguised as Luan? Come on, your innocence will be ruined by your Lord Earl sooner or later. Do you think I don't know the situation inside your Red Earl? You women at the bottom are just breeding tools and playthings for the upper class. Instead of letting others play, it's better for me to play. Yong Bo laughed. You bastard. Woo woo woo. Catherine twisted her body, cursing and hitting Yong Bo at the same time. Catherine gnashed her teeth in anger, but there was nothing she could do about this bastard. Catherine thought about what had happened in the Imperial capital in recent years, and found that several times, it was her Red Earl's people who took the blame. And sometimes, the Red Earl had to secretly deal with some people, because these people discovered the secrets of the Red Earl's people. Now that I think about it carefully, these people who were secretly dealt with seem to have some entanglement with the Emperor. Of course, the Red Earl's method of secretly dealing with them was to make these people look like accidental deaths, and now it seems that the Emperor might have killed someone with a borrowed knife. Catherine felt cold all over when she thought of this. Thinking that he was being monitored by the royal family, he might be blamed at any time, and then he might be executed by his own people. Yong Bo smiled in his heart. Who in the Imperial capital has no relationship with the royal family? Has the Red Earl never killed anyone in the Imperial capital for so many years? Then, with his own words, Catherine thought of these. Besides, it would be strange if the Emperor didn't use the Red Earl. You bastard. Catherine struggled and punched Rune. Hee, then let's change our identities. Yong Bo pretended to take the reduction potion and shot it into his body, and then went into the bathroom. When Yong Bo came out of the bathroom, he turned into Zhongsun again. Shameless, pervert. Rogue. Catherine saw this scene and cursed weakly. Hee, baby, I'm here. If you want to pretend to be someone else, I don't object, but the premise is that you don't pretend to be a man. Yong Bo smiled. Asshole. Catherine thought of how she had used camouflage potion to disguise herself, but still couldn't escape the hands of this asshole. And on the transport ship, she was indeed the one who offered herself to him. Thinking of how she had been tricked by this despicable guy twice, she had always believed that he didn't know her identity. It turned out that she was just like a clown from beginning to end. Asshole. Pervert. Catherine was in the room outside the safe house again, and she cursed loudly after her strength recovered. Because after the incident, the other party threw her directly into the room outside, and then closed the door, and did something inside. Does this guy have another identity? Could it be that there are other exits in the safe house? That must be the case. Catherine thought of Zhongsun's actions, and suspected that there were other entrances and exits in the safe house. Catherine also thought of more things, that is, who is going to target the royal family and the prince. There must be a huge organization behind it. And this organization is not only targeting the Red Earl, but also the royal family. According to the current situation, this organization is obviously stirring up discord inside. Nobles? Catherine felt a headache, because the group represented by Zhongsun was too large, and she didn't know who they were. Catherine suspected that there were nobles who wanted to replace the royal family, otherwise they wouldn't do these things. Thinking of those Red Earl personnel, who thought they were lurking in the Imperial capital, Catherine felt a sense of sadness. Because these people are just like herself, they are being used like clowns, and she doesn't know it yet. Yong Bo is not afraid of Catherine leaking the news, and there is no way to contact the outside world in the safe house. In addition, his spiritual seeds are not useless. Yong Bo is now back in Bart's private laboratory, and is watching the news. TSK. The royal family was attacked. The Red Earl is also a coward and dares not go to war with the royal family of the Blue Empire directly. But the Red Earl's move is very smart. Once the Red Earl goes to war, he will be the enemy of the entire empire. After all, the royal family now represents the empire. And now the Red Earl is secretly messing with the royal family, and the other nobles will definitely turn a blind eye. Yong Bo saw a report on the news that several members of the royal family were attacked. Fortunately, science and technology are advanced now, so there is no danger to life. The third prince was attacked by a terrorist. Someone had buried a bomb in his own horse farm. The third prince was almost killed because his head was injured and his body was shattered. This was because the equestrian helmet of the third prince played a role. The third prince needs a year of treatment to recover. In other words, the third prince now only has a head, and is undergoing body tissue culture in the medical warehouse. But this person is also useless. He used to be a superpower, but now he is no longer a superpower after recovery. It seems that the Red Earl is taking the blame again. Yong Bo did not believe that the Red Earl's people could bury a bomb in the third prince's horse farm, and the suspect committed suicide, and before committing suicide, he was still shouting the Red Earl's slogan. Yong Bo could see at a glance that it was someone else in the royal family who took action. Then the third prince was eliminated in the battle for the throne. TSK. The emperor is probably in a mess now. Yong Bo smiled in his heart. The emperor of the Blue Water Empire was indeed very worried, and the news reported was only a small part of it. In fact, the entire imperial family of the empire suffered more than 100 terrorist attacks in a short period of time. Fortunately, medical care is now advanced, and as long as the head is not blown to pieces on the spot, it can be recovered. But even so, 2 members of the royal family died, and they were direct descendants. Of course, the emperor was not soft-hearted and directly ordered the royal guard knights to encircle and suppress the Red Earl. So now people often see people exposing themselves in the imperial capital. The imperial capital of the Blue Water Empire is now like being invaded. And the media controlled by the nobles made a big fuss, which was actually a slap in the face of the royal family. These nobles also knew that the Red Earl was used by the emperor this time, but what they didn't expect was that he was originally used as a chess piece, but now he has turned around and collapsed the chess player's face. Master, something happened to the third prince. The family no longer has to argue about Suyun's affairs. Yong Bo just returned to Bart's manor and heard Ning Shue's cheerful voice. Chapter 1238. I also saw the relevant news. Your family is so lucky. If this happens again after Xiaoyu gets married, you might be implicated. Yong Bo replied with a laugh. It's so scary. Master, do you think what the terrorist said is true? Could it be that the royal family is behind the terrorist attacks? Ning Shui thought of the terrifying style of the Red Earl and her scalp tingled, and then she asked. The Red Earl is known as the craziest terrorist organization, because they will implicate other people infinitely. For example, this time the Red Earl fought with the royal family. In the end, all people or families closely related to the royal family will be hated by the Red Earl's people. This has happened more than once. So the Red Earl is notorious in the entire economic society. Because of their behavior, if they can't do anything to the royal family, then like Ning Shue's sister, if she marries the third prince, she might be judged by the Red Earl's people as an accomplice of the royal family, and then be retaliated. This is very likely. Yong Bo heard this, and found that he could make trouble again. Anyway, the Red Earl has a precedent. If he wants to make trouble under their name, no one will doubt it. Don't think too much of the royal family. Last time I said in the live broadcast that there were satellites that turned on active radar to detect my actions. It was the people from the royal family who were monitoring me. Look, this is the official letter sent to me by the Elders' Council. Yong Bo showed Ning Shui and Bai Lu the official letter sent to him by the Elders' Council last time. Ning Shui used to admire the royal family so much that she wanted to serve them. If Ning Shui had not been snatched away by Bart, she would have married other princes. These girls of the new nobility are proud to marry into the royal family. Of course, this is also the result of brainwashing since childhood, because these new nobility, their only support is the royal family. Of course, they will brainwash the next generation. And those who marry into the royal family cannot leak the scandal because of family interests. Just like Nolan, the concubine of the crown prince, although she encountered so many things, she could not tell the outside world about these scandals because of family reasons and royal honor. The royal family is originally one of the great nobles, and it has the same problems as other great nobles. And it is more ruthless than other great nobles. Otherwise, the royal family would have been overthrown by other nobles long ago. Bai Lu shook his head after seeing the letter. There are too many scandals exposed in the royal family recently. This is a letter from the Elders' Council. It is confidential. In addition, the emperor asked someone to bring me a message to apologize to me. He said it was done by his subordinates. But the royal family is in a bit of trouble recently. The prince incident exposed the chaos within the royal family. The emperor has devoted all his efforts to the training of the prince, but it turned out like this. And the royal secret guards were actually infiltrated like that. So I am not sure whether the monitoring of me was decided privately by the royal guard knights or authorized by the emperor. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter. And the people who attacked me before, I don't know who is the mastermind behind it. I also have reason to suspect that the royal family disguised themselves as other people and placed orders on the killer platform in order to sow discord between me and other nobles. It would be great if they could kill me, but if they can't, they can sow discord between me and other people. After all, Ning Shui, you are also planning to marry into the royal family. Yong Bo was not sure about what he said, but his words were full of suspicion of the royal family. Ning Shui sighed. The royal family has indeed exposed a lot of scandals recently. In addition to the prince, the royal family's recent scandals also include the secret guards and the royal guard knights. In addition, there are some miscellaneous scandals, which were released by those guys in the royal family who competed for the position of the prince. Although these scandals are not big, they give people a different feeling when added together. But as a new noble, even if you know that the royal family is so unbearable, you still have to follow the royal family. Because apart from the royal family, other great nobles will not want these new nobles at all. And then they will not have the opportunity to be recommended as new nobles. In addition to inheritance, the nobles also have a recommendation system. In addition, each noble has a certain number of noble succession quotas. But these quotas cannot be given to outsiders, and even one family cannot satisfy them. At first, Bart occupied a hereditary viscount title. Bart's father wanted to take back the title and give it to his current son. The solution is very simple, that is, give Bart a piece of territory and let him develop it. If the development is not good, then there will be enough excuses to deprive Bart of his hereditary viscount title. It's all the same. The nobles are all the same. As new nobles, you can't do anything. Of course, you have to be strong enough like me to not care. Anyway, I don't take the Emperor seriously. If the royal family offends me again next time, I will beat him up when I see him next time. I will even broadcast the beating live. What the hell? Yong Bo said domineeringly. Ning Shui and Bai Lu's eyes lit up when they heard Bart's words, and they had some inexplicable expectations in their hearts. Because Bart's statement was completely correct, Bart was now a Grand Duke. If they beat the Emperor, they would beat him. At most, the noble parliament would rule to pay compensation. And as long as Bart found enough reasons, the Emperor would be beaten in vain. Only when he reached the title of Grand Duke, only other Grand Dukes could beat Bart. But considering Bart's superpower level and individual strength, other Grand Dukes are no match at all. That is to say, even if other Grand Dukes' families have superpowers at the A+ level. But they are not qualified to attack Bart, and those Grand Dukes who are qualified to attack Bart dare not do so, because that would be humiliating themselves. Yong Bo saw the two people's eyes shining, and he knew what they were thinking. He smiled. Yong Bo found that his previous thinking was too fixed. If he wanted to attack the Emperor, he had countless ways, such as disguising himself as the Royal Guard Knights to cause trouble. Because the Emperor probably didn't dare to trust all his subordinates now. Because even the secret guards had other thoughts, not to mention other subordinates. Another way was to disguise himself as the Red Earl and attack those new nobles. There is no need to do many specific things, as long as others know that the Red Earl's people are messing with him, then these new nobles will be afraid. At that time, I, the Grand Duke, can come forward and win over those who are worth winning over, because I, the Grand Duke, don't have many subordinates now. I hold a lot of titles in my hands. Yong Bo was very happy, and the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire felt extremely tired for the first time. As an emperor, not only must he consider the development of the empire, but he must also compete with those great nobles in the development. Now the royal family is in a mess again. Originally, he wanted to use the Red Earl to achieve his goal, but he didn't expect to be retaliated by the Red Earl. There are troubles everywhere inside and outside, and the third prince has just suffered a terrorist attack. This means that the royal family is directly facing the Red Earl's people. The Red Earl's people are crazy. The Emperor also realized how crazy these crazy people are. Although the Red Earl's people have been cleared out in time, there are still some people lurking. Moreover, the Emperor now does not trust his subordinates, including the secret guards and the royal knights. In the past, there was sole legislation, but since the Emperor found that the secret guards could evade the policy of sole legislation, he lost confidence in this method. As for biochips, there are also some defects. Biochips can only restrict some actions, but cannot restrict the thoughts of these people. Moreover, biochips also need people to monitor. So what about the loyalty of the people who monitor the biochips? The Emperor feels too tired. Your Majesty. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was in his study, listening to an old song, and a fat middle-aged man came in. Seventh brother. The Emperor looked at the fat middle-aged man who came in and shouted, Your Majesty, take care of yourself. This man called Seventh Brother is the Emperor's younger brother, a prince. He is also one of the Emperor's most trusted people. I don't know what happened recently. Things have come out one after another. I always feel that there seems to be a big hand behind these things, but I can't find any clues. The Emperor sat on a rocking chair, rocking the chair while talking. Your Majesty, the hidden dangers of these things have actually been buried long ago. I have said it long ago that crazy people like the Red Earl are like mad dogs, but Your Majesty, you don't listen. Seventh brother also sat on the stool next to him, and said in a flat tone. The Emperor closed his eyes when he heard this. This Bart is really something, looking for trouble. Your Majesty, it's not Bart's business. Your Majesty must have known about the prince's affairs for a long time, but Your Majesty just chose to ignore it. In fact, Your Majesty is still very young, and you don't have to consider the prince's affairs at all. As for the Red Earl's affairs, this is also a good thing. Clearing these people out of the Imperial capital, I used to have to deal with a lot of people when I went in and out, fearing that these lunatics would do some inexplicable things like mad dogs. Old Seven shook his head. As for the secret guards and the royal guards knights, I think this is also a good thing. We have to thank this rune, otherwise, we wouldn't know that the secret guards had such a big loophole. Old Seven laughed. The Emperor opened his eyes and said unhappily, That's what I said, but it's my old face that's lost. Your Majesty, the Federation wants to buy some warships. The Federal Central State has confronted the Pirate Alliance this time, and the losses are relatively large. The Federation's fleet is full of idiots, and the huge fleet was beaten to pieces by the pirates' small warships. But the Federation's fleet is weak, which is a good thing for us. The more warships they lose, the more warships we can export. These bastards want to build their own warships, but don't they see if they have the technology? The seventh brother didn't continue to talk to the Emperor about the royal family, but talked about other things. You can handle this matter. I trust you to do this. Who do you think is the best prince? The Emperor now wants to solve the problem of the prince. Because the Emperor knows that if the position of the prince is vacant for one day, the contradictions within the royal family will continue to intensify. I dare not say anything about this. Your Majesty, you can give it to whoever you want. Your Majesty, you have the final say in our royal family. Others should hold back even if they are not satisfied. The seventh brother laughed. Do you have anything else to do? If not, go ahead, but you should also be restrained and not let others catch you. The Emperor spoke again. Your Majesty, I am wronged. I am just a matchmaker for the warship sale. I don't care about the specific price, transaction method, or transaction money. The seventh brother looked aggrieved. Let's go! The Emperor waved his hand, and was too lazy to say anything. Everyone knew the tricks. And the Pirate Alliance also wants to buy more advanced warships. And if we don't sell them, they will buy them from the Alliance. Why don't we sell A-class warships? Of course, if we sell them to pirates, we have to reduce their performance. Then we can say that they are customized. Old Seven said again. We need to be cautious about this matter. A-class warships are different from other warships. The federal government will definitely object at that time. The Emperor shook his head. Then we will sell them to the Federation again. Old Seven laughed. Forget it. Use your network to check. I always feel that someone seems to be behind the scenes in recent events. I don't know which old guy is behind it. If these things happen alone, it should happen, but so many things come together. This is not a coincidence. The Emperor said again. Old Seven nodded when he heard this. Check it out immediately. In fact, if your Majesty makes a decision early on, there will be no so many troubles. Alas, that's my own son, who I have worked hard to cultivate for so many years. The Emperor sighed. After so many years of hard work in training the prince, it would be a lie to say that the Emperor is not depressed. Alas! Your Majesty, I will take my leave. Lao Chi also sighed and left the room. After Lao Chi left the room, he still had a smile on his face. Lao Chi took a flying car back to his manor, and came to a safe house. There were already more than a dozen people waiting in the safe house, and Lao Chi sat down and told him everything he did to build the Emperor today. Then there was the layout of the study, the location of each item, and the music. This is Lao Chi's core think tank team, mainly used to analyze what the Emperor's every move represents. Because everyone has some habitual movements, and these habitual movements will reveal their mood or mentality. Lao Chi used this trick to slowly gain the Emperor's trust. Prince. Humph. After Lao Chi finished talking about everything, he waited for the analysis of these think tanks, and sneered in his heart. Chapter 1239. The prince has become what he is today. It is not the credit of one person, but the credit of many people. It is precisely because the current emperor is too strict that the prince has been afraid of his father since he was a child. Then someone slowly guided the prince to indulge himself from some small things, and concealed it from the emperor. For example, at the beginning, how many minutes should a certain subject be studied? Someone began to slowly guide the prince to study less time. First study 5 minutes less, then 10 minutes, and use various methods to avoid things he doesn't like. Then lie in front of the emperor. Under the guidance of these people, the prince is more and more indulgent, and he lies without changing his face. It is because of the guidance of these people that the prince has become what he is now. The prince's enemies are not only those great nobles, but more of them are people within the royal family. The emperor's secret guards will have problems, let alone the people around the prince. The system within the royal family has become bloated, huge and rigid. It is infiltrated by various forces and is in a mess. Because everyone has their own ideas and interests. And the forces controlled by the emperor have developed from generation to generation, and there are also various conflicts of interest within them. The emperor ignored these conflicts of interest and believed in the secrets of the soul. But the people who cast the secrets of the soul are also people, and they are also the emperor's subordinates. The seventh brother has been waiting for an opportunity. As a bystander, the seventh brother saw more things than the prince. The seventh brother could have expected what would happen today, but he did not expect it to be so big. Secret guard, the sharpest knife in the emperor's hand. Now the emperor himself can't believe it. Royal Guard Knights. The strongest armed force in the emperor's hand is now targeted by the Council of Elders. Because the Royal Guard Knights secretly targeted and secretly photographed another Grand Duke. This made the other Grand Dukes of the Council of Elders very dissatisfied. Many powers of the Royal Guard Knights were restricted. And this happened to be the time when the Red Earl happened to be involved. Some recent terrorist attacks in the Imperial capital have nothing to do with the Red Earl. So Lao Chi thought this was the best opportunity. The think tank quickly presented the analysis results to Lao Chi. Humph! Lao Chi looked at the analysis results, and found that they were similar to his own analysis. The Emperor, who is now in trouble everywhere, misses his first love again. Because first love is the first relationship in everyone's mind, and for the Emperor, this kind of unattainable relationship is the most precious. The Emperor has great authority, but he can't have a first love at all. This is probably the regret in the Emperor's heart. When a person feels that something is regrettable, then this thought will gradually expand in his heart. And now that things have happened one after another, the prince, who has been cultivated with great effort, has now become the biggest stain on the royal family. And the most loyal subordinate, the secret guard, has become the indirect murderer of the prince. The secret guard was originally used to maintain the face and dignity of the royal family, but now it has become the black hand that reveals the ugliest side of the royal family, and he originally used the Red Earl to achieve his own goals, but he didn't expect to be retaliated by the Red Earl, so the Emperor thought of his first love again, the sweetest feeling and the sweetest time. The seventh son entered the Emperor's study, and knew what the Emperor was thinking when he heard the dance music. The seventh son walked out of the safe house. Master! The housekeeper appeared in front of the seventh son in a hurry. Where are the people going to Karayabang? The seventh son asked. Master, there are still 10 days to get to Karayabang. At all costs, this deal must be made. Li John probably wants to buy a warship, so you can sell him a warship. The seventh son said. Yes. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. The housekeeper came to the door and opened it. Report to the general manager, Prince Yu wants to see you. A small steward in the mansion said outside. Take him to the Plum Blossom Hall. The seventh son said. Yes. The small steward immediately ran out. The seventh son tidied his clothes and went to the Plum Blossom Hall. Ninth brother. The seventh brother heard someone talking in the Plum Blossom Hall before he even got there, so he shouted. Seventh brother. There is a plum tree in the middle of the Plum Blossom Hall that is more than 5,000 years old. A tall and thin middle-aged man turned around and bowed when he heard someone calling him. This plum tree is in the middle of the hall. The entire Plum Blossom Hall is more than 20,000 square meters. The ancient plum tree in the middle was transplanted from the mother planet. The entire plum tree is in a round transparent shield. The entire plum tree gives people a very vigorous feeling. There are green branches and leaves on the thick black trunk. Oh, ninth brother, I don't like you to be so fickle. You are not an outsider between us brothers. The seventh brother said with a chuckle. Prince Yu shook his head quickly. Little brother, I'm asking for help from Brother Chi this time, so I must be polite. Besides, Brother Chi is the king of Chu Jang, so I must be polite too. King Chu Jang laughed. Are you short of money, old nine? You've lost a lot at the jockey club. If Brother Chi can lend me your BMW for breeding, I win. Prince Yu said quickly. King Chu Jang waved his hand quickly and said, You can borrow money, but not things. Then I lend you money. I heard something here. The Ning family broke off the engagement. Prince Yu whispered. That Ning family? King Chu Jang asked with some doubt. It's Su Taiping's concubine who hasn't married yet. Her name is Ning Yu, and she has a sister named Ning Shui, who married Bart. Prince Yu said quickly. Then our nephew will suffer in silence. Don't mess with a madman like Bart. King Chu Jang looked timid. Prince Yu chuckled. Our nephew just regained consciousness, but he fainted again because of this news. Our old man is in such a bad situation this time. He used to teach us a lesson with this and that, and now he has made a fool of himself. King Chu Jang shook his head when he heard this. Old Nine can't say that. After all, it's a disgrace to our royal family. Seventh brother said so. Then I won't say it. Brother, I'm a little short of money recently. Can you lend me some money, seventh brother? It's not peaceful recently. I've spent all my money on energy stones. If there is a war, my energy stones will be valuable. Prince Yu said with a smile. You can invest in energy stones, but don't have too many. Most fleets are not equipped with energy stones. King Chu Jang shook his head. Prince Yu nodded. I heard that the 2 genetically modified people that Brother Chi customized were stolen. Do you want me to help? King Chu Jang was surprised to hear this and asked, Can you still speak to Karayabang? Hey, let me tell Brother Chi another piece of news. This Li John used to be the gold medal killer of the Killer Guild. I asked him to do a mission. This guy came to our Imperial capital, and wanted to hide his identity. But I found out his true identity. Prince Yu smiled. King Chu Jang certainly knew that for the nobles, it was relatively easy to find out the identities of outsiders, especially for these princes who had many industries. Some even had full-chain industries, that is, from transport spacecraft to various hotels, and even clothing retail, etc. As long as outsiders appeared, they would not be lost. Forget it. Li John is such a lecher. These two genetically modified people may have been enjoyed by the guy a long time ago. I like delicious food, beautiful women, and beautiful things, but they have to be brand new. I don't like other people's things. Except antiques, of course. King Chu Jang shook his head. Prince Yu nodded. Since Brother Chi said so, forget it. Prince Yu chatted with King Chu Jang for a while, and then left. King Chu Jang watched Prince Yu leave in a flying car, and turned his head with a very gloomy face. Check if Lao Jiu knows anything. He came to mention genetically modified people today for no reason. Is he targeting me? King Chu Jang called the butler and said, yes. The housekeeper went to check immediately. King Chu Jang is now very cautious in everything he does, and he has to think over and over again what others say. After Yong Bo stayed in Devon Star for a night, he entered Bart's private laboratory under the pretext of doing experiments. First, he came to the second world and strolled around Prince Holden's territory. Then he came to John Lee's warship. As the governor, John Lee is often not in the governor's mansion. However, there is an additional committee in Korea State, and many times the decision that should be made by the governor can be made by this committee. In fact, the position of governor does not have much actual authority. The highest authority in the entire Korea State is the Senate. Yong Bo doesn't care whether these things are right or not, as long as it doesn't involve his own signature. Because no one dares to find him, he has a fleet, which is hard power in the Federation. Yong Bo also knows that the buyer of the twins is King Chu Jang. King Chu Jang is very famous in the Shuilan Empire. Some people say that he is the richest prince in the royal family. The manor of King Chu Jang is more than 12,000 square kilometers. This manor has the most expensive garden in the entire Interstellar society. It is said that the most valuable thing in it is more than a dozen plants that have been transplanted from the mother planet for thousands of years. In addition, there are the best horses in the empire, and the best horse farm in the empire. In addition, there are the best tea gardens, and the best wineries in the empire. No one knows how much money King Chu Jang has. Anyway, many industries of the royal family are handed over to King Chu Jang. In addition, some businesses of the empire also need the introduction of King Chu Jang. For example, the purchase of warships. The king of Chu Jang is greedy for money and lustful. He once said that he likes good food, beautiful women and beautiful things. Yong Bo's intuition tells him that this king of Chu Jang is not simple. As the saying goes, serving the emperor is like serving a tiger. He has been trusted by the emperor for so many years. It is enough to prove how smart this person is, and how high his emotional intelligence is. And such a smart person with high emotional intelligence will definitely not be willing to lie dormant. So the things that King Chu Jang wants to show everyone are deliberately done in Yong Bo's opinion. And those things that are not shown are of interest to Yong Bo. When King Chu Jang's people arrive, you will know what's going on. Yong Bo doesn't speculate why King Chu Jang wants to buy the twins. When King Chu Jang's people arrive, Yong Bo will find a way to release the spiritual seeds for King Chu Jang's people. If the other party has a sole secret method or something, he can just kill the other party with a terrorist attack. Then frame the pirate alliance, and then he will have an excuse to attack the pirate alliance, because Yong Bo is going to rob those pirates later, so find an excuse first. Yong Bo strolled around Korea State, handled some official business on the warship, and then returned to the territory of Prince Holden in the second world. Then Yong Bo returned to March Star. He found that Wang Wushua sent him a message, asking him to go to the villa in the city. Yong Bo sent a message to her, asking her to come to his villa. Wang Wushua said sorry, she often came here. Yong Bo said he was busy. Yong Bo felt that his real identity was not good now, how to improve his popularity. Now his popularity is only in the ancient martial arts circle. In front of the public, his popularity is still not high enough. But Yong Bo couldn't think of any way to improve his current popularity. Because there are many things that can't be put forward. For example, his light energy superpower, his talent for medicine and forging. If he is too strong because of his age, others will be suspicious. Yong Bo originally thought that Wang Wushua would not come to his villa, but he didn't expect that she would come an hour later. A short separation is better than a new marriage. Since the other party came to the door, Yong Bo would not waste time at all, and hugged the other party to the bedroom. Wang Muxue did not resist, and tacitly accepted the relationship between the two parties. Because Yong Bo knew the schedule of Xia and others. After an in-depth exchange, Wang Muxue lay in Yong Bo's arms. The military is going to send me more than 4,000 new soldiers. If our alliance continues like this, the combat effectiveness of the army will drop sharply. The toilet on the battleship has been updated twice in the past 10 years. I don't know what our battleship will look like in another 10 years. Of course, Yong Bo knew what Wang Muxue meant. There were all kinds of bad things in the Alliance army. The treatment in the Alliance army is very good, but many treatments can only be seen, and you can't enjoy them. Let him go. Also, you should tell Su Wei and others to be careful. It's not peaceful recently. The military has received news that there are unknown people coming to March Star. The military has not received the specific situation yet. But I think it may be the Red Earl's people. Because there are several targets of the Red Earl on March Star, I, the Federal Admiral, stepped on the corpses of the Red Earl's people to get to the top. There is also an Imperial Princess. There is also an Imperial Princess, Wang Muxue said. Hearing this, Yong Bo said doubtfully, could it be that this is a smokescreen released by the military? Is it that the military wants to target you? Chapter 1240. There is this possibility, but it is relatively low. The military is in trouble now. The influence of those rainbow people, and the groups behind them is too great. Plus, the Union Council has been checking the military. So they should not have the energy to target me now. Wang Muxue lay on Yong Bo, and shook her head in reply. You still have to be careful. Now there is not enough intelligence. Yong Bo dare not say that it is foolproof. Alas, I feel sorry for Su Wei. But our relationship cannot be made public. If I openly fall in love or get married now, I may be voted no confidence by the Union Council. Wang Muxue also has a headache. Wang Muxue feels an unprecedented sense of security in Yong Bo. In addition, Wang Muxue has some admiration for Yong Bo. In fact, strong people like Wang Muxue admire strong people more, that is, people who are much stronger than them. Wang Muxue estimates that Yong Bo's current ability is probably a plus. The control ability of the mecha has also reached the Grandmaster level. It seems that the pharmaceutical ability has reached the Grandmaster level. In addition, there are light superpowers and electrical superpowers. This is just what I know. How much more do I not know? Yong Bo heard Wang Mushua's words. He smiled and said, then we will be underground lovers in the future. Because in the alliance, whether in the army or in politics, you must have a stance. That is to say, you have to build your personality, so that others will accept it. No matter you are neutral, the opposition is decent. Every politician and everyone has his own personality stance. In the alliance, you have to show your position since you go to school. For example, if you show the personality of an independent woman, then you will be taken care of and promoted by people with the same personality in the process of studying and working. And these people have some groups. In order to strengthen their groups, these groups will continue to absorb more newcomers. Wang Muxue is an independent woman, and she has also joined some neutral independent women's groups. And in the previous school, she was taken care of by other people in these groups, and the same is true at work, and now Wang Muxue is the only successful woman in the alliance, who has become a general through military merit. She is already a representative of independent and successful women. If Wang Muxue announces love or marriage at this time, then those who support her will immediately oppose her. Huh? Wang Muxue rolled her eyes, and pinched Yong Bo hard. You're still laughing. Seeing Yong Bo grinning again, Wang Muxue was also angry. Don't be angry. Let's do something we love. Has your superpower level reached a plus level? Wang Muxue said in annoyance. I don't know. I haven't done any tests. Come on, there's still enough time. Then Yong Bo straightened Wang Muxue up, and then began to communicate in depth. After Su Wei and the other two woke up, they found that Wang Muxue was playing games in the internet room, while Yong Bo was cooking in the kitchen. Yong Bo and Wang Muxue are both psychic superpowers, so Su Wei and the other two will not be able to see any flaws. Yong Bo was cooking when he suddenly heard Su Wei running over anxiously. Yong Bo, my cousin was attacked. Ah! Yong Bo was a little surprised. Then Yong Bo hurried to the room where he was surfing the internet. He found that Suyun had indeed been attacked, in the villa where she was under surveillance. And this villa belongs to Yong Bo. Then Yong Bo went to the villa with Su Wei while calling Zhang Bujin. Fourth brother. Yong Bo called quickly. Brother, I'm so sorry. These terrorists are too cunning. It's not clear who did it yet. Suyun was drinking tea on the balcony of the villa at that time. Two terrorists, One terrorist directly rushed to the nearest police robot equipment and then blew himself up, interfering with the normal operation of the police robot. The other one rushed directly to Suyun. The defense system you installed in the villa worked. The other party was directly blown up, but the other party was carrying a self-destructing electromagnetic bomb, and Suyun was within the effective killing range of the electromagnetic bomb. Now Suyun has been sent to the hospital, but he hasn't woken up yet. We have notified the ambassador of the Empire in the Alliance. Yong Bo and Su Wei were sitting in the flying car and heard this, and they looked at each other. This is why Yong Bo doesn't like living in the city. Although the villas in the city have their own private territory. But it is impossible to have a villa like this, with a large area around it being my private territory. And the automatic alarm system also has a disadvantage. Just like this private security system installed in the villa area has many limitations. This security system is directly connected to the police department. Just like this time, the terrorist security system detected him as suspicious. But as long as he does not enter your private territory, you have no right to attack him. That is to say, before there is a crime, no law can do anything to him. When the other party invades your territory, the intelligence system determines its danger and then releases different attacks. There is a small time difference. For the villa territory, which is not big in itself, the other party may have crossed the line for a long distance. And as long as the bomb carried by the other party is powerful enough, there is no need to invade your villa at all, and the effective killing range of the electromagnetic bomb can be used to hurt you. And this time we found a new type of attack method. Now judging from the scene, these people used a new type of biological bomb. That is to use the superpowers of people to release energy bombs. Yong Bo said again. Yong Bo had no other words to say after hearing this. What should we do now? We were attacked during residential surveillance? You can only pay compensation. The police robot system was also damaged. It seems that these guys have been prepared for a long time. One person will paralyze the police robot system, and the other will directly launch an attack. Yong Bo sent Yong Bo another video of the scene. The video of the scene showed two workers walking normally on the public road inside the villa. Two people suddenly launched an attack, and one person directly rushed to the police robot system. This police robot looks like a car, with robots and drones inside, mainly used to monitor Suyun. This person's self-explosion successfully interfered with the police robot system. The police robot system was temporarily paralyzed, and even the camera image disappeared. Another camera captured another person rushing directly to Yong Bo's villa next to it. This person exploded just after he jumped over the wall. The huge electromagnetic shock made the video blurry. Who did it? Su Wei asked anxiously. It could be the Red Earl, or it could be someone else using the Red Earl's name. The Imperial family is too chaotic now. Yong Bo shook his head. As Yong Bo spoke, he used the mental power seed to search other people's memories. It has not been found that this matter is related to the royal family. But there are too many forces within the Imperial royal family. No one knows who will take action at this critical juncture. But Yong Bo saw that the two people were not dressed like the Red Earl's people. Instead, they looked like killers. Because even if the Red Earl wanted to self-detonate, his movements were quite elegant. As soon as Yong Bo's flying car left his territory, there were more than a dozen police drones escorting it. The flying car flew directly from the sky to the hospital. Suyun was now lying in a lifeboat. This lifeboat was also a supporting part of the alarm system installed by Yong Bo in the villa. There are no obvious scars on the patient's body. The patient was shocked by electromagnetic waves. The electromagnetic radiation on his body exceeded the standard by 150 times. The brain is most affected. Based on the traces at the scene, the other party used a high-power electromagnetic bomb. And there is another very suspicious point. The explosion frequency of this electromagnetic bomb seems to be targeted at the patient. The doctor has initiated a joint diagnosis. Electromagnetic bombs are also divided into many frequencies. Different environments use bombs with different frequencies. Because every organism has a fixed electromagnetic frequency field inside. At this point, Yong Bo was sure that it should be done by someone inside the royal family. Because only their internal people know this frequency, and they may have planned it for a long time. Yong Bo said, "We have informed the ambassador of the empire about this matter," and immediately submitted the corresponding evidence. And today happens to be the time when the residential surveillance expires. Yong Bo feels that things have not been going well recently. If the two attackers attack tomorrow, then it has nothing to do with March Star, and it happened during the residential surveillance. The government will have to pay a large sum of money and face great diplomatic troubles, but judging comprehensively, This matter is the result of internal struggles within the royal family. That is to say, others' internal struggles made him take the blame and pay the bill. This certainly made Yong Bo very upset, but there was nothing he could do. But it may take half a month for the ambassador of the empire to arrive. So this half a month. Yong Bo said this and looked at Yong Bo. Brother, do you mean to put the people and equipment in the villa in my private territory? Yong Bo instantly understood what the other party meant. You also know the administrative procedures, and it is not necessarily safe in the hospital now. After all, there are people coming and going here. Yong Bo nodded. Yong Bo was also afraid that something big would happen again. Although the Imperial family might not necessarily take action, what about the Red Earl's people? Once the Imperial princess died in the alliance, the relationship between the alliance and the empire would definitely deteriorate to the worst. Not only the Red Earl terrorist organization, but also the Imperial opposition. Even the Federation hopes that the empire and the alliance will go to war, so that he can get a lot of benefits. And Su Wei is a member of the Imperial royal family after all. Yong Bo said again. Su Wei nodded when she heard this. Then put it with the equipment on our side. Su Wei had no way to refuse. After all, she was the princess of the empire. Yong Bo nodded, and then Yong Bo went through the handover procedures with the hospital. Then the lifeboat was transported to Yong Bo's internet room on the first floor, because the data of this lifeboat was networked and shared with the empire. The professional treatment team of the Blue Water Empire is constantly monitoring all data. The lifeboat is a round cabin, and only a person's head can be seen. The body is immersed in a milky white liquid. There are some sensors on the head and neck. Without any protection, electromagnetic bombs are the best means of attack against superpowers. Even if I was attacked like this, the side effects of the damage later would be huge. Wang Muxue shook her head after knowing it. Su Wei was contacting his father, and Su Hai. Yong Bo nodded, but Yong Bo knew that Yong Bo was furious. Yong Bo sent a message to Mr. Jiu, and Yong Bo placed an interstellar creature with a spiritual seed on Mr. Jiu's watch terminal. As long as someone sends a message, a virtual projection will be projected. If the message is unread, the virtual projection will always exist. Yong Bo, Mr. Jiu, this time I must trouble you to find the mastermind behind the scenes, otherwise it will be a big blow to our March star. Mr. Jiu, I know. Please send me the information about the people related to those two people. Yong Bo did not go to Devon Star. This reply is the message that Yong Bo controlled the interstellar creatures to reply. These interstellar creatures were shaped into the shape of spiders by Yong Bo, and then replied with a set of special physical buttons. Yong Bo, thank you. Yong Bo was going crazy at home at this time, and these miscellaneous things happen for no reason. It is likely to cause a major diplomatic incident, and more importantly, it has a major impact on the development of March Star. After Yong Bo received the information from those people, he was also greedy in his heart, because of the judicial policy of the alliance. Even if he had contact with the two terrorists, he could only track them for the time being. Because without any evidence, it is impossible to arrest anyone. Without any evidence, no one can be summoned and detained. Yong Bo is going to push March Star to establish an anti-terrorism bill. That is to say, things like terrorist attacks can be completely distinguished from ordinary cases. In fact, many people in the alliance have been working hard to introduce some special anti-terrorism bills. But most legislators and most people are still opposed. Although the current legislation is good, it is likely to deviate in the subsequent implementation. In other words, how to determine whether this case is a terrorist attack. Then once this identification process goes wrong, many cases that are not terrorist attacks will also be defined as terrorist attacks. There will even be judicial loopholes, and cases that are not terrorist attacks will be defined as terrorist attacks. This is unfair to most ordinary people, because the decision-making power is only in the hands of a few people. Most people don't want to be caught while walking on the street, and then accused of terrorist attacks. Yong Bo also wants to see who attacked Su Ruoyun this time. And this attack made many wealthy people in March Star afraid to live in villas in the city. What should I do with my cousin's situation now? Will she become a vegetable in the future? Su Wei asked worriedly. It's hard to say. The Imperial family must have relevant means, but the distance is too far. The sooner the treatment of this kind of injury is, the better. When people from the Empire come, they may miss the best treatment time. Wang Muxue shook her head. Even if someone in our alliance knows this kind of treatment, they dare not intervene. Spiritual things, a bad person will die. Wang Muxue added. Yong Bo's heart moved. Didn't he have the ability to soothe the spirit? But now Wang Muxue was here, so Yong Bo couldn't test it. And Su Ruoyun was now sealed in the treatment chamber. and the data of the treatment chamber was remotely shared with the treatment team on the Empire side. If he wanted to treat her, the other party would first be able to penetrate into her with their spirit. He would first have to open the treatment chamber before he could use his skills. However, if he opened the treatment chamber, the relevant agencies of the Alliance and the Empire would know about it, because the data of the lifeboat was also under the supervision of the relevant agencies on the Alliance side. Far away in the Blue Water Empire, the Emperor looked at the reported information with a gloomy face. It was the whole process of Su Ruoyun being attacked. Because it involved the princess of the Empire, the Alliance quickly packaged and sent all the surveillance before and after the incident, as well as various energy data and information to the Empire. Good. Good. These data were highlighted, and the Emperor looked at the highlighted places and gnashed his teeth in anger. Because the electromagnetic frequency of this electromagnetic explosion is exactly a new electromagnetic bomb studied by the royal family. This bomb can emit a specific electromagnetic frequency, targeting the brain wave frequency of a certain part of people. That is to say, the royal family of the Blue Water Empire has developed a special electromagnetic bomb that can target the brain wave frequency of different people, thereby amplifying the power of the electromagnetic bomb to the maximum. The Emperor has a lot of data in his hands. A comparison shows that Su Ruoyun is in danger this time. And only some institutions within the royal family developed this special electromagnetic bomb. That is to say, Su Ruoyun's attack is related to the royal family's fight for the position of crown prince. But the Emperor couldn't figure it out. Su Ruoyun is now carrying a stigma, and has no advantage in competing for the position of crown prince. So who wants to do this? Are there any clues from the Alliance? The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire looked at the information, and found no clues, so he asked, "Your Majesty, there is no news. March Star is in chaos, and many serious terrorist attacks have occurred. And March Star is the first administrative star in the Alliance to restore the death penalty, and has executed more than 50 pirates. In addition, March Star is the base of the Alliance's 9th Fleet, and this fleet has also suppressed the Red Earl's rebellion. And the 9th Fleet is incompatible with the Alliance military. So March Star is not easy to judge now." When the Emperor heard this, he sighed, because he was not sure whether this use of energy bombs was used in other organizations. What did the medical expert group say? The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire asked. The situation is not optimistic. What about the Royal Medical Corps? Not very optimistic either. And I have a bold idea, that is, will someone want to transfer the Royal Medical Corps? The Imperial Master General quickly knelt down. When the Emperor heard this, he narrowed his eyes and asked, "Do you mean someone is coming for me? I dare not." The Royal Master General put his head on the floor, because this possibility is not impossible. It is also possible that their target is the Royal Medical Corps. The Royal Master General spoke again. Chapter 1241. The Emperor heard this and said calmly, "Then entrust the Alliance in the name of the royal family to do their best to treat Su Ruoyun. When the situation permits, let Su Ruoyun return to the Empire." The royal steward heard this and bowed and replied, "Yes." Of course, the royal steward knew that the Emperor wanted to protect the royal medical team, because the royal medical team has the health data of all the royal family members. There are also top bioengineers, top pharmacists, and some superpowers with special abilities. These superpowers have special effects in treating injuries to the body and soul. Once a member of the royal medical team has a problem, it is likely to leak the health and safety data of the entire royal family. Health and safety data also includes genetic data. From the current data, there is no perfect individual in human genes, and the genes of each race have some defects. The royal family's genes also have defects. The royal medical team has been serving the royal family for so many years, and has long known the royal family's genetic defects. Once this genetic defect is known, some biological weapons can be made in a targeted manner. These biological gene weapons are only effective against specific genes. And the members of the Royal Medical Corps know a lot of the secrets of the royal family. So the Emperor doesn't dare to take risks now, because he doesn't know who is doing these things in secret. If it were in the past, the Emperor would definitely dare to send out the Royal Medical Corps. But in this situation, the Emperor doesn't dare to do it at all because of the successive events that make the Emperor feel that there is an invisible big hand controlling these situations. The Emperor doesn't even know when the situation started to get out of control. Yong Bo soon received news from the royal family of the Shuilan Empire. Why was it the royal family's news instead of the Imperial ambassador? It was because Su Ruoyun's matter had been taken over by the royal family, and the Imperial officials would no longer handle the matter, which meant that the matter was downgraded. Yong Bo forwarded the news to Yong Bo. Yong Bo was a little surprised to receive the news, But after thinking about it carefully, he was not surprised. Although Su Ruoyun was a princess, there were many princesses in the royal family. In addition, Yong Bo also knew what kind of organization the royal medical team was. To be honest, Yong Bo was a little disappointed. He wanted to see what the top medical team in the entire interstellar world had. My cousin was abandoned? Su Wei was also a little surprised when she saw the news from Zhang Buizhen. The reason why Su Wei said this was because space jumps could not transport vegetative people. Even people with mental illnesses could not perform space jumps. Because experiments had been done before, people with mental illnesses who performed space jumps would most likely aggravate their condition, become vegetative, or even die. How about I give it a try? Yong Bo asked. Do you have a solution? Su Wei's eyes lit up when she heard this. Su Wei knew how abnormal Yong Bo's mental power was, but abnormal mental power and mental treatment were two completely different things. Of course, Su Wei didn't know whether Yong Bo's mental power could be used for treatment or not. I don't know whether it works or not. I haven't met anyone with mental damage. I'm afraid other problems will arise in the middle. He's still a vegetable now. If other problems arise, he might die directly. Yong Bo said this to distance himself from the matter, because it's hard to say about things at the soul level. Well, didn't the royal family ask the Alliance to do its best to treat her? If something goes wrong, it's not our fault. Besides, March Star is relatively remote, and there are no relevant therapists. And those who are good at souls are all in our empire. Even if there are, the Alliance probably won't come forward to treat her. They must have the same concerns as you. Su Wei said. Then give it a try. Your royal family has obviously given up on your cousin. Why do I feel that your cousin deserves it? You came all the way here to find out about my background. Yong Bo smiled. Yong Bo felt that Su Ruoyun was a spoiled princess. When Bart tried to steal her bride, Su Ruoyun came out to stop him. But the woman who was stopped by Su Ruoyun had already cursed Su Ruoyun's 18 generations of ancestors countless times. Because if she had been snatched away by Bart, she would be a duchess now, and their family would be as prosperous and wealthy as Ning Shua's family. Ning Shua's family now relies on Bart to make ultra-high temperature materials, and the middlemen are making a lot of money. But there are some things I have to tell Zhang Buizhen first, Yong Bo said. Then Yong Bo used his watch to call Zhang Buizhen's watch phone. The other party answered the call in seconds, and then complained, Yong Bo, it's not that I don't care, but I don't have the ability to care now. Su Ruoyun's current injury is the most difficult to treat in the entire society. Now the royal medical team of the Imperial family is not coming. We do have relevant research institutions within our alliance, but we don't have the authority to invite them at all. This research institute mainly studies soldiers who are subjected to electromagnetic shock. It is affiliated with the military and the parliament. And even if they come, it will probably take more than 20 days. When Yong Bo heard Zhang Buizhen say this, he sighed. I have honey from mutant black rock bees here. Do you want to give it to Su Ruoyun? That's fine. I will communicate with the royal family immediately. Zhang Buizhen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He almost forgot that Yong Bo had such a good thing in his hand. Yong Bo was originally looking for an excuse to test his spiritual comfortability. Of course, he would tell Zhang Buizhen what the other party knew, and he would definitely not tell what the other party didn't know. Zhang Buizhen quickly passed the news to the royal family. To be honest, Zhang Buizhen didn't want outsiders to know that Yong Bo had mutant black rock bees. But now, if this kind of thing is not handled properly, it will easily cause suppression from within the alliance. Zhang Buizhen contacted the Imperial Household Chief Steward. The Imperial Household Chief Steward also sent a message to Zhang Buizhen inexplicably, asking, what is the mutated black rock bee that Mr. Zhang mentioned? We do have a kind of black rock bee in our empire. Su Wei brought the black rock bee to March Star, and then a second mutation occurred to produce a new species. Yong Bo found through experiments that the honey of the black rock bee produced by the second mutation has the effect of restoring mental strength, but it has never been used for treatment. Zhang Buizhen spoke without hesitation. The meaning of this sentence is that we have used such a precious thing. If it has no effect, it is none of our business. Zhang Buizhen is now hoping that Mr. Jiu will find the culprit as soon as possible. If it is a member of the royal family, it will be even better. At that time, he will have to find trouble with the other party. You royal family members are fighting, and you actually launched a terrorist attack on my March Star. This is definitely a major diplomatic incident. However, the truth is still unknown, so Zhang Buizhen can only compromise. The royal general manager is knowledgeable and knows how precious black rock honey is. As for this second mutation of black rock honey, he quickly reported the news to the emperor. Black rock bees have mutated twice. The Emperor was also shocked. Because the Emperor often uses black rock honey, of course, he knows the effect of this honey. Generally speaking, the mutation of this insect is already 1 in a billion, and there is no successful case of secondary mutation at least. Then let him try it. The Emperor was also very curious about the effect of this second mutation of black rock honey. If the effect is good? How lucky is Yong Bo? How much benefit did this kid get from our empire? He learned the meteor fist in the game. Won so much money in the swordsmanship competition. Kidnapped our royal princess. Now the black rock bee is mutated a second time. The royal household chief steward bowed and replied after hearing the emperor's words. There is very little information about Yong Bo, we can't judge, and now this person rarely appears in the game. Then let them do whatever they want. The emperor also shook his head, not optimistic about the possibility of Su Ruoyun being cured. After Zhang Boijin received the news, he immediately transferred the authorization to Yong Bo. At this time, Yong Bo was bombarded by Su Hai's words. Yong Bo, what do you mean, the black rock bee has mutated a second time? How come I don't know? You didn't inform me of such a big thing. Show me what the second mutated black rock bee looks like. Do you know how many years our family has been researching, and how much money we have invested to get a second mutation? These black rock bees didn't mutate at all in our family, but they mutated in your family. Su Wei said confidently, Brother, we won't talk about any deal you made with Yong Bo. The second mutated black rock bee has nothing to do with you. It's our family's property. Su Wei, you. What? If you keep talking like this, I won't give you gold coins. Su Wei said quickly when she saw Su Hai was still talking. You're the one who said that I took away your position in the game. Yong Bo also added fuel to the fire. Yong Bo, do you have a conscience? I manage your territory for you. You are killing the donkey after it has done its work and destroying the bridge after crossing it. I have no merit, but I have worked hard. Su Hai was depressed to death after hearing what Yong Bo and Su Wei said, but he could only beg for mercy. Humph, I just show you a second mutation of the black rock bee. Su Wei sent Su Hai the video of the second mutation of the black rock bee in the flower and fruit mountain behind. Wow! How did it get so big? Su Hai was also shocked after seeing the second mutation of the black rock bee. He didn't expect it to be so big. Then Yong Bo ignored Su Hai. Witnessed by Su Wei and Anija, Yong Bo opened the head part of Su Ruoyun's treatment cabin. Now Su Ruoyun's treatment cabin data is still sharing data with the Imperial Royal Medical Corps. This data does not have any video data, only Su Ruoyun's physical data. Yong Bo still pretended to use the honey of the second mutated black rock bees. However, Yong Bo did not add the honey to the device, because the device would detect the data of the honey. Yong Bo directly asked Su Wei to give it to Su Ruoyun. Then he performed mental soothing on Su Ruoyun. The ability of mental soothing felt very strange. Yong Bo used this ability, and found that his mental power was slowly merging into Su Ruoyun's brain. Yong Bo clearly felt that his mental power was absorbed by Su Ruoyun, and Su Ruoyun's mental power was now very weak. And Yong Bo found that the second mutated black rock honey could really restore mental power. After the black rock honey entered Su Ruoyun's body, the unique energy carried by the black rock honey instantly passed through Su Ruoyun's nerve tissue and reached the brain. In other words, the rare energy in the black rock honey is the key to restoring mental power. Su Ruoyun's mental power absorbed part of Yong Bo's mental power, and then absorbed some mutant black rock bees. Then Yong Bo found that Su Ruoyun's brain wave frequency was much more normal. Increased the dosage. Yong Bo found that black rock honey had no side effects, so he asked Su Wei to increase the dosage. Su Wei increased the dosage of honey again. The data of Su Ruoyun's physical changes were instantly transmitted to the Imperial Royal Medical Corps and the Alliance's medical institutions. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! The Imperial Household Chief Steward hurriedly reported the news to the Emperor. Because the Imperial Household Chief Steward has been paying attention to the news from the Imperial Medical Corps. Your Majesty, good news, look. The Imperial Household Chief Steward held the physical data. Because all the things issued by the Imperial Medical Corps are paper, the various intelligent devices inside the Royal Medical Corps are isolated from external physical and energy. Hey! The Emperor looked at the data. At this time on March Star, Yong Bo also continued to use the skill of mental soothing. Only half of the mental power released by mental soothing was absorbed by Su Ruoyun. After releasing it 3 times, Yong Bo stopped releasing it, because at this time Yong Bo found that Su Ruoyun's mental power was about the same as that of ordinary people. The mental power that was originally very weak has now become more normal. And Su Wei has already given Su Ruoyun nearly a pound of black rock honey. Su Ruoyun slowly opened her eyes. Su Ruoyun opened her eyes and saw a girl's little face in front of her. Who am I? Where am I? Su Ruoyun asked with a confused look. Yong Bo. Su Wei hurriedly turned back to look at Yong Bo. I don't know what happened, maybe he lost his memory. Yong Bo really didn't know what happened, because the brain is the only thing that the Interstellar has not researched so far. Any organ in the human body can be replaced if it is broken, but the brain cannot be replaced if it is broken. Even if you clone a new head and install it on someone else, it will not be the same person, because the data and emotions in his brain are different from the original. This is also the only way for people in this world to live forever, and the only way is to improve the level of superpowers. Damn! After Zhang Buizhen received this news, he jumped up all of a sudden, because this news is too shocking. Zhang Buizhen has also evaluated that in cases like Su Ruoyun, 99.99% of them are vegetative. You can live, but it is equivalent to death. I didn't expect that after sending it to Yong Bo, he woke up in just one day. This honey is so powerful. Not only Zhang Buizhen was so surprised, even the Emperor of the Empire was shocked. Chapter 1242. Yes, the Royal Medical Team has confirmed that Her Royal Highness's mental strength has been restored to the level of ordinary people. She has regained consciousness, but has only temporarily lost her memory. The Royal Chief Steward hurriedly reported. Try to get some of this honey. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire is now thinking about the honey in Yong Bo's hand. The Emperor certainly knows how much it would cost to regain consciousness in a situation like Su Ruoyun. The royal family has related secrets, but the cost is too high. The soul secrets possessed by the royal family can restore Su Ruoyun. But at least 3 or 5 people who are one level higher than the injured and have practiced special soul secrets. In Su Ruoyun's case, even if it was in the Empire, the Emperor might not be able to make up his mind to save her, because people who have this soul secret are always ready for themselves. If this happened in the Empire, the Emperor would immediately suspect that someone wanted to target him, because the number of people who practice special secrets is very small, and the Emperor's own superpowers are very high. The Emperor knew that if he was to suffer such damage, he would need more than 30 people of the same level who practice special soul secrets to sacrifice their souls. The same level of treatment also has poor effects. And this treatment method has many shortcomings. Although these people practice the same special secret, but the secrets practiced by each person have some slight differences, because everyone's soul is different. The more people involved, the more serious the sequelae will be in the future. Like Yong Bo, he just used some honey to save people. The Emperor once suspected that it might be a data problem with the lifeboat on March Star. So after knowing the truth of the matter, the first thing he cared about was not Su Ruoyun's situation, but to get this honey. The royal steward certainly knew what was most important to His Majesty. The steward also knew that in His Majesty's eyes, everyone was a pawn. Anyone could be abandoned, because the Emperor has plenty of pawns. Take the prince for example. The Emperor has so many sons. It's not too late to have a son now. Sometimes it's not that the Emperor doesn't care, but that the Emperor has to watch them fight. Because being an emperor is not that simple. Those who can stand out from these fights may not necessarily be wise rulers, but they can definitely ensure that the royal family will not lose out in other fights. And the Emperor must have a two-sided personality. On the surface, he is a kind and amiable emperor. But inside, he must be ruthless and cruel. In other words, the Emperor always wears a mask to show everyone. Yes. The steward also knew that this matter was difficult to handle. Because this news will spread quickly, the honey in Yong Bo's hands may be banned from export by the Alliance. The general manager predicted well. Su Ruoyun's lifeboat, the data of which was synchronously shared by the Imperial Royal Medical Team, was also shared with the medical institutions of the Alliance. The reason why Zhang Buizhen did this was to avoid putting all the responsibility on March Star. An imperial princess violated the law in the Alliance and was placed under residential surveillance. This is understandable, but an imperial princess was seriously injured or killed by terrorist attacks in the Alliance, then this matter is a big deal. Although it was the royal family that accepted the matter in the end, it means that the Empire did not want to involve this matter at the national level. Otherwise, the Empire had enough reasons, because Su Ruoyun was not only a princess of the royal family, but also a princess of the Empire. Zhang Buizhen did not expect to shoot himself in the foot. He originally wanted to shirk responsibility, but he did not expect to push Yong Bo to the forefront. Zhang Buizhen is now constantly answering calls, and there are no big secrets in the top management of the Alliance. Even Yong Bo is constantly receiving some news now. Fortunately, Yong Bo does not know many people, but the president of the Alliance Ancient Martial Arts Association has 2 vice presidents. Lu Jijie, Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Rui and others sent messages one after another. Zhou Rui even asked if there was any such honey, because her father's mental power had been traumatized. What can Yong Bo do? Of course, he could only say to give him some to see if it works. After all, he also got the armor forged by others. Yong Bo also discovered a problem, that is, after using his ability of spiritual soothing, he could actually sense Su Ruoyun's spiritual fluctuations, although not as abnormal as the spiritual seed, which could read the other party's memory. But being able to roughly sense the other party's spiritual fluctuations, he could also sense the other party's position. In addition, Yong Bo has a spatial superpower, so Yong Bo can easily lock Su Ruoyun through space. Can it be used as a spatial coordinate? Yong Bo muttered in his heart. When will Yong Bo be ready to test it? Because the use of a single skill and 2 skills at the same time is sometimes completely beyond imagination, so a single skill doesn't seem to have such an ability, but after being superimposed with other abilities, it may have such an ability. Yong Bo feels that after having this ability, he doesn't need to place space beacons everywhere. There are still many rare superpowers in old-fashioned organizations, like the Red Earl. I just don't know how long it will take for the Red Earl's people to go to Devon Star next time. Wit in the Imperial capital has also disguised himself to escape from the Imperial capital. Wit is now in a silent period, which means that he will not contact the organization while pretending to escape from the Imperial capital. This is why the Red Earl organization has not been wiped out for so many years, because they have their own set of safety rules. When the Red Earl's people are caught or besieged, they will explode. That is, he did not explode. Even if he was insulted by others, others could not get more information from him. Because most of the Red Earl's contacts are single line, these people will enter a silent period once something happens. Only when the members of the Red Earl reach certain special locations will the connections within the organization be activated. I didn't know how the Red Earl's people did it before. Now it seems that the Red Earl's people use spiritual comfort. On the one hand, they can brainwash people, and on the other hand, they can also perceive the other party's mental state. In this way, it is easy to judge whether this person has betrayed. But why do I feel that Su Ruoyun seems to be pretending? Yong Bo feels that Su Ruoyun's mental state seems to be pretending. After Su Ruoyun woke up, he looked like he had lost his memory, and is still in the lifeboat to treat his physical injuries. Su Wei was patiently accompanying Su Ruoyun to recover her memory. However, Yong Bo did not expose the other party, because he did not know whether his perception was correct. Moreover, the other party's mental strength was still very weak and needed further recovery. Moreover, from the data of the instrument, Su Ruoyun's EEG was very normal, and there was no mental fluctuation. However, Yong Bo knew that when it came to the soul level and the mental level, the instrument's detection was very inaccurate. Zhou Rui came soon, but did not enter Yong Bo's villa. Yong Bo came to the outside of the villa and took out a piece of honey directly. Sister Rui, try it first to see if it works. This may be related to everyone's physique. Yeah, thank you. Zhou Rui looked at Yong Bo and wanted to say more, but couldn't say it. You're welcome, but let me make it clear first, if there are any side effects, I will not be responsible, because this kind of honey has no more test data. Yong Bo shook his head. Yong Bo, I think you should start a live broadcast and make this matter clear. And after some things are made public, it is not easy for some people to take action from other aspects. Zhou Rui gave Yong Bo an opinion. Yong Bo nodded. Thank you, I was thinking about this. Yong Bo felt that this was an opportunity to make himself appear in the public eye. This would make it easier for him to do things in the future. Then I'm leaving. Zhou Rui left with a portion of black rock honey. Yong Bo thought for a while, then returned to the villa and told the idea of broadcasting live to explain the situation. Su Wei and the other two completely agreed with Yong Bo's idea. Then Yong Bo came to Huagua Mountain. After recording a video, he left Huagua Mountain and returned to the room in the villa to surf the internet. He edited the video and posted it online. Yong Bo knew that Su Ruoyun could wake up, and his spiritual comfort played a big role, and black rock honey also played a certain role. Others used black rock honey and found that the effect was not so good, and there was nothing they could do. This is just like genetic medicine, different results for different people. The same is true for black rock bees. So Yong Bo is not afraid of poor results. Yong Bo also knows that if this matter is not made public, a small number of people will always be concerned about it. So he simply made the matter public. Anyway, he didn't need to ask for help. There are still many people who pay attention to Yong Bo, because for a long time, Yong Bo was promoted by the alliance as a symbol of freedom. That is, Yong Bo achieved very good results in the Imperial Sword Association competition. And Yong Bo's good luck, etc. On the internet, Yong Bo is called a lucky boy. This is mainly because Yong Bo is too lucky. He achieved financial freedom at a young age, and was on the list of young rich people. He is also an imperial princess and a large piece of land. Yong Bo's video is very simple. In the video, Yong Bo begins to introduce inside Huagua Mountain. This is where the second mutated black rock bees live. This is Huagua Mountain, which can be easily seen from the outer space of March Star. This is the construction approval document of Huagua Mountain, and it has reached the highest environmental protection standards. Many rare species are cultivated here. These are the second mutated black rock bees. They are very fierce, and as mutated insects, they do not recognize their masters. In the video, Yong Bo wore protective clothing and filmed the nest of the second mutated black rock bees. There are also large mutant black rock bees around. Everyone knows that black rock honey is an expensive luxury, and it is also helpful for restoring spirits. But the honey of the second mutant black rock bees has not been scientifically tested, so there is no guarantee of any efficacy, and there may even be terrible side effects. The Imperial Princess's incident was just a gamble, and when the Imperial Princess took the honey, we had obtained the royal authorization. And the situation of the Imperial Princess needs to be observed later. Because the production of this honey is very rare, those institutions or companies that want to cooperate in research should not think about obtaining honey. Because this kind of thing cannot be mass-produced. Even if it is researched, it will have no effect. As for someone who needs black rock honey, please follow my account. If anyone really needs black rock honey, please provide complete information, and I will post this information online, and then let the people who follow me vote. If more than 60% of people think I should give black rock honey, then I will give it to you. But some non-liability agreements must be signed, because everyone's physique is different. Many people have sent me messages, hoping to obtain the exclusive rights to this honey, or want to get honey. But the quantity of this honey is limited, so it can't satisfy anyone. I will leave the decision to everyone. In addition, netizens can also nominate. As long as the votes exceed 60% of the number of my fans, they can get free black rock honey. In addition, we must comply with the laws and regulations of our alliance. I am called the lucky boy by everyone. So I want to pass this luck on to everyone. So I will not auction honey, nor will I exclusively authorize it to anyone. Yong Bo has not been active on the internet for a long time. But Yong Bo's words made many people think that Yong Bo is a very simple person. Especially, Yong Bo will not take the black rock honey for exclusive authorization in auction. This move of Yong Bo was beyond the expectations of many people, including Zhang Buizhen, who was slightly dissatisfied with Yong Bo's approach. Because in Zhang Buizhen's view, there are too many things that can be exchanged for such resources. And the development of March Star is inseparable from these resources. But before he could figure out how to start, Yong Bo started a live broadcast to talk about these things. This Yong Bo is really, I don't know, consult in advance. Zhang Buizhen seemed very speechless about this. The housekeeper shook his head when he heard Zhang Buizhen say this. It is estimated that there are too many people who want it, and the people Yong Bo knows are more powerful than each other. Alas! Zhang Buizhen feels very depressed now. Because Zhang Buizhen had no reason to ask Yong Bo what to do. But such a good resource was wasted. Zhang Buizhen still felt very unhappy. Forget it. Some things still depend on yourself. Zhang Buizhen shook his head. Yong Bo released the spiritual seed to Zhang Buizhen, and he knew the changes in Zhang Buizhen. But Yong Bo was not surprised at all, because people from such a big family always put interests above everything else. Of course, people like Su Wei don't have this kind of situation, because people like Su Wei are not worth cultivating in the family. As long as there is a little value in cultivation, they will attach great importance to the benefits. Besides, Yong Bo also knows that he has used Zhang Buizhen, and they are in a mutually beneficial relationship. So there is no such thing as affection or not. Yong Bo's video became a big hit on the internet, and the Alliance Parliament passed an emergency bill to ban the export of secondary mutant insects and related derivatives. To put it bluntly, this regulation is aimed at black rock honey. Yong Bo's number of fans reached the top of the entire network in just one day. Netizens from the Empire and the Federation protested against the bill issued by the Alliance. And they also said that as long as someone from the Alliance was nominated, they would oppose it. Unless the Alliance lifts the ban on exports, netizens from the Alliance scolded netizens from the Empire and the Federation, asking them not to harm others, But Yong Bo has made the rules clear, that is, fans who follow him have the right to vote. So the alliance also called on friends to follow Yong Bo's account. Now it's a competition of which country has more fans. Relatively speaking, among Yong Bo's fans, the Empire has the most fans. Because the nobles in the Empire said a word, many people came to follow Yong Bo's account. But in general, the number of netizens from the alliance still accounts for the majority. Because many nobles in the Empire hide their population. Yong Bo also did what he said, and first took out 5 portions of black rock honey, each 100 grams, and Yong Bo extracted these black rock honeys on the spot, and then inactivated and screened them. The reason why honey is inactivated is to prevent someone from extracting biological samples from the honey. After this inactivation treatment, biological samples cannot be obtained from the honey. Then each portion of honey is placed in a special sealed box. This sealed box has a one-time function. And it also has a tracking and positioning function, which is convenient for netizens to supervise. Seeing Yong Bo really take out the black rock honey. Even the Imperial officials and the federal officials protested against the alliance's proposal. Yong Bo's operation made the majority of netizens believe in Yong Bo's character more. Because Yong Bo is a rich man who doesn't lack money. After seeing Yong Bo's recorded video, Zhang Buizhen also felt like he had missed trillions. But there was nothing he could do with Yong Bo. Now Yong Bo's number of fans has reached the first place in the entire network in just one day, and far exceeds the second place in the entire network. Zhang Buizhen knows exactly how much influence such a person has. Look at Bart, who has the second most fans on the internet. He earns tens of trillions from a paid live broadcast. If Yong Bo expressed his dissatisfaction with March Star on the internet, I am afraid that the foundation he has built with great difficulty will be overturned in an instant. Because on the side of the alliance, the parliament only needs a strong enough reason to take away everything from him. How many favors can I get if I give him these 5 portions of black rock honey? Not only can Zhang Buizhen not get angry, but he has to swallow his anger and send a message to Yong Bo. Congratulations, brother, for having the most fans on the internet. Chapter 1243. Yong Bo also replied hypocritically, "Thank you, fourth brother. If it weren't for fourth brother, I wouldn't have so many fans." Zhang Buizhen felt distressed when he heard this, because Yong Bo told him first when he was making honey for Su Ruoyun. Zhang Buizhen, we are brothers, and this is also a good thing. Yong Bo, I still have to thank fourth brother. If it weren't for fourth brother's permission, I wouldn't dare to do this. Yong Bo's words made Zhang Buizhen even more depressed. Yong Bo originally had the mentality of messing with the other party. Zhang Buizhen, that's your strength and luck. Yong Bo, I also think my luck is too good sometimes. Zhang Buizhen, bring your younger brother and sister-in-law to play at home when you have time. If you have anything in the future, just tell your brother. Yong Bo, okay, I don't want to trouble fourth brother about the honey matter, because too many people know about it, from the Empire and the Alliance, so I took the initiative to disclose the relevant information. It would be great if the information about the lifeboat was not shared at the beginning. Zhang Buizhen felt speechless after seeing this message. How could he find it troublesome? But he still replied, "Thank you for your thoughtful consideration. Yong Bo, then I won't bother my fourth brother." After Yong Bo sent the message, he smiled in his heart. But Yong Bo thought that Su Ruoyun might be pretending. But he couldn't explain this situation to Su Wei. But Yong Bo was going to tell Annie and Xia about this matter. These two people have been in society, so they naturally know how insidious people in society are. Yong Bo was about to call Su Wei out and tell her a few words alone. Unexpectedly, Su Ruoyun followed Su Wei and seemed to be inseparable. Yong Bo looked at Su Ruoyun with a timid look, but Su Ruoyun's mental fluctuations did not fluctuate at all. "Su Wei, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you alone." Yong Bo said openly. "Cousin, I go over there." Su Wei looked at Su Ruoyun, who was following behind her, and said, "I want to go with you." Su Ruoyun looked at Yong Bo timidly, and then said behind Su Wei, "I go for a while. My cousin has lost her memory, so she seems to only trust me now." Su Wei said patiently, and then explained to Yong Bo. Yong Bo nodded when he heard this, and then said, "Then let's talk about it later." Then Yong Bo found Xia and Annie. "You two should pay attention to Su Ruoyun. I suspect she is pretending to come to find out my news." Annie and Xia looked at each other. Impossible, she was so seriously injured? "Anyway, be careful, don't tell Wang Muxia about it, and don't tell you about your mecha training. Let Su Ruoyun treat it in the treatment cabin every day. I will ask people from the Empire to pick her up as soon as possible. It's not a good idea to always live with us. After all, she is an outsider." Yong Bo didn't want to keep Su Ruoyun around. Yong Bo didn't like this kind of spoiled princess at all. Moreover, Yong Bo still had some experiments to do. He used mental comfort, and could roughly sense the other party's mental fluctuations. Moreover, Yong Bo found that he might be able to absorb the other party's mental power. This discovery reminded Yong Bo of the temple. That is Melina. When Yong Bo used the mental seed to spy on Melina's memory, he found that there was a mental protection left in the other party's memory. The Red Earl's ability to soothe the mind seems to have something in common with this mental protection. Yong Bo is not sure whether there is an organization behind the Red Earl and the temple. In addition to the research of the Imperial family on the soul, Yong Bo now boldly speculates whether these terrorist organizations are branches or experimental institutions developed by the Imperial family. Because any ability needs to be constantly tested and accumulated during the test. The royal family wants to find a place to test the abilities of these people, and then continue the research. So the best way is to set up some secret organizations. In addition, Yong Bo also wants to test whether the mental power he left in Su Ruoyun's brain can be used as a space beacon. As for how to let the Empire take Su Ruoyun back, it is too simple, and Bart should do the meritorious service. Bart has made some energy protection equipment, which can be taken out and equipped to Su Ruoyun to make a spaceship space jump. You have to tell Su Wei secretly. Don't tell Su Ruoyun about your superpowers and other related things. Give Su Wei advice, and let him take Su Ruoyun to the hospital for examination. It's better to let her stay in the hospital. Yong Bo was afraid that Su Wei was simply deceived by Su Ruoyun. Yeah. Annie and Xia nodded. I'm going to the laboratory. Yong Bo went to the laboratory after he finished speaking. Because the task that Zhang Buizhen asked Mr. Jiu to complete has not been completed. Su Ruoyun is injured now, so her sole secret method cannot be released, so she can only inquire about the news through words and other methods, and now she pretended to have lost her memory, so she could ask some questions. The best way is to let Annie and Xia keep a close eye on him, because they are all women. Yong Bo disappeared from the basement and came out of the sea into the city. The information of the hundreds of people contacted by the two terrorists who attacked Su Ruoyun is in Yong Bo's mind. The two terrorists are from Tianyun Star, and they came to March Star to work. March Star has many construction projects because it is starting to develop rapidly. The two terrorists are involved in the expansion of part of the airport ground facilities. The expansion of the airport ground facilities has been stopped now, because the identities of the two terrorists have not been found out yet. Yong Bo wants to select suspicious people from these hundreds of people, and then release the spiritual seeds. These two people have contact with these people at work. They also like to go to two bars. Yong Bo first disappeared to the place where the two people live. The homestay where the two people live is now sealed. This homestay is booked by the company where the two terrorists work, and is used to settle the staff of their own company. The co-workers who worked with the two terrorists are now under residential surveillance. Yong Bo simulated the routes that the two people took to work every day. The two people's workplaces are also relatively close, near the airport ground control center. Construction is very simple now, mainly some preliminary work. In addition, most of them play a supervisory role, supervising whether these automated equipment and intelligent equipment have any accidents during the construction process. Because this kind of expansion work needs to contact the existing buildings, some relevant permissions are required. Because the airport is a public transportation hub, the security control is extremely strict. Every time someone has to apply and confirm before they can get the permission. Although the intelligent construction equipment has security measures, there are always accidents. Yong Bo first checked the coworkers of the two people in stealth mode. These people are now under surveillance and living in a homestay. Yong Bo approached these people at close range and did not feel any special mental fluctuations from them. Then Yong Bo walked through all the places the two people were going to on their way to work. Still didn't find any abnormal places, and then went to the bar where the two people went. Yong Bo knew why Zhang Buizhen asked Mr. Jiu to check, because places like bars have a large flow of people. In addition to regular customers, the rest are some people who come to travel. The official alliance also has the judicial department. Without evidence, it is impossible to check anyone. In addition, the two people have contacted many people. If they are arrested one by one, it will cause a lot of public opinion. Yong Bo walked around the two bars, and didn't find anything unusual about the bar staff. The two bars are not big. Impossible. Yong Bo's camouflage ability has now reached the level of a grandmaster, so he can tell at a glance whether the other party has any problems. No matter what intelligence personnel from any organization, no matter how long they have been lurking, they also have traces of camouflage. Some actions and expressions of ordinary people are just habits, while the other party is camouflaging. Habit can be said to be a passive skill. You don't need to think about how to do this action, nor do you need to do this action in what occasion. But for a spy's disguise, he has to think about how to show himself. On the one hand, he can see from his body movements, and on the other hand, Yong Bo can get close to these people and roughly sense their mental state through mental perception. After all, such a large terrorist attack has occurred, and the people behind the attackers must have some psychological changes. That's not right. Yong Bo strolled around and basically checked all the suspicious people provided by Yong Bo. Is it really a lone wolf? Yong Bo was a little puzzled. Lone wolves refer to those who have no contact with other people. This kind is the most difficult to deal with, because there is no clue to find, and it is not known which organization the other party belongs to. Yong Bo reviewed all the information of the two people in his mind again, because the two people carried electromagnetic bombs, which was definitely not something they could bring from Tianyun Star. And the electromagnetic bombs of the two people were specially modified, with fixed-frequency bombs. This kind requires extremely professional knowledge. Suddenly Yong Bo thought of something. The company where these two people work needs to contact the March Star Airport. And it is much easier for the airport staff to bring things from outside the airport. So Yong Bo went directly to the construction site, where the work was suspended. Now there are containers one after another, which are filled with construction materials, as well as various intelligent robots and automated robots. These things have been checked several times by the Judicial Department. TSK. Yong Bo just came to the office of the company, to which the airport belongs. Through the transparent door, he saw a security captain on duty inside the door. The security captain was wearing sunglasses and standing at the door with his equipment. Because airports have a large flow of people, complex personnel, and are prone to problems, real people are used more often. Because passengers have all kinds of strange problems and operations. Especially after the last security robot had problems, most security robots were turned off. This Captain Yong Bo looked wrong. This captain stood at the gate and looked like he had nothing to do. But Yong Bo found that this person, who looked leisurely, was actually very nervous. He put his thumb in his right pocket, and the other fingers beat his trouser pocket rhythmically. It looked like he was listening to music, but his four fingers were not relaxed like the beat of the music, and the gaps between the four fingers did not move at all. In other words, he was not beating the beat of the music, but was ready to do something at any time. Yong Bo waited patiently until the security captain got off work. Followed the security captain to the dormitory of the airport. The airport security system is indeed awesome, and the airport's protection is also awesome, but this is only for outsiders. After the security captain returned to the dormitory, he threw himself on the bed all of a sudden. And he often sighed and gasped. After lying for a while, this person went directly to the bathroom to take a shower. And this person turned the water to 0 degrees, just when the 0-degree cold water rushed towards the security captain. Yong Bo took the opportunity to release the spiritual seed to the other party. The security captain was shocked by the cold water, as if there was someone behind him, and he quickly brushed his hair and looked back to see that it was empty, and there was no one in the bathroom. Yong Bo is now squatting in the corner of the bathroom. Chu Jianwang's people. What surprised Yong Bo was that this person was actually Chu Jianwang's people. And Chu Jianwang also has a separate intelligence network in the alliance. This security captain is the person in charge of the network of March Star. There are a total of 16 intelligence personnel in March Star. These people were originally only responsible for intelligence collection, and this captain only recently received this kind of execution mission. But there is nothing wrong with the captain's resume. Because the captain and these intelligence personnel lost money when they went to the Federation to play, and then they were developed into intelligence personnel by Chu Jianwang. These people later went to the Federation and won and lost, but they all won a lot of money in the end. This is actually the funding and remuneration that Chu Jianwang gave to these people. It was originally agreed that it was just to collect relevant information, and there was no need to carry out specific tasks. Unexpectedly, this time they received the execution mission. The captain delivered a package from the airport. Because he was an internal staff member of the airport, he was able to carry these packages and easily reach the ground, and then gave them to the two people involved in the terrorist attack. The two people who participated in the terrorist attack got the package at the construction site next to them. TSK. There's something interesting to watch. Yong Bo chuckled. Yong Bo did not arrest the captain immediately. Because there are others, and the captain also received some special training in the Federation, mainly in mental power and soul training, to prevent inquiries from the Alliance Judicial Department. King Chu Jang has some bases and some industries in the Federation. Because the Alliance Judicial Department has relevant instruments to detect mental power, similar to lie detectors, and after special training, they can avoid such instruments. This is why the captain seemed to feel something after Yong Bo released the spiritual seed. It is because the captain can slightly sense the changes in the soul after this special training. Yong Bo thinks that now is not the time to expose these things. Because there are still people that King Chu Jang wants on Li Zhan's side. And the Federation also has many industries of King Chu Jang. So Yong Bo has to think of a way to harvest King Chu Jang. Chapter 1244. Yong Bo spent some time to plant spiritual seeds in these 16 people and the security captain. These 16 people are distributed in all walks of life in March Star. These people just like to go to the Federation to spend money. Then they lost money in gambling and borrowed a large amount of high-interest loans. As for whether there is any trick in gambling, it is hard to say. Then someone asked these people to collect intelligence. This way of collecting intelligence is not to assign tasks by superiors, but to provide intelligence, and then King Chu Jang will give this intelligence for value assessment. In other words, you don't need to take the initiative to do anything, just provide the intelligence you know at work or other times. During the period of providing intelligence to King Chu Jang, the high-interest loans owed will not be calculated, and there will be no debt collection. So these intelligence personnel have always served King Chu Jang. This time it was a task assigned by King Chu Jang. At this time, the security captain realized that he had thought too much before. Everything was originally an illusion, just because the superiors did not assign any tasks. If you don't complete the tasks assigned by your superiors, they will bring up the tasks you have already completed. That is to say, they are forcing you to complete the tasks in disguise. The security captain is also very scared now, because the target of this terrorist attack is actually the princess of the empire. Then he is now an insider of the terrorist attack. Because a new law has been added in March Star that participants in terrorist attacks can be sentenced to death. Many pirates have been executed in March Star. Of course, the security captain also received a generous reward this time. As long as he goes to the Federation for vacation, he can easily win a lot of money from the casino. This money can be transferred back to the Alliance without any problems, because it is considered legitimate income in the Federation. Yong Bo returned to his villa in stealth again, and then turned into Li Zhan, and came to Li Zhan's warship. This Chu Jang King, on the surface, seems to be the Emperor's most loyal helper. I didn't expect that this guy actually had evil intentions. Exposing the identity of Chu Jang King can make the old Emperor very busy. How can I get benefits from Chu Jang King? Yong Bo is now thinking about how to get benefits. Chu Jang King has sent people to Korea State to discuss the matter of genetically modified twins. Yong Bo thinks he can take advantage of the opportunity to get benefits. After Chu Jang King gives the benefits, he will use another identity to reveal the true face of Chu Jang King. In this way, the benefits given by Chu Jang King will fall into his pocket. Yong Bo has not yet considered what benefits he wants. He will wait until the people sent by King Chu Jang arrive, and then use his spiritual seeds on them, to see what King Chu Jang's bottom line is. In this way, he can ask for a price that meets the other party's bottom line. Get as many benefits as possible. I have to find a way to see how King Chu Jang targets the Emperor. Maybe King Chu Jang knows some weakness of the Emperor. Everyone has weaknesses, they are just hidden. And I don't know if the Emperor knows that King Chu Jang has ulterior motives. Logically speaking, the Emperor will not trust anyone. Yong Bo probably has a plan in mind. King Chu Jang's people will arrive soon. And the situation in the Federation is also very delicate. The conflict between Central State and the Pirate Alliance is getting more and more intense. Logically speaking, Central State's military strength is stronger. But the bad thing is that the officers in these fleets of Central State are all rubbish, and these officers are from various big families. So the advantage of Central State in military equipment is offset by these rubbish officers. The military equipment of the Pirate Alliance is much lower, but the pirate groups are experienced in combat. Moreover, the pirate groups have no trust in each other at all. So when these pirate groups are slightly wrong during joint operations, they will flee in all directions. This kind of fighting method makes it impossible for the fleet of Central State to deal with it. The way pirates are best at is running away. These pirates can have dozens or hundreds of warships when they unite. But if they are dispersed, they will all be dispersed into one warship after another. The fleet of Central State dare not disperse too much, because the fleet of Central State was fooled and dispersed to chase, and the pirates gathered together again. The wealth of several major consortiums in Central State has shrunk seriously. The mineral planets of several major consortiums are constantly harassed by pirates. Armed transport ships carrying supplies and or were constantly attacked by pirate groups, although Madhya Pradesh called on other states in the Federation to deal with pirates together. But other gangs pretended to obey, and even seized the assets of the Madhya Pradesh consortium from the Kalaya gang. Yong Bo sent a message back to the Hound pirates to let them start their journey in half a month and gather at a location. Because Yong Bo got information from the intelligence department of the Madhya Pradesh Federation, Madhya Pradesh was going to carry out a big operation. Madhya Pradesh was going to send a transport ship to deliver things of sufficient value to the empire, used to by warships of the empire. At the same time, Central State is preparing to use this transport as bait. There are also people in the pirate alliance in Central State. Yong Bo's plan is very simple. Let other pirate groups in the pirate alliance eat this bait, and he will take several pirate groups to attack the station of the main fleet of Central State. After receiving the news from John Lee, the other pirate groups were also very happy. John Lee obviously got other intelligence, so these pirate groups stepped up their preparations. Yong Bo did not show up in Korea State, but came to the Second World and strolled around Prince Holden's territory. The northern hemisphere of the Second World is now a frozen world. In fact, in space, either end of the planet can be called the North. Yong Bo called the hemisphere where Prince Holden's territory is located the North. Then Yong Bo came to Zhang Sin's residence on Devon Star. Asshole. Liar. Catherine was very angry when she saw Zhang Sin. Same here, you are not a good person either. Yong Bo smiled. You nobles are so shameless. You are so smug after taking advantage of others. Catherine cursed again. Yong Bo laughed. You Red Earl's people are not good people either. You just want to get information from me. I have a clear distinction between gratitude and resentment. If anyone has bad intentions towards me, he should pay the price. Catherine rushed up to fight with Zhang Sin after hearing this. She was suppressed by Yong Bo directly. Let me go! You bastard, you left me alone in this small safe house, and you went out to have fun somewhere else. You just used me as bait. Let us, the people of Red Earl, come to die one after another. You perverted noble. Catherine was suppressed by Yong Bo and cursed. We nobles are perverted, so what? You should be happy, you are still useful. If you are no longer useful, what do you think will happen to you? Yong Bo directly exposed his cards. For people like Catherine, we must continue to attack her. If Catherine is really not afraid of death, she would not pretend to escape. It proves that the brainwashing of Catherine by the people of Red Earl is not very successful. Yong Bo knows many people in the Red Earl, and they actively accept purification. These people are severely brainwashed. For those guys who are not seriously brainwashed, they must be constantly attacked. Let me go, you bastard. Catherine was furious after being scolded by Yong Bo. Hee. You took the initiative to seduce me. You took the initiative to seduce me on the Imperial capital star. It's just that the subsequent results are beyond your plan. You took the initiative to seduce me on the spaceship. You took the initiative to show yourself. Who is the pervert? Yong Bo chuckled. Shameless, I'm going to kill you. Catherine was even more furious when she heard Zhang Sin say that, because what the other party said was true, she just wanted to get information from one, who knew the result would turn out like that. Hee, come on, baby. Yong Bo chuckled. You? Woo. Catherine wanted to resist and struggle, but she was no match for Yong Bo. After a crushing battle, Catherine lay limp on the sofa. Behave well in the future. You have no one to rely on except me now. Of course, if you want to purify yourself, I won't stop you. But in that case, all your efforts will be in vain. Yong Bo kept attacking the other party. You are still so young. After this matter is over, I will change your identity. Don't say bad things to me next time you see me. We nobles don't have much patience. Yong Bo laughed again. Catherine wanted to cry. Why did she contact this bastard in the first place? How much humiliation did she suffer from him? If Catherine was given another chance, he would never contact Rune. He was humiliated by this bastard again. Catherine didn't even think about dying. Catherine didn't have the courage to die, and she wanted to enjoy this colorful world. You stay here for the time being. If you don't scare the Red Earl's people, even if you go out now, he will bite you like a mad dog. I'm doing this for your own good. Yong Bo used his spiritual comfortability on Catherine while talking. Yong Bo clearly felt Catherine's mental changes. Catherine also felt her own mental changes, and looked at Zhang Sin in astonishment. You? Why do you have such a method? Catherine asked Zhang Sin weakly. When Catherine was inside the Red Earl, she only enjoyed this feeling a few times. Hee. Does it feel familiar? Yong Bo asked with a chuckle. It's just a kind of mental power, a simple use. Is it blown up in your Red Earl? That's because you know too little about this world. You have been brainwashed by the Red Earl since you were young. Did they tell you that the use of mental power just now is very precious? If you think it's precious, I will show it to you every time you perform well. Yong Bo further undermined the Red Earl's position in Catherine's heart. No! Catherine is now very upset. Because she felt this way a few times in the Red Earl. That was the mysterious method performed by the Earl himself. Those times were when Catherine was at a bottleneck stage of her superpowers. After the Earl personally used a mysterious method, the bottleneck disappeared. To obtain such a mysterious method, you need to make a lot of efforts. And now Zhang Xin has such a method easily. Catherine can feel her mental state, which is better than the mysterious method that the Earl used on her. Think about it slowly. You have done so many things for the Red Earl, but what benefits have you gained? The Red Earl only knows how to make you pay. What you get is very precious in your own eyes, but it is actually nothing at all. Of course, you Red Earls are compared to us nobles. That's simply not up to par. Yong Bo laughed. Then Yong Bo left the safe house here and returned to his other side. Yong Bo gave Catherine spiritual comfort, mainly for various experiments. Then Yong Bo returned to Bart's private laboratory. Yong Bo wanted to use Bart's identity to bring Su Ruoyan back. Yong Bo disguised himself as Bart and sneaked to the Ring Hotel. Why are you here? Su Ruoyan didn't expect Bart to sneak here at this time. I think you should bring Su Ruoyan back. Our laboratory has made a batch of protective equipment, which can safely allow Su Ruoyan to take a transport spacecraft through space jump. Yong Bo said. Why? Su Ruoyan was a little confused. The Emperor is very confused and has suffered a great blow. And Su Ruoyan is his most beloved little princess. Besides, Su Ruoyan has been seriously injured. Aren't you curious about the therapeutic effect of black rock honey? If the therapeutic effect is good, we should also plan as soon as possible. Su Ruoyan heard Bart's words and asked with a smile. I think you want to know the efficacy of black rock honey. In fact, I also want to know. But we don't have any way with Yong Bo. Yong Bo heard this and said, nothing is impossible. Everyone has weaknesses. Do you think Yong Bo can refuse the mecha return to the city? Su Ruoyan nodded. My father must also want to know the effect of black rock honey. Then I will take the initiative to propose to my father. Yong Bo nodded. Then pack a set of protective equipment and send it to your father. Also test the effect of this set of protective equipment. TSK, I didn't see it before, Bart. You are quite calculating. Su Ruoyan looked at Bart with a smile. I'm doing this for your own good. You should show off in front of His Majesty to deepen his favor towards you. Yong Bo replied unhappily. Su Ruoyan nodded. Okay. Who do you think was responsible for the terrorist attack on Su Ruoyan this time? It shouldn't be someone from our royal family, because that place is too remote. Yong Bo shook his head. It's hard to say, there are too many people in your royal family. We have to wait for the investigation report from March Star. March Star will definitely give an investigation result, because it's too chaotic there. If this matter doesn't give a result, it will have a serious impact on the reputation of their planet. It's just that the investigation takes time. It's still better for our empire. If this kind of thing happens, just arrest all the people involved. Su Ruoyan nodded. Now even I dare not go out easily. There are some crazy people in our royal family, using their hands to. Duan is too crazy. But I feel like my father seems to have let this happen. But I've been thinking about it, and I can't figure out why my father did this. Is it just to choose a new prince? Yong Bo asked speculatively after hearing this. Do you think His Majesty is secretly cultivating other successors? Su Ruoyan shook her head. This should be impossible. Our royal heirs need to be reported to the noble council, and our royal family. Even if other heirs are secretly cultivated, as long as they are not reported to the noble council, they will not have any inheritance rights. Yong Bo has a different opinion. I think this is very likely. Now His Majesty will let you keep fighting. When you finish fighting, he will announce the heirs. Su Ruoyan frowned slightly when she heard this. It shouldn't be possible. Anyway, everything is possible. I don't think your old man has no backup plan. I always have some backup plans when I do things, let alone your old man. So you must not show any intention until the end. Su Ruoyan nodded when she heard Bart's words. I know this. Then I leave first. Hurry up and give your old man some advice. Yong Bo left quietly after saying that. Su Ruoyan felt extremely irritated after Bart left. Because of what Bart said, Su Ruoyan felt that it was very likely. Su Ruoyan was thinking carefully in her mind about which outstanding talents of the younger generation of the empire were related to the royal family. Because the prince not only needs royal blood, but more importantly, he must be recognized by the noble parliament and the people. That is to say, it is impossible to secretly raise him aside, and then suddenly announce that he will become the prince. After Yong Bo returned to Bart's private laboratory, he began to check the outstanding young generation of the empire on the internet. Yong Bo checked these outstanding people one by one. Yong Bo's way of checking was different. Yong Bo mainly checked the etiquette of the other party, and everyone's evaluation of these people. Suspicious people were found by Yong Bo one by one, and then eliminated one by one. Finally, Yong Bo found a more suspicious person. This young man was a pharmacist of the Imperial Pharmacist Union. He was a senior pharmacist at the age of 45, and would become a pharmacist master before the age of 50. At the same time, this young man was also a hereditary noble. When Yong Bo saw more information about this young pharmacist, he felt that it was very likely that he was the prince secretly cultivated by the emperor. This pharmacist's research direction is an energy potion that slows down aging. Yong Bo is sure that once this energy potion is successfully researched, he will receive great honor. Especially in an interview with this guy, his etiquette movements made Yong Bo feel that he was deliberately disguised. When Yong Bo found out that this guy was also a mecha master, and also had horse riding, tea art, wine tasting, and many other skills, he felt that the other party was more likely to be the hidden prince. Should I try this guy sometime? Yong Bo muttered to himself. Chapter 1245. The name of this suspicious person is Yang Tianming. This name is also suspicious in Yong Bo's eyes, because the royal family's surname Su, the ancestors came from a tribe called Yongyin. Yongyin means sun fire. The reason why Yong Bo was able to find this suspicious person so quickly is that Yong Bo passed the process of elimination. First of all, if the emperor privately cultivates another successor, then this successor must also have enough reputation. Because if there is no reputation, no one will agree even if the emperor proposes it. The prince is not only the prince of the emperor, but also the prince of the entire royal family, and even the prince of the entire empire. And the entire empire belongs to the aristocratic parliament. So the prince of the royal family needs to be recognized in many aspects. First of all, the emperor's recognition, then the royal family's recognition, and finally the aristocratic parliament's recognition, and finally the recognition of the general public. So it is still difficult to become a prince in the empire. Even if the emperor wants to nominate the person he has cultivated as the heir, then this person must have a high enough reputation. If you want to gain recognition from so many people, you must exclude many professions. Among all professions, there are only two that can be accepted by everyone. One is forging and the other is medicine. Because any other profession has potential competitors, such as mecha masters. The mecha master profession is a competitive relationship. Besides, the mecha master profession has no influence unless it can surpass Bart. Most other professions are similar, just serving a certain group of people, but forging is only for high-end groups, so it does not have a wide audience like pharmaceuticals. So Yong Bo first chose the profession of pharmacist. Similarly, if the profession of pharmacist is to be recognized by the whole society, it cannot be said that it specializes in things that only nobles can afford. And Yang Tianming's research direction of medicine is energy medicine that slows down aging, which can be said to be indispensable to all mankind. If Yang Tianming makes significant achievements in this research direction, then it will be accepted by everyone. And Yong Bo also thought a little darker, that is, the royal family has developed energy medicine that can slow down aging. As long as the time is right, Yang Tianming can directly present the research results. And Yong Bo doubts the authenticity of this project. Strictly speaking, delaying aging is a false proposition, because the specific number of years you can live, no matter how many scientific methods are used to detect, there can only be an approximate number of years. For example, about 105 years, it is possible to die at the age of 100, or it is possible to die at the age of 108. So Yong Bo is very skeptical about the authenticity of this research project. Of course, all of this is suspicion, and it is the biggest suspicious target. However, Yong Bo has no time to test this guy for the time being. On the one hand, even if he has confirmed the other party's identity, it is not of much use. On the other hand, he is not sure of the other party's identity. If the other party really develops this energy potion that can slow down aging, he will go and see. In addition, the other party is now in the Imperial capital, which is a powder keg. In addition, the royal family is in civil strife now, and the emperor cannot expose the hidden heir he has cultivated at this time. If it is exposed now, it will be sent away by other heirs. Yong Bo sent a message to Zhang Boijin using Mr. Jio's watch, saying that he was checking the relevant personnel, and would notify him if there was any news. Zhang Buizhen was a little depressed after receiving the news from Mr. Jiu. He also knew that this matter was not easy to investigate because these two people were dead now. The people who had contact with these two people could not be caught and tortured openly. Zhang Buizhen sometimes wondered if it was a problem of his own fate. If there had not been so many terrorist attacks on March Star, the development would be much better than it is now. It is precisely because of the terrorist attacks one after another that March Star has a reputation, but there is really no way to find out on my side. Zhang Buizhen also realized that this time it must be a problem within March Star itself. However, Zhang Buizhen also brought good news to Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu, the 2 warships ordered by our planetary parliament will be delivered to us in 6 months. Yong Bo also understood what was going on when he saw the news. The Union Parliament approved a military expenditure to build more warships. The most important thing is that the current international situation is not very good, and the pirates are too rampant. The Federation, a country of great stature, was made a mess by the pirates. So the Union will also purchase new warships and build a new fleet. Large-scale purchases will shorten the construction period. So the construction period of the 2 warships ordered by March Star was completed ahead of schedule. Yong Bo replied, "Okay. Thank you, Master Zhang. Zhang Buizhen, you're welcome." Zhang Buizhen actually didn't want 2 warships, because 2 warships would make March Star burdened with loans. Mr. Jiu robbed the 2 warships, so I can settle accounts with Mr. Jiu and earn a penalty. In addition, March Star doesn't have to bear the loan. The only loss here is the insurance company. After Yong Bo put away Mr. Jiu's watch, he was thinking about how to cheat those pirate groups. No matter what identity, you can't be related to the Alliance's warships. Because once the Alliance's warships are robbed, the Alliance will definitely go crazy. So it's only through pirates to change it. It just so happens that the hatred between the Pirate Alliance and March Star has reached the sky, because March Star is the only administrative star that executes pirates, and it is also the only administrative star that makes the Pirate Alliance lose face. So the Pirate Alliance came to rob these 2 warships, which is completely feasible in theory. Although there are still several months, Yong Bo has already started to make plans, because Yong Bo does one thing, hoping to achieve more goals. Yong Bo came to the territory of Prince Holden in the Second World again. It is still winter in the Second World, so Yong Bo is just here for a stroll. Why does it feel abnormal? Yong Bo suddenly realized a problem. That is Prince Holden's territory. The total population has now exceeded 2,500. But there is no child. There are men and women among the game players, and these men and women fell in love and got married in the game. That means these clones are infertile. Then why don't these guards brought by Prince Holden have children? Yong Bo was a little puzzled. Yong Bo has never paid too much attention to these natives in Prince Holden's territory, so this is the first time to discover this strange thing. Does the royal family still want to implement family planning on this planet? Yong Bo does not understand the reason for the time being, because Yong Bo does not have time to check this now. Then Yong Bo returned to March Star. After there was a stranger in the villa, Yong Bo felt very uncomfortable. Yong Bo did not have a good impression of Su Ruoyun. People's personalities cannot be changed. Su Ruoyun is a little princess spoiled by the royal family. Such people's personalities are not good. When Yong Bo disguised himself as Bart to rob the bride, Su Ruoyun came out to meddle in other people's business. Such a proud little princess, even if she is down and out, they will not think that she is the same kind of person as you. And Yong Bo is afraid that Su Wei will be led astray by Su Ruoyun. Because Yong Bo had contact with Su Ruoyun twice before the incident, so Yong Bo wants to find an opportunity to send Su Ruoyun away. Not only Yong Bo felt uncomfortable with a stranger in the villa, but Su Wei and the other 2 also felt uncomfortable. Su Wei and the other 2 can only practice their superpowers when Su Ruoyun enters the treatment chamber for treatment. There is no time for mecha training. Alas, my cousin is quite pitiful. Su Wei is soft-hearted and doesn't quite understand the evil of people in this world. Su Ruoyun is now receiving treatment in the lifeboat, which is in the room with internet access. Su Wei is watching Yong Bo cooking in the kitchen, and then she speaks. Forget it. Your cousin has a piece of jewelry worth more than $1 billion. Not to mention the space mecha worth tens of billions. Don't forget, your cousin is the Emperor's favorite princess. It's not your turn to feel sorry for her. Yong Bo said while cooking. She also nodded. Poor people like us, we tried every possible way to get a subsidy of several thousand credit points a month. Your cousin can't understand our kind of life at all. Annie also said, the most important thing is that your cousin is here. It's very inconvenient for us. It affects our practice of superpowers. We are getting older and older. If we don't practice quickly, it will be difficult to improve after a certain age. What should we do now? Su Wei also knew some things about practicing superpowers, and she didn't know what to do after hearing this. Yong Bo took the opportunity to say, your cousin's condition has stabilized, and the Empire will definitely send someone to pick her up. Su Wei nodded when she heard this. It would be great if she could take her back. I also feel uncomfortable with someone following me all the time. Yeah. Yong Bo hummed. Besides, Su Ruoxin suggested to the Emperor that Su Ruoyun be taken back to the Empire for recuperation. The Emperor actually had this idea, because he wanted to know the effect of black rock honey. So the Imperial family contacted the March Star government. After Zhang Buizhen got the news, he wanted Su Ruoyun to leave quickly. Because Su Ruoyun was in this state, if something happened again, it would be a big trouble. In order to be foolproof, Zhang Buizhen applied to the Alliance Parliament to send a fleet to escort Su Ruoyun. The Alliance Parliament held a meeting and voted on this application. In the end, the application was not approved. Because many people in the Alliance are very disgusted with privileges. What's wrong with the Princess of the Empire? She is the Princess of the Empire, not the Princess of our Alliance. Of course, in Zhang Buizhen's view, these are all excuses. Some guys in the Alliance Parliament hope that Su Ruoyun will get into trouble on their March Star. Zhang Buizhen had to pay for the insurance company to send someone to escort her. After Zhang Buizhen arranged everything, he sent a message to Yong Bo. Yong Bo saw Zhang Buizhen's message after dinner. So he agreed directly. Zhang Buizhen sent a small fighter plane directly, and there were people from the Imperial Sword Association who came with Su Ruoyun on the small fighter plane, and this lifeboat shared data with the royal family throughout the process. The people of the Sword Association contacted the royal family and found that the lifeboat was fine, and then they directly transported the lifeboat containing Su Ruoyun away. Su Ruoyun didn't even have time to say goodbye to Su Wei and Yong Bo. Alas! Su Wei sighed as she watched Su Ruoyun's life capsule board a small fighter plane and then fly directly into space. Yong Bo was relieved. When Su Ruoyun was here, Wang Muxue couldn't come to the villa. Will Su Ruoyun be treated as a guinea pig after she goes back? Yong Bo muttered to himself. Su Ruoyun and the people who came with her set off from March Star under the protection of the largest security company in the Alliance. The Ninth Fleet directly sent 2 squadrons to follow the armed transport ship of the security company in the name of patrol. The armed transport ship of the security company behind it will always have the Alliance fleet patrolling nearby. This is the characteristic of the Alliance. Although Zhang Buizhen's application in the Alliance Parliament was not approved. But the largest security company in the Alliance can do this, and there are military fleets next to it throughout the journey. The patrol route of the military fleet coincides with the sailing route of the armed transport ship, so there is no insider trading, and there is no chain of interests. It's just a coincidence. There are many such things in the Alliance. They can't be done openly, but as long as they take money, they can achieve the same effect. Su Wei and the other 2 can finally go to the ground training center of the Ninth Fleet to train mechas. Yong Bo came to Korea again. The people sent by King Chu Jang have arrived. Governor, my name is Donald. This is a little gift from our prince. Yong Bo met the people sent by King Chu Jang directly at the airport. We are all very busy. My request is to be able to order warships. The price is not a problem. I want to order an A-class warship and at least 2 B-class warships. Yong Bo threw the gift sent by the other party aside and answered carelessly. Yong Bo's style is a perfect example of the style of the federal warlords. The person sent by King Chu Jang was also a trusted steward. Seeing Li Yuehan's attitude, although he was unhappy from the bottom of his heart, he still said with a smile, A-class battleships and B-class battleships are very difficult. Governor Li, do you want to consider C-class battleships? Yong Bo sneered when he heard this. Do we still need to buy C-class battleships? I can get 2 when I come back after a walk. Contact your prince and see how much authority he has. Donald smiled and replied when he heard this. Governor, I think you should know the price of genetic mutants in the market. The price of twin genetic mutants in the market is at most tens of billions. It feels a bit inappropriate to use tens of billions of things to discuss trillions of business. Pa! As soon as Donald finished speaking, Li Yuehan jumped up and slapped him, and then Li Yuehan directly grabbed Donald's neck. The 2 guards following Donald were at a loss for words by this sudden scene. Papa! I hate it most when someone speaks to me in this tone. I'm not paying you for buying the warships, and you understand, you took the initiative to come to me to trade. Yong Bo's ability to disguise is very strong. This performance perfectly portrayed an arrogant and domineering federal warlord. In fact, Yong Bo is now reading Donald's memory. Chapter 1246. Me. Donald was hit so hard that he didn't know what to say for a moment. At this time, the two guards around Donald reacted, and their superpowers shone on their bodies. Boom! Donald saw John Lee wave his hand directly, and two red fireballs hit the two guards directly. The fireballs reacted with the energy of the two guards, generating huge energy fluctuations. The two guards were blown unconscious directly. Donald was also almost blown unconscious by this huge energy impact. In our Federation, you nobles must put away your arrogance. Contact your master immediately. If the deal can't be reached, you don't have to go back. And the pair of genetically modified people, I also use them myself. For so many days, I have been letting you see their situation. Tell me this, and that during the negotiation. Yong Bo read the other party's memory, and found that the chief steward of King Chu Jang told Donald that he must reach an agreement. Even if it is a lie, the two genetically modified people must be brought back first. If it really doesn't work, even if it means robbing, we must take the person back. Donald came here to test first. If John Lee's asking price is too high, then he must prepare a plan of deception or robbery. Yong Bo keenly realized that there might be a bigger reason. Emperor. Yong Bo immediately thought of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire, because there is only one person who is worthy of King Chu Jang doing this. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire are particularly concerned about their own face. The reaction of King Chu Jang can only prove that the value of these two twins in his hands will reach an unimaginable return. For the current status of the Chu Jang king, although there are many high rewards in theory, such as becoming an A+ level superpower, this is obviously not something the twins can do, and becoming a member of the Council of Elders of the Noble Council, this is obviously not realistic. Then the only one left is a higher position than the prince, the throne. This is the power of Yong Bo's spiritual seed. Just through the conversation between the chief steward of the Chu Jang king and Donald, we can roughly guess the cause of the matter. Don't. Governor, we have something to say. We come with sincerity. Donald finally reacted and said quickly. But this guy cursed Li John in his heart, that Li John was a barbarian, a rude bastard, and an inferior. Paw. Without saying a word, Yong Bo slapped Donald on the left and right, and the other's face was swollen. Remember, this is the Federation, not your empire. I am the governor here. I hate people who bargain with me the most. Look at what happened to those pirates. It's just a dog of the prince. Yong Bo wanted to deliberately provoke Donald. Yong Bo wanted to see how sincere the Chu Jang king could be. When the other party gave the things in place, he would provoke him again. He wanted to see what means the other party would use to snatch people. Yes. Donald was furious and cursed the other party in his heart, but he was still very submissive on the surface. Donald couldn't say any other flattering words. Because Donald is a confidant of King Chu Jang, many people in the empire have to give him some face. No one has ever treated him like this, because you should look at the owner when beating a dog. Although he is a dog of King Chu Jang, he still has to give the owner face. Give you 1 day. What I need is a warship. I have plenty of money. I can give you the money first, and when your warship arrives, I will immediately offer the people with both hands. And as long as we reach an agreement, I will immediately hand over the two people to you, but you can't leave Korea State. I am a person who pays for goods in one hand when doing business. Yong Bo is ready to cheat the other party in this way. Money doesn't have much effect on Yong Bo, and John Lee's money is enough to buy many warships. Yes. I will contact the master immediately, Donald replied quickly. Donald did not leave the airport, but lived in the airport. Donald brought 10 guards, all of whom were masters. But in this airport, facing the governor of Korea State, a warlord, no matter how many guards there are, it is not enough. General Manager. Donald was in his room, contacting the general manager online. The general manager of King Chu Jang saw Donald's appearance and asked calmly. He was beaten. It was my subordinate, who angered General Li John. Donald did not complain directly, but said this. Well, I knew he would ask for a high price. The general manager certainly knew what kind of character the warlords on the federal side were. What's more, Li John has been too popular recently. With his own efforts, he went from a small company shareholder to a private armed warlord with 6 warships, and he was also the governor of the federal state of Korea. Under the impact of continuous victories, how arrogant this kind of person is can be known with one's toes. General Li wants a Class A warship. He can pay first, and then we will deliver it. After the deal is reached, it will still be temporarily handed over to us. Wait until the warship is delivered. We will take the people back. Donald did not exaggerate the fact that he was beaten. Because there is no need. His current situation has explained everything. Look at the owner when beating a dog. No matter what the reason is, no matter what the beating is, the result is the same. Call me back in 2 hours. The chief steward of King Chu Jang did not answer this matter, because everything depends on the master. The chief steward interrupted Donald's video, and then went to see the master. TSK. King Chu Jang looked at Donald being beaten. These warlords of the Federation should let the Pirate Alliance teach them. You don't give me face. King Chu Jang was so angry that he laughed. A-class battleships are impossible, but we can upgrade 2 B-class battleships, but we can't send them to the Federation, so we will receive them in the DHR 4789 Starfield. The Empire just happens to have 2 B-class battleships to conduct sea trials. Wait until John Lee receives the battleships, and let him get the test authority. When Donald brings people back to the country, we will activate the official authority of the battleships, and capture the other party. The research department just lacks A+ level superpowers as experimental subjects. King Chu Jang immediately integrated the resources in his hands, and thought of a way. Master is wise. The chief steward also knew that the master needed to redeem the twins as soon as possible. If he disagrees, send someone to kill him. Remember to bring back his biological samples, which are also very valuable as test materials. King Chu Jang said. Yes. The chief steward hurried to execute the order after hearing it. 2 hours later, Donald called the chief steward via video. Tell General Lee that it will take 5 years for the A-class battleship. The Empire does not have any orders for A-class battleships, but there are 2 B-class battleships. Ask him how to choose. If he chooses the B-class battleship, then let him pay first, and then we will send the battleship to the neutral star field. The chief steward of King Chu Jang said directly. I understand. Donald nodded immediately. TSK. Yong Bo also knew about this matter through the spiritual seed, and found that King Chu Jang was so generous. Then the role of the twins might be similar to what he thought. Yong Bo thought in his mind, could it be that the Emperor of the Shuilan Empire has this kind of hobby? But it's not surprising, the nobles of the Shuilan Empire are all very corrupt. The Emperor of the Shuilan Empire usually has to establish his personality, and he will definitely not show this kind of hobby. The King of Chu Jang is the pimp for the Emperor. That means that the King of Chu Jang has a lot of dirt on the Emperor. When the time comes, the King of Chu Jang just needs to expose all the dirt. Then the Emperor of the Shuilan Empire will be impeached. That's not right. If you want to impeach the Emperor, all the elders must vote in favor. The Emperor himself has 2 voting seats in the elders. Would the Emperor be stupid enough to vote in favor himself? Yong Bo was a little confused. Yong Bo thought about the upcoming transaction again, and I'm afraid that King Chu Jang has no good intentions. I'm afraid he will use the battleship transaction to catch me. As long as I am caught, everything will be solved. While Yong Bo was thinking, Donald came to ask for an audience. Donald looked at John Lee sitting on a chair with his feet on the desk, looking careless. Donald despised John Lee from the bottom of his heart. This kind of vulgar upstart has no etiquette at all. These barbarians only know how to fight and kill. Governor, my master. Donald conveyed what the chief steward said. Then 2 B-class battleships. Your empire is really something. Don't you have spare A-class battleships? You won't arrest people directly when I am trading? Yong Bo said with contempt. Yong Bo's tone was like he had suffered a great loss. Of course not. This is nothing to our master. We won't anger the governor. Donald didn't know the specific details of the transaction, so he could only say this. Is it payment first and then delivery, or payment and delivery at the same time? Yong Bo asked. I still need to report the details of the transaction to the director. Then go. Yong Bo nodded. King Chu Jang quickly reached a deal with John Lee. King Chu Jang and John Lee were in the neutral star field, paying and delivering at the same time. After John Lee obtained the warship authority, he asked Donald to take the 2 genetically modified people away. Hee. King Chu Jang, let's see who has better means. Yong Bo couldn't understand why King Chu Jang dared to sell 2 B-class battleships. But he was 100% sure that there was something fishy. Yong Bo handed the genetically modified twins to Donald. Then Yong Bo set off to the neutral star field to receive the battleships. Yong Bo brought 2 C-class battleships this time. There are 2 C-class battleships left in Karabang. There are also 2 battleships that went out under the name of Patrol. These 2 battleships are to intercept Donald's spaceship. Although Yong Bo can directly control Donald with the spirit seed, this will expose his trump card. Yong Bo guessed that there were also people on King Chu Jang's side to support Donald. Send out 2 C-class battleships. As long as you hold the other party back, you can use 2 B-class battleships, and 2 C-class battleships to take down all the other parties supporting battleships. And Yong Bo also wants to record the entire transaction process. Yong Bo will not steal these 2 B-class warships, and will give the money to King Chu Jang. Because after King Chu Jang explodes, the Empire will have no right to take back these 2 warships. If the money is not paid, then the Empire will have enough reasons to take back these 2 warships. Yong Bo's calculations are crackling. King Chu Jang's calculations are also very loud. King Chu Jang only used a small trick to let the 2 B-class warships that were tested in the factory go to the trading area. The people on these 2 warships are all King Chu Jang's people. What they have to do is very simple, that is, to get the permission for the test. The warship has 2 systems, and 2 permissions before it leaves the factory. A test system. One is the official system, just like the decoration key and the official key of the door. The factory uses the test system, and after it is delivered to the user, or the military, the other party activates the official system. Hee. Yong Bo was very happy. He returned to Zhang Xin's safe house on Devon Star with joy. What do you think? Yong Bo turned into Zhang Xin, opened the door of the safe house, looked at Catherine and asked. Catherine was wearing pajamas, and was watching a movie on virtual projection. These movies were downloaded. Ignored Zhang Xin at all. You are not good. Yong Bo sat directly next to Catherine, and put his hand into her pajamas. You bastard, you ruined me. Catherine rushed to Zhang Xin at once, and her superpower light shone on her body. Hee, I just like little wild horses. Yong Bo smiled and suppressed the other party directly. Then he turned the virtual projection into a love action movie. Since you like watching movies, let's act out a movie. Yong Bo chuckled. You bastard. You only know how to bully a woman like me. Bah! You Red Earl's people are a terrorist organization, not just little women. The punishment you are receiving now is to atone for what you have done. Pervert. Woo! Catherine tried her best, but she was still no match for Yong Bo, and was instead severely suppressed by Yong Bo. Comfortable. Little fierce horse, you performed very well this time. Yong Bo was very comfortable, but Catherine suffered. For these women, Yong Bo has no habit of stopping, unlike his other women, who feel a little sorry for themselves. You bastard. Catherine felt very wronged. She was humiliated by this bastard in front of her, but there was no way. In fact, Catherine still didn't want to die, otherwise she could solve it herself. Hee, thank you for the compliment. Yong Bo left after saying a word. Chapter 1247. Catherine was so angry. There was really no way she could deal with Zhang Xin. The other party didn't look like a noble at all. He had no gentlemanly manners. He was extremely powerful and shameless. Yong Bo went to the second world for another stroll. Then he returned to March Star, but this time he went out in stealth. This time we have to do 2 things at once. Just knock down King Chu Jang with 1 hammer. Make the evidence on March Star Real. In this way, King Chu Jang will have no chance of escaping. Yong Bo was so cautious. Because sometimes those great nobles, or royal families, would hide some information for the sake of face. It is possible that they would temporarily conceal some situations. If the alliance launched a terrorist attack, it would involve a huge diplomatic dispute. After Zhang Buizhen got the evidence, he would definitely not let it go. The Prince of the Empire launched a terrorist attack within the alliance. What a serious diplomatic incident this would be. It can be said that if the Empire does not investigate it quickly, it is likely to be regarded by the alliance as a war between the Empire and the alliance. Because the internal contradictions of the alliance are now very huge. When a country's internal conflicts reach a peak, these countries will transfer the conflicts. So Yong Bo has to do 2 things at the same time. The intelligence personnel developed by Yong Bo for King Chu Jang released the spiritual seeds. So it is easy to know the movements of these people and their crimes. Yong Bo collected enough evidence and then returned to Li Zhan's fleet with satisfaction. These evidences need to be processed. Let Zhang Buizhen believe that he found these suspects from the outside. Instead of getting the results directly like this, then Yong Bo came to Bart's private laboratory on Devon Star. He took out Mr. Zhou's watch and sent a message to Zhang Buizhen. Young Master Zhang, I found some clues here, but I have to use some extraordinary means. Zhang Buizhen immediately replied after receiving the message, have you found out who did it, Mr. Zhou? It should be done by the Empire, but I'm not sure who it is, Zhang Buizhen. What should I do, Mr. Zhou? I might launch a hacker attack. The other party has an intelligence network on March Star. Zhang Buizhen also felt his scalp tingling when he saw this news. Are you sure it's the Empire's intelligence network, Mr. Zhou? There is a 90% chance, but we still need to find out who it is. The reason why Yong Bo did this is to obtain evidence. because the evidence in Yong Bo's hand was obtained directly from the other party in stealth. This will arouse other people's suspicion. This is like getting the result directly, without any process. Zhang Buizhen, what do you need me to do? Mr. Jiu, prepare a cruise ship in the sea, equipped with the best optical computer and space quantum communication module. Zhang Buizhen, okay, where is it? Yong Bo sent Zhang Buizhen a coordinate in the sea. Yong Bo planned to use hacking technology to obtain evidence of the crimes of these people on March Star. In addition, he also wanted to dig out the King of Chu Jang. That is to say, he also wanted to dig out the superiors of these people. He also wanted to dig out the superiors of these superiors. Only in this way can the King of Chu Jang be dug out. Zhang Buizhen, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Jiu. Everyone gets what they need. After Yong Bo arranged all this, he returned to Li Zhan's battleship. Now he just waits for the two B-class battleships to arrive. Yong Bo is very excited now, because he can openly own two B-class battleships. And the Empire can only suffer in silence. After all, as the governor of Korea State, he bought two B-class battleships at a normal price. If the Empire does not admit it at this time, it is a fraud. Besides, the battleships will definitely not be returned to him. The Empire can only suffer in silence. Zhang Buizhen spent a few days preparing the yacht, as well as optical computers and other things. Yong Bo took some time to stealthily come to the yacht in the sea. All the intelligence systems on it were shut down. Then Yong Bo implanted a hacker program in the optical computer and left quietly again. In fact, this is just a trick. The hacker program will attack a gambling website of the Federation. This gambling website is run by King Chu Jang, and the person in charge of the gambling website is also the direct superior of these intelligence personnel on March Star. At that time, these programs will attack the website, and then attack the email, watch, etc. of the person in charge of the website. Finally, this optical computer will send these criminal evidences to some media in the Alliance and the March Star government. At that time, outsiders will think that these evidences were obtained by this hacker attack. In fact, this hacker attack will not obtain any evidence. Because Yong Bo has to grasp the time, only when Li Zhan gets the control of the warship, this side will produce evidence. TSK. Yong Bo turned into Li Zhan and brought two warships to the neutral star field. After waiting for 2 days, he finally saw two B-class warships. Two brand new B-class warships are undergoing factory testing. The person in charge of the factory test had already used his authority to shut down the radar and communication channels. The person in charge was the man of King Chu Jang, Governor Li. Yong Bo connected the other party's communication channel on Li Zhan's warship, and the other party took the initiative to greet Yong Bo. Yes, I will transfer the money when I get on your warship. Yong Bo didn't know what conspiracy the other party had, so he took the communication spacecraft directly to the two B-class warships. Others on the two warships didn't know that someone had landed on the two warships. Governor, my name is Finn, and these two are brand new warships. It took an hour for Yong Bo to board one of the B-class warships, and the person in charge of receiving him was a man named Finn. Mr. Finn. Then let's start the transaction. Yong Bo was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Of course. Finn looked at Li Zhan with a smile. This internet celebrity in front of me, the great warlord of the Federation, a suspected superpower of A+ level, so stupid, I don't even know that the system of the battleship in the test phase is completely different from the system officially launched. Of course, Finn can understand, because this warlord in front of me has never really touched a battleship. Governor, I will now transfer the authority of a battleship to you, and then you will transfer money to this account. Finn brought Yong Bo to the command room. Okay. When Yong Bo accepted the control authority of the first B-class battleship, the optical computer in a yacht on the March Star Sea automatically turned on. After the optical computer automatically turned on, it ran the program, and then attacked a gambling website of the Federation according to the set program. These gambling websites are all built on virtual servers. But virtual servers are still servers, and they are still made up of data. Then a large number of virtual users poured into the server, directly attacking the payment system of this website. Those who were gambling on this website found that the money in their accounts was directly deducted. When these gamblers wanted to ask customer service about something, they found that this website had been hacked. Zhang Buizhen has been paying close attention to Mr. Zhou's actions. But after waiting for a long time, there was no action. When Zhang Buizhen received a report from the Federation that the gambling website was hacked. At the same time, he also received a report from the government that someone sent some emails. The email contained criminal evidence of the terrorist attack on the Imperial princess, King Chu Jang. This bastard. This is an invasion. Yong Bo was also shocked after seeing the evidence. At this time, several news websites of the Alliance also released this news at the same time. Because these news media also received the same email. Direct front page headline, Imperial Prince terrorist attacks the Alliance. The mastermind behind the March Star terrorist attack turned out to be the Imperial Prince. The Imperial Prince attacked the Imperial Princess in the Alliance. At this time, Yong Bo, who was disguised as John Lee, had already gained control of the two warships. Yong Bo finally knew what was going on. It turned out that this new warship had two systems. One was the factory test system, and the other was the official system. At the same time, he also knew the conspiracy of King Chu Jang. Governor Lee then found that the systems of the two warships were constantly refreshing data, and some people were confused. I handed over the control of the two warships to my subordinates, and they are debugging them. In addition, I have informed Donald. Yong Bo's excuse was actually that Yong Bo was refreshing the systems of the two warships. And Yong Bo also cut off the connection between the warships and the outside world twice. Because Yong Bo found that there were more than 100 people on the two warships. These more than 100 people were senior engineers of the Imperial warship manufacturing plant. These engineers mainly tested the performance of the two warships. Yong Bo certainly would not let these senior engineers leave. Senior engineers who can participate in the manufacture, testing, and acceptance of warships are people who can't be hired even if you have money. This Finn was shocked and wanted to stop the other party's operation. Mr. Finn, please leave my warship with your entourage. Yong Bo sneered. Then a group of robots rushed in. No, John Lee, you will regret it. You are robbing. Then finally knew that he had been fooled and shouted heartbreakingly. No, I recorded the entire transaction with you. And the transfer record. As the governor of Korea State, I paid for the purchase of two warships. This is a completely legal business behavior. Yong Bo looked at the furious Finn. You will regret it. Your Highness will not forgive you. You? Finn and his entourage were taken directly to a lifeboat by the robot and then ejected. Then Yong Bo started his own tricks. Opening John Lee's online account, he showed a big face in the live broadcast. Hello friends, look at the two big toys I just bought. As an internet celebrity, John Lee attracted a lot of people the moment he started live streaming. These viewers were wondering what the big toy John Lee was talking about was. John Lee's big face disappeared in the virtual projection, replaced by two huge warships. These are the two B-class warships I just bought. The Empire service attitude is great. Not only do they deliver the goods to your door, but they also provide more than 100 senior engineers. The transaction took less than a month. In John Lee's live streaming room, the transfer records posted totaled 90 trillion. The audience was stunned. This is the big toy some people are talking about. The big toy worth 90 trillion. If John Lee was in front of him, he would have been drowned in saliva. Then Yong Bo posted the transaction video again. The audience in the live streaming room were all shocked. The transaction worth tens of trillions of credit points was completed in just 1 month, and the Empire delivered the goods to your door. This is incredible. The President and Vice President of the Federation entered John Lee's live streaming room and looked at the two brand new B-class warships. They were all confused. The Empire actually conducted such a large-scale warship transaction with Korea State in private, and the warships were delivered to the door. The Emperor of the Empire was also confused. The elders of the Imperial Noble Council were also confused. Such a big deal was not passed by the Noble Council. Then at this time, another piece of heavy news directly covered up Lee John's live broadcast. That is the Alliance, and many news media broke a lot of evidence. The Imperial Princess suffered a terrorist attack on March Star, and the mastermind behind it was the Empire's King Chu Jang. King Chu Jang is the most trusted and reliable partner of the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. He is also Su Ruoyun's elder. This news spread throughout the entire galaxy in an instant. As soon as Yong Bo learned the content of the email, he sent people to uproot King Chu Jang's intelligence network on March Star. King Chu Jang's face turned pale. When he saw Lee John's live broadcast, King Chu Jang was extremely angry. He gave orders to fine, but unfortunately there was no response. He also gave orders to the battleship factory to start the battleship recovery mode. But the factory found that it was impossible to obtain the official system permissions of the battleship. Just when King Chu Jang was at a loss, the news media of the Alliance collectively broke the big news. After King Chu Jang saw the evidence revealed by the Alliance news media, his whole face turned pale, and he had no strength at all. No wonder he received the news that the gambling website was hacked. He thought it was the hacker who wanted to blackmail the gambling website. It turned out that the other party was coming for him. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire looked terrible. King Chu Jang was brought to the Emperor by the royal guards. Speak. The Emperor looked at King Chu Jang's face and said 2 words heavily. Winners win, losers lose. I have nothing to say. King Chu Jang spread his hands resignedly. Lead him to the Council of Nobles. The Emperor understood everything. His so-called most loyal partner turned out to have ulterior motives. No need for you to lead me. I know how to walk by myself. King Chu Jang waved his hand and turned away. The Emperor clenched his hands tightly and only closed his eyes after King Chu Jang left. I was deceived. I was deceived. The Emperor thought that King Chu Jang would cry and beg for mercy and would defend himself. I didn't expect King Chu Jang to be so cold. The Emperor felt tired. The person he trusted the most loyal partner who always considered him. The result was the biggest joke. The Emperor is still facing a lot of troubles. The first is that King Chu Jang is carrying out terrorist attacks in the Alliance, and the Alliance may take advantage of the situation. There are also 2 B-class warships sold by King Chu Jang, which may cause a greater diplomatic dispute, and these 2 B-class warships are orders from the Imperial Army. The Imperial Army's warship system may need to be fully upgraded. The most important thing is whether King Chu Jang will talk nonsense in the Noble Council. But the Emperor can't do anything, because King Chu Jang must bear the responsibility for what he did. If he kills him, he can't explain himself. Your Majesty, the Federal Ambassador wants to see you. This ambassador is here to protest the Empire's sale of warships to other states under the Federation. At this time, the Royal Chief Steward came in to report. Chapter 1248. Everyone in the Federation was furious watching John Lee's live broadcast. Even the members of the Kalaya State Parliament were furious about John Lee's addition of 2 B-class warships. Although John Lee was the governor of Kalaya State, John Lee took it by force. The members of the Kalaya State Parliament wanted to kill John Lee and rob his fleet. As for the President and Vice President of the Federation, they were furious. Because the President and Vice President of the Federation had also contacted King Chu Jang. Not only did the other party have a bunch of excuses, but they also asked for high kickbacks. That's why they used civilian spacecraft to transport energy stones and rare minerals last time, because these things are easy to sell and there are no traces. But when it comes to John Lee, this son of a bitch, when we bought the warships, he was always making excuses. It seems that the Empire wants our Federation to be torn apart. And John Lee, this son of a bitch, if it weren't for the pirates, he would have killed this son of a bitch long ago. Why didn't those idiots in the intelligence department warn us? Where does all that money go every year? The President of the Federation cursed in his office. Because the situation in the Central State is too difficult now. Although they have achieved a small victory in the face of the pirates militarily. But the losses of the consortium are huge, because the military expenditure of the Central State has skyrocketed. In addition, the mineral stars and transport ships of several major consortiums in the Central State have been attacked one after another. And the other states of the Federation have now stopped paying taxes to the central government. If this continues, the finances of Madhya Pradesh will collapse. And there are many contradictions within Madhya Pradesh now. The last time, 100 trillion credit points of materials were lost, which was a fuse. Another thing is the allocation of various funds, because now all the funds have flowed into the military and the intelligence department. This makes the consortium that controls other departments very dissatisfied. The Madhya Pradesh Parliament has been meeting for longer and longer time recently, and sometimes there are fights, although Madhya Pradesh can now build warships by itself. But the speed is too slow, and it takes at least a year. More importantly, the transportation of materials in Madhya Pradesh is not very smooth now. 90% of the mineral stars of the Madhya Pradesh consortium have been attacked by pirate groups. It takes a lot of cost to restart the mining work on these mineral stars. The key is that there is no guarantee in the future, unless a main fleet is sent to a mineral star. Because when there are few pirates, there is only one ship, and when there are many small warships, there are 7 or 8 pirate groups to form a joint fleet. The number of warships stationed on the mineral star is too small, and they will be directly robbed by pirates. If there are too many garrisons, they can't be distributed. After all, several consortiums have dozens of mineral stars. So now only 2 mineral stars that produce energy stones have fleets stationed. The other mineral stars have been withdrawn, and all the personnel and materials. That's it. The mining equipment left on these mineral stars were also blown up by pirates. The losses of several major consortiums in Madhya Pradesh in this regard are too great. It only takes a few minutes of energy cannons to destroy the mining equipment on these mineral stars. But if you want to restart mining, the investment required is too much. Not only do other states not pay taxes, but they also prohibit the export of any materials to Madhya Pradesh. On the surface, exports are prohibited, but privately, you can still buy them at twice or 3 times the price. But the other party does not deliver the goods to your door, and Madhya Pradesh has to deliver them in person. The vice president of the federation was also furious when he saw John Lee's live broadcast in the virtual projection. But after hearing the president's last words, the vice president still said unhappily, "Why don't we replace all the people in the intelligence department?" Because the people in the intelligence department are all from several large consortiums, and they are allocated according to a certain share. Because they are not assured of using their own people. In other words, the money invested in the intelligence department eventually flowed to several large consortiums. Although there have been several incidents on the federal side, the senior officials of the intelligence department are still safe and sound. The deputy director of the secret intelligence department, whose spiritual seeds Yong Bo released, was not dismissed because of this relationship. Of course, the direct consequence of this is that Yong Bo can continue to obtain intelligence. The president couldn't speak after hearing what the vice president said. Because his consortium has the largest share in the intelligence department. That is, his consortium has the largest annual budget. The vice president looked at Li Yuehan, who was showing off in the live broadcast room, and said, "This situation is not something we can control at all. Look at Li Yuehan's chat records. It was only a short month from the beginning of contact to the transaction. Plus the news from the alliance, I suspect someone wants to let King Chu Jang take the blame. Someone wants to use the hand of King Chu Jang to deliver the 2 B-class battleships to John Lee." The president heard this and asked, "What do you mean? Our previous suspicion was correct, and the Empire is behind John Lee?" The vice president nodded. "It is very likely this. Otherwise, how could King Chu Jang, who is so greedy, deliver 2 battleships so quickly? If you don't believe it, just wait and see. The Empire can't take back John Lee's 2 B-class battleships. No matter what the final result of King Chu Jang is. John Lee's procedure for purchasing battleships is regular, and John Lee has paid enough money. This Kalaya state will be more difficult to deal with in the future." The two of them gritted their teeth at John Lee, who was showing off in the live broadcast room. John Lee is now talking in the live broadcast room. "What do you think of my 2 big toys? Money is nothing. Money is a bastard to me. These are 2 brand new B-class battleships. And this time the battleships are purchased with my personal savings." Yong Bo disguised himself as John Lee in the live broadcast room, constantly saying Versailles. However, Yong Bo was also very smart, and did not reveal the parameters of the 2 warships during the live broadcast. From the appearance, there is no difference between the 2 warships. In fact, these 2 warships are standard warships of the Empire. In other words, the performance is higher than the version of the Empire's foreign trade. Yong Bo knew that the Empire was in a mess. Not only the royal family was in a mess, but also the aristocratic parliament was in a mess. Because the 2 warships are standard warships of the Empire, the systems inside are also military systems used by the Empire itself. Now, regardless of whether the 2 warships can be taken back or not, the military systems of the Empire's warships must be fully upgraded and renovated. Although the 2 warships have not yet been officially put into service, the basic systems inside will still leak a lot of things. No one from the Empire contacted John Lee, because all of John Lee's procedures were legal and compliant. Of course, the one who was most affected was the Emperor. There are also warship manufacturing factories and related departments for warship sales. These people will be wiped out when King Chu Jang falls. Okay, today's live broadcast ends here. I'm busy setting up the systems for my 2 new toys now. Yong Bo saw that the time was almost up, so he interrupted the live broadcast. The reason why Yong Bo used John Lee's identity to broadcast live was to make this matter widely known. In this way, the Empire would not be able to regret this matter. Yong Bo incorporated the 2 B-class warships into his battle fleet. The engineers on the 2 B-class warships had no idea that the warships had changed owners. It was just that Finn and his followers were all thrown onto the lifeboat. Finn would also be dealt with by law after returning to the Empire. It is highly likely that the whole family was reduced to slavery. Then Yong Bo came from the fleet here to one of the 2 C-class battleships that intercepted Donald. Donald's private spaceship started silent sailing after leaving the Karayabang airport, so Donald now has no idea that his master has been in trouble. Yong Bo certainly knows Donald's thoughts, and the route Donald took to leave Karayabang. Not long after Donald's spaceship left Karayabang, the private spaceship suddenly issued an urgent alarm. This spaceship is a small private spaceship, and it is not registered under the name of King Chu Jang. It is registered with a private shipping company. The private spaceship sounded the alarm in silent navigation because it was attacked. Alarm. Alarm. Donald was imagining that King Chu Jang would reward him well after returning, but he didn't expect to immediately remember the urgent alarm, so he jumped up and rushed to the command room. We were attacked by warships, the captain said anxiously as soon as Donald arrived at the command room. The radar of the spaceship showed that 2 warships were just ahead, and the 2 warships also sent warning messages, asking the spaceship to stop immediately. Asshole. Donald saw the message sent by the warship. When Yong Bo's 2 warships sent warning messages, Donald's private warship would display the information of the other warship. Because Yong Bo didn't need to hide it, Donald quickly opened the communication and tried to contact his boss. General Manager. Donald called his boss's communication watch and shouted quickly. Hello, this is the Imperial Supervision Office. Your name is Donald, right? Where are you now? Report to the Imperial Supervision Office within a certain period of time. A voice came from the communication channel. Donald was a little confused and hurried to see who he was contacting. Mr. Tang. At this moment, the captain hurriedly pulled Donald. Donald saw the captain's watch projecting a virtual message. The Imperial Prince Chu Jang was suspected of corruption and terrorist attacks. The noble parliament passed an emergency procedure to deprive Chu Jang of his title and all titles, and handed him over to the Imperial Supervision Office to find out the truth. Donald hung up the phone quickly. Then he turned to the news of the Empire. Donald didn't expect that King Chu Jang would actually send people to attack Suyun. And the Alliance found evidence. Donald couldn't believe it was true, because in Donald's mind, his master was His Majesty's closest and most loyal partner, and Suyun was King Chu Jang's niece. Why did his master do this? Then he saw Li Zhan's live broadcast. King Chu Jang certainly knew that there was something fishy about sending 2 warships to Li Zhan. But why did it develop to this point? Conspiracy. Donald keenly discovered that this was a huge conspiracy. But Donald couldn't tell what the conspiracy was, because Li Zhan couldn't have much to do with the Alliance. But the 2 were somewhat related. If his master hadn't been found by the Alliance, then Li Zhan would never have been able to get the warship. Mr. Donald, what should we do now? The captain was a little confused. He just came out to perform a mission and his master was gone. Go back to the Empire. Must go back to the Empire. Donald is still very loyal to King Chu Jang. At this moment, the warship sounded another urgent alarm. It turned out that the 2 warships launched another energy attack on the spacecraft. It was just that the power of the attack was small, which served as a warning. Li Zhan, you are not trustworthy. Donald cursed directly in the communication channel. Li Zhan's voice came from the other side. Mr. Donald, I am glad to see you again. But you haven't paid yet, and you want to take the goods away. Your behavior is very immoral. Donald didn't expect John Lee to be so shameless. General Lee, the goods on our spaceship are additional conditions for trading warships. If you do this, no one will dare to do business with you in the future. Donald still wanted to take people away. If no one does business with me, I will rob. Now I have 6 C-class warships, and 2 B-class warships in my hands. I don't believe that anyone dares to go against me. Donald was speechless when he heard John Lee's shameless words. I didn't expect these warlords in the Federation to be more shameless than imagined. Now I bought 2 warships. I don't know if there will be any problems later, so I will detain your private spaceship. As for the goods on the spaceship, as long as you can afford the price, you can take it away. And I am very kind to extend the period of the goods for 1 year. If you want to buy goods within 1 year, you can contact me again. Yong Bo was very curious about what the twins meant to the Emperor. Yong Bo was still thinking about whether he could use the twins to fish again. If you don't come to buy the goods after a year, I will hold an auction. Hand over the control of the spacecraft, pack up your things now, and get out of my spacecraft. Donald wanted to curse when he heard what John Lee said, but he didn't dare. Okay. Before Donald could speak, the captain next to him quickly answered. The other party had 2 C-class battleships, and everyone has seen what the federal warlords are like. Then the captain pulled Donald to pack up and left on the lifeboat. Small spacecraft also had lifeboats. Yong Bo directly controlled the transport spacecraft remotely with authority, replanned the route, and returned to Korea with the 2 battleships. Yong Bo knew that the Emperor would definitely know the news of the twins. I just don't know if the Emperor will have any reaction. It should be that King Chu Jang has grasped some weaknesses of the Emperor. It's just that my idea feels a bit ridiculous. 2 women have become the Emperor's weaknesses? But some things have to be tried. Yong Bo was not sure that his idea could be realized, but some things had to be tried anyway. Chapter 1249. General. Yong Bo pretended to be John Lee and watched a video with Lisa and Vivian. Lisa called him General in a sweet voice. This damn charm. Yong Bo found that Lisa and Vivian now admired him very much. At first, the two began to approach him with ulterior motives. Now the two admired him, and were devoted to him. This was all his charm, or the charm of a strong man. Looking at the entire interstellar world, John Lee's private fleet was ranked second. The first place was the Grand Duke Bart of the Empire. Even the pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance rarely had B-class battleships. John Lee now had 2. There were also 6 C-class battleships. In everyone's mind, John Lee was the strong man. Because Bart had the hereditary status of a viscount after all. This was hard to resonate with the majority of ordinary people. It was like a second-generation official who became a billionaire. There was also an ordinary person who started from scratch and became a billionaire. Who did everyone admire the most? Of course, the latter. Moreover, the Federation is a place where the strong are respected. As the governor of Kalaya State, John Lee was the first to stand up and say no to the federal central government. Not only did he freeze all the assets of the Central State Consortium, he also refused to pay taxes to the Central Treasury. And he started with a mecha. In a short period of time, he had 2 B-class battleships and 6 C-class battleships. He won one victory after another. General, you are so awesome. Vivian also said on the side. Don't you look at who I am? You just wait at home, wait for me to return triumphantly, and give you another surprise. Yong Bo smiled. Well, General, do you have any candidates for the captains of the 2 B-class battleships? Lisa's heart was beating fast when she asked this question. As long as you perform well enough, I will let you be the deputy captain of one of them, and I will also let you name it. Yong Bo plans to use a B-class battleship as the flagship, and Lisa will be the deputy captain. Because Lisa can't turn back now, if she leaves him, she will be tracked down by the Federal Intelligence Department. General, please look at my performance. Lisa hurriedly expressed her loyalty after hearing this. This is the deputy captain of the B-class battleship. What about me? What about me? Vivian also said on the side. You will be my governor's secretary. Yong Bo said again. I want to be the deputy captain too. Don't make a fuss. Okay. After Yong Bo finished talking to the 2 women, he held an emergency meeting with the ministers of Kalaya State. Congratulations, Governor. Congratulations, Governor, for adding 2 more warships. Congratulations, Governor. The ministers of Kalaya State looked at John Lee in the virtual projection, wishing that this guy would die directly, and then everyone would divide his warships, but on the surface, they still had a flattering expression. Yeah. This emergency meeting is mainly to discuss the operators needed for these 2 B-class warships. Yong Bo knew that these guys in Kalaya State wanted to kill him in their hearts. But now, he still needed these people to work like cows and horses for him. When these people in Kalaya State heard this, they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. Of course, Yong Bo knew what these people were thinking. These people just wanted to control the fleet by stuffing people into their fleet, and he happened to be short of people, so the 2 sides colluded with each other. In the end, it depends on who is more skilled, whether the people of Kalaya State seize control of the fleet, or Yong Bo takes the people on the fleet for his own use. The people on the Kalaya State side are now privately discussing how to find a way to seize control of Li Zhan's 2 new warships. These people originally thought that Li Zhan would let his own people control these 2 B-class warships, but they didn't expect that Li Zhan would directly take them out. No matter what is going on here, these people present decided to agree first. Don't worry, Governor, leave this matter to us. We know a lot of people, and we can dig some people from the Empire Federation or even the Alliance. In fact, the situation in our Federation is relatively tense now. There are many people who graduated from related majors in the Empire and the Alliance who have no employment opportunities. I think this is a huge opportunity for us. Yes, yes, yes. We can mobilize our network to dig some people from the Alliance and the Empire. These people quickly promised. Yong Bo certainly knew that the so-called poaching was just people from related professions found by the people behind these people to join the warship. That's troublesome. We don't need to go through any procedures. We can just recommend them internally. Now those bastards in Madhya Pradesh are just about to break up with us. We must form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Maybe Madhya Pradesh will send a fleet to our Karaya state to show off its power next time. This time Yong Bo directly asked them to recommend. The reason why Yong Bo said the latter sentence was to make the people attending the meeting misunderstand. Sure enough, after Yong Bo's words, the ministers attending the meeting thought that Li Zhan had received some news. However, these ministers were also somewhat gloating. Central State is now busy with its own affairs. If Central State does not have other troubles, it will definitely find trouble with Li Zhan first. Because Li Jian was the first to issue the governor's order to freeze the assets of several major consortiums in Central State. The Federal Supreme Court has ruled that this behavior of Kalaya State is illegal, but the Kalaya State Parliament rejected the Federal Supreme Court's ruling. In other words, Central State is being entangled by pirates, otherwise it would have sent the main fleet to deal with Li Jian. This is why when Yong Bo announced the freezing of the assets of several major consortiums in Central State, the planetary parliament of Kalaya State and these ministers all supported it. It is to promote Li Jian and make Li Jian offend Central State. Later, the proposal to pay taxes to the central government was stopped. The ministers and parliamentarians of Kalaya State all agreed, and they also put John Lee on the spot, because John Lee had completely offended several major consortiums in Central State, and when the time comes, the major consortiums in Central State will kill John Lee. Then John Lee's fleet will naturally belong to these companies in Kalaya State, so on the surface, Kalaya State seems to be united, but in fact, everyone has calculations in their hearts, and it is a deadly trap. Yong Bo is not a fool, of course he knows what these people are thinking, but Yong Bo believes that people in the Federation are very realistic. And the fleet itself has the ultimate control. When the time comes, all these people in front of him will be shot, then all the people on the fleet belong to him. What is the highest in commercial war? That is to make the opponent disappear. Then you hurry up, I will bring these 2 warships back as soon as possible, and you arrange personnel to practice on the warships. Yong Bo seemed a little anxious. Okay. After the meeting, these ministers hurriedly contacted the companies behind them. And many of these companies are multinational companies. These companies, with Imperial backgrounds, reacted quickly, directly withdrawing some people from the Imperial army to retire, and then rewrote their identity information, because the Imperial military and the Imperial warship manufacturing department have no idea how Li Jian obtained the ultimate authority of the Imperial warship control system. Because this authority is top secret even in the Empire. Now that Li Jian has obtained the ultimate authority of these 2 warships, it means that the entire Empire's warships are no longer safe. Now all the Empire's warships are undergoing emergency system upgrades. The Imperial Army and the Imperial Warship Manufacturing Department have no way to directly ask Li Jian how he did it. Moreover, the performance of the 2 warships in Li Jian's hands is 1 level higher than that of the current army, because this is a new generation of B-class warships. I dare not tell this to John Lee, so the Empire reacted the fastest, and prepared 2,000 people to get the final authority of the 2 B-class battleships, and then drive away directly. Of course, if possible, it would be better to catch John Lee or kill him, because the Imperial military, the Imperial Battleship Manufacturing Department, and the Imperial Elders Council have no good feelings towards John Lee. Of course, some of them receive some secret orders to get some things from John Lee or bring some people. These companies with Alliance backgrounds are faster, because the Alliance has received some information that John Lee's 2 warships are the new generation of B-class warships of the Empire. The Alliance has always paid close attention to the new generation of warships of the Empire. The replacement of warships starts from the low level. Because the cost of low-level warships is low, the update cycle of this system is relatively short. If the new warship fails, the impact will not be great. If the main battleship is attacked right away, it is easy to cause the project to fail and cause huge losses. If the B-class battleship is successful, then the A-class battleship will be optimized and upgraded. After the optimization and upgrade of the A-class battleship is completed, the main battleship will be optimized and upgraded. The Alliance suspects that John Lee is a pawn of the Empire in the Federation. The Empire wants to occupy the Federation in this way, because what John Lee has been doing recently is to split the Federation. The Alliance will definitely not allow the Empire to annex the Federation, as the Empire will be too powerful. So the Alliance has also prepared more than 2,000 people. Their intentions are the same as the Empire's. Both want to grab the warships. The Alliance wants to grab the warships back and study them themselves. Yong Bo didn't know that these warships were a new generation of warships. Yong Bo only knew that these warships were standard warships of the Empire's military. He didn't know that his words would add a lot of monsters to his fleet. Of course, even if Yong Bo knew, he would not change his plan. Because Yong Bo has optimized the warship system. This new system is more advanced than the system of the Empire's warships. It's not that the Empire can't upgrade its warship system to the highest level. It's because the Empire's warship system is a huge network. The Empire's warship system has 11 main fleets, as well as alert fleets on various planets, and a network information platform shared by thousands of warships. If all warship systems are upgraded, then his information platform must also be upgraded. If you simply upgrade a warship, then this warship will seize the resources of this information platform. This is also the reason why the two superpowers have developed slowly in military equipment in recent years, because the cost of upgrading military equipment is too high. And the current military equipment is enough for use at this stage. Yong Bo rushed back with 2 B-class warships, while giving the departure order to the other 4 C-class warships. These warships are going to join other pirate groups, and this time, they will be the Yellow Bird. It's not that Yong Bo didn't want to take 2 B-class warships to participate in this plan. If Yong Bo brought 2 B-class warships, he would be recognized immediately if he wanted to take action, and the C-class warships he seized originally belonged to the pirate group. As long as he did not reveal his identity, no one would know even if he participated in the war. After Yong Bo prepared everything, he went to Prince Holden's territory for a stroll. Yong Bo always felt that there were many secrets in this second world, but it was not convenient for him to explore now, just like there was a huge interstellar creature cub breeding nest in March Star. March Star was explored many times by the Alliance, but nothing was found, because technology is not useful for everything. Now Yong Bo couldn't conduct a comprehensive exploration of the second world, mainly because if he did so, he would be discovered by the armed spacecraft and the laboratory in the sky. It should be not long before I get the second world. Yong Bo thought to himself that the life of the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire was probably a mess. When Yong Bo was calculating the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire, the Emperor of the Water Blue Empire was also calculating Liu Han. The Emperor had already known the plan carefully prepared by King Chu Jang. He also knew about the genetically modified twins, and got the information about the genetically modified twins. The Emperor looked at the twins in the virtual projection. The first time the Emperor saw the little dancer was dressed like this. Of course those costumes were fake. And the little dancer also liked red and blue the most, and the Emperor also liked red and blue. So Liu Han's 2 B-class battleships wanted people, and the intelligence department on the Empire sent 2,000 people over. Among these 2,000 people were people sent by the Emperor. These people wanted to capture Liu Han, and send the twins to the Emperor. When Yong Bo returned to March Star, he learned a piece of news that King Chu Jang had committed suicide. The Imperial family was negotiating with March Star, and preparing to compensate March Star. Yong Bo did not expect King Chu Jang to die so quickly. As for suicide, no one would believe it. Don't forget that the royal family of the Blue Water Empire is good at soul secrets, which must be the sequelae of forced confession. I just don't know if the Emperor will do anything to me. Yong Bo did not know that the Empire and the Alliance had each sent more than 2,000 people to strengthen their fleets. Finally left. Wang Mushue sneaked to Yong Bo's villa. During the time Su Ruoyu was there, Wang Mushue could not come. I just thought that woman was in the way, so I sent her away. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Let's learn from each other. Yong Bo smiled and looked at Wang Mushue, and was about to reach out to hug her. Before he finished speaking, Wang Mushue hit Yong Bo with a flash of lightning. Chapter 1250. How is it possible? Wang Mushue's eyes almost popped out. Since awakening the second superpower, Wang Mushue has been practicing diligently every day. The electric energy attack she released is comparable to the ultra-high voltage current released by police drones. Whether it is carbon-based organisms or intelligent machinery, they will lose their combat effectiveness under the penetration of such ultra-high voltage. But a lightning bolt fell on Yong Bo. Yong Bo was actually fine. And the ultra-high voltage current she released seemed to be absorbed by this pervert. Comfortable. Come on. Yong Bo hugged Wang Mushue. With this ultra-high voltage current, she felt comfortable all over. You pervert. Wang Mushue released another ultra-high voltage current. Wow. Humanoid super electric eel. Yong Bo said with a funny look on his face. Let's go. Then Yong Bo carried Wang Mushue to Wang Mushue's room. A short separation is better than a new marriage. The two soon had a profound and simple exchange. But in the end, Wang Mushue always ended up in a miserable defeat. After finishing, Wang Mushue lay on Yong Bo and asked weakly, Who are you? Who is pretending to be Yong Bo? Hearing this, Yong Bo stopped his trick. After all, a female general of the Alliance has a fatal attraction to men in terms of both her body and identity. I am Yong Bo, and Yong Bo is me. Bah, you have such abnormal strength in your 20s? Do you know what a genius is? No matter how talented you are, you can reach your strength in your 20s. There are differences among geniuses, okay? Look at Bart from the Empire, he's not much older than me, he's a real genius. How can you compare with Bart? Bart is a hereditary noble of the Empire. He has so many resources and status. What about John Lee from the Federation? He's just a puppet. It seems that he's most likely a puppet pushed out by the Empire to split the Federation. The alliance has already taken action and will not let the Empire's conspiracy succeed. Ah! How is that possible? Didn't this guy just reach a deal with the Empire? Yong Bo asked in surprise. The transaction of the 2 warships was negotiated and completed in just 1 month. You thought it was an ordinary transaction. And there is also intelligence showing that these 2 warships are the Empire's new generation of warships, using a lot of new technologies and new systems. Wang Wuxue said unhappily. Yong Bo was surprised, because he didn't know that these 2 warships were new generation warships. Yong Bo had not yet identified the engineers on the warships. The alliance will not allow the Empire to split the Federation. Once the Empire splits the Federation, Korea State will hold a referendum, and will most likely join the Empire. If there is a referendum, the Federation will have no excuse to oppose it. And the Empire is also behind those pirates. Most of the warships used by the pirates are Empire warships. Wang Wuxue said. While feeling Wang Wuxue's beautiful body, Yong Bo asked, why doesn't the Alliance sell warships to pirates? The Alliance's military-industrial enterprises still want to sell warships, but the Alliance Parliament has never passed. The main problem is the uneven distribution of benefits. In addition, the Alliance Council is also worried that if the warships are sold, it will bring a series of problems, especially the influence of the military. The Alliance Council is most worried about our military, Wang Wuxue said. In addition, some anti-war groups in our alliance may be funded by external funds. Every time weapons and equipment are sold to the outside, these anti-war groups will come out to protest. Those pirate groups can't wait indefinitely to buy warships. Relatively speaking, the system over there is much more flexible. The biggest problem of the alliance is that the various processes are too complicated. Sometimes a proposal may take several years, or even more than 10 years to have results, and pirates can't wait that long. Yong Bo also roughly knows that there are such and such problems within the alliance. Many things are slowly solved within the alliance by dragging time. And Yong Bo didn't expect that John Lee was labeled as an empire. Yong Bo wanted to find out specifically how the alliance would deal with John Lee. But he couldn't ask too much. The woman in his arms is both beautiful and intelligent. Sometimes, psychic superpowers can guess the truth of a matter with just a piece of information. Of course, Wang Wuxue did not doubt the relationship between Yong Bo and Li Yuehan. After all, the distance between the two was too far. Wang Wuxue discussed these things with Yong Bo as the closest person. In fact, Wang Wuxue usually did not discuss these things with anyone, and he had to be more careful when speaking in the army. Moreover, in warships, there were often monitoring facilities, and if one word was not right, it would be easy to go to the military court or make a mistake. The Alliance Parliament's supervision of the Alliance military is more stringent than anyone could imagine. Of course, this is also because the Alliance military used to be so desperate and had set up a military government. So there are some issues that Wang Wuxue has no one to discuss with, and no one to confide in. It's different at Yong Bo's house. In Yong Bo's villa, except for the room with internet access, there are no other smart devices, and no way to connect to the internet. This makes Wang Wuxue feel very safe. In addition, with Yong Bo's strength, it is impossible for him to spread the words between the two people everywhere. How about we have a child in the future? Wang Wuxue looked at Yong Bo and asked. Of course, no problem. Will you raise it or will I raise it? Yong Bo certainly had no opinion on this. He and Wang Wuxue's offspring, I don't know if they will inherit the excellent genes of the two. I raise it. The relationship between you and me can't be made public. But it doesn't matter about the child. Anyway, the child belongs to my personal privacy. Wang Wuxue replied. Yong Bo nodded. Everything is up to you. Yong Bo whispered to Wang Wuxue while thinking in his mind. It seems that John Lee will encounter some crisis this time. If the information provided by Wang Wuxue is correct, then the Empire will definitely take action. The Empire has not issued any statement on the two warships, and no one has contacted John Lee. I'm afraid they are secretly preparing to do something. By then, John Lee will be mixed between the Empire Alliance and the Federation. So what methods will the Empire and the Alliance use to deal with John Lee? Yong Bo's mental strength is now fully capable of doing two things at once. While improving his relationship with Wang Wuxue, he is also considering how Li Yuehan should deal with it. After improving their relationship, Wang Wuxue secretly left again. Yong Bo also left March Star and came to Li Yuehan's fleet. The reason why Yong Bo did not contact these engineers on the warships now, the main reason is that he is the only one in the entire fleet now. Contacting these engineers might expose the truth. The engineers on the two warships also felt something was wrong because their authority was restricted. This is because Yong Bo restricted the authority of these engineers after obtaining the authority of the warship. They can only move in a certain area. There is no way to receive news from the outside. These engineers kept asking what happened, but the intelligent program only gave an answer that the authority was restricted. Yong Bo will wait until the warship returns to Korea State before contacting these engineers. It only took 2 or 3 days for Yong Bo to know how the Alliance and the Empire targeted the Yuan. Since the last meeting with the ministers of Korea State, in just 5 days, these ministers said that they had prepared thousands of warship technicians. 40% of them came from the Alliance, and another 40% came from the Empire. Now Yong Bo understood, because the loss of thousands of such technical talents at the same time would definitely alert the two countries. But the two countries did not react at all, and let these people go abroad. TSK. These people are coming for their warships. These people are probably professional military personnel. Their identity information is mostly fake. However, although these professional military personnel have impure purposes, they also have an advantage. That is, their military literacy should be higher than others. Anyway, when these guys arrive, I will know what their purpose is. After these speculations, Yong Bo was relieved. I have spiritual seeds, so it is easy to know the conspiracy of these guys. Then Yong Bo learned from Wit that the Red Earl had sent a butler. This butler is to deal with Catherine, Jong-sun, and Bart. Wit and his people are outside the Devon Star region to meet this butler. The Red Earl refers to one person, of course. Wit and his people have never seen the Red Earl, but have only heard the Red Earl's voice. The butler is the butler beside the Red Earl, and is the strongest level in the entire Red Earl organization. There are more than one butler in the Red Earl organization, but each butler has a terrifying strength, and there are some extraordinary superpowers. Yong Bo was curious about how this butler would deal with Jong-sun if he was hiding in the safe house. And Bart's territory and the outside world had enough warning system defense, so how could the other party have such confidence? A plus? Yong Bo guessed that the people sent by the Red Earl this time might have reached the A+ level. However, this butler was destined to go but never return. Because Wit knew what this butler looked like. So Yong Bo naturally knew that even if this butler used various potions to disguise himself as various identities, some of his own actions or body language could not be changed. In fact, Yong Bo is not afraid of the large-scale attacks of the Red Earl organization. Yong Bo is still a little worried about this kind of single superpower. Because this level of strong people, if they lie in wait for an opportunity to act. This kind of lone wolf is the most troublesome because Bart has so many people around him. It is impossible to protect them all the time. Do something. Divert the attention of the Red Earl, or let the Red Earl get into more trouble. Yong Bo is now considering another problem. Being targeted by the Red Earl terrorist organization can be said to be a more troublesome thing. The other party may come to make trouble at any time. But I can't say that I am worried all day long. The key is that this kind of terrorist organization will take action against the people around me when he gets the chance. Should we capture this steward and send him to Zhongbuzhen? Yong Bo thought of a way. The only one who can fight against the Red Earl organization is the organization. How about forming an organization yourself? But if you do, it will take too long. Bart's identity is to cultivate talents, but it's too slow. Let's catch this steward first. Yong Bo muttered in his heart. It will take another half a month for the steward to reach the outskirts of Devon Star. Does it feel like the Red Earl is in the Imperial capital? Because every time the Red Earl's people come to Devon Star to cause trouble, the time is about this time. But the forces on the Empire side are too complicated. There are several Grand Dukes. The families of these Grand Dukes may all be Red Earls. Because the history of the Red Earl is similar to the history of these Grand Dukes and old nobles. Just deal with this butler, and then go deal with the Central Gang's fleet. Yong Bo thought to himself. But still be careful. The Red Earl organization has been able to exist for so long, there must be a reason for them. They have lost so many people in the previous 2 times. This time may be a trap. Yong Bo still raised his vigilance. In fact, Yong Bo's prediction was right. The Red Earl suffered huge losses twice in a row on Devon Star. The Red Earl also realized that the information on his side had been leaked. This time, a butler was sent over on the surface. In fact, a super strong team was sent behind the scenes. Even this butler didn't know the detailed plan, let alone these intelligence personnel outside. The Red Earl organization has 2 layers, inner and outer. The outer organization is people like Wit and the butler. The Red Earl also has an inner organization, and the people in this organization have no direct relationship with the outer organization. The Red Earl was also an outer organization when the Pato Star rebelled. No matter how many people the outer organization loses, it will not affect the inner organization. This is why the Red Earl was able to make a comeback after a few years after being hit. It is because of his organizational structure. Only the Red Earl himself knows who these people in the inner organization are. So Yong Bo does not know the internal structure of the Red Earl organization. The people who came to Devon this time are the inner organization members of the Red Earl organization. Their purpose is very simple: revenge. If the butler performs the task smoothly, then these people will not show up. If the butler does not perform the task smoothly, then these people can show up. We need to find a way to monitor all suspicious people entering Devon. Or I can be an official on Devon. Yong Bo plans to arrange an official identity for Bart, and then use his hacking skills to identify suspicious people through customs information. The main reason is that Bart is now a big family, and he dare not take risks. What if the other party attacks Bart's family, or even the civilians in Bart's territory, and Bart's friends? Because the other party is a terrorist, there is no reason to talk. Chapter 1251. After having this idea, Yong Bo directly turned into Bart, and returned to the laboratory of Devon Star, and then returned to the manor. Butler, please help me write a letter to the governor of Devon Star, saying that I, Grand Duke Bart, want to supervise the customs of Devon Star, but I don't want outsiders to know, and ask him what to do. Yong Bo directly asked Butler Jerry to email the governor of Devon Star. Yes, master. The butler immediately emailed the governor of Devon Star. The governor of Devon Star is also a hereditary earl. After receiving the email from Butler Jerry, he also felt a headache. But Bart's influence is too great now, and he is also a Grand Duke. The Grand Duke's influence in the Council of Elders has a great impact on these nobles, because many proposals of the Council of Nobles must be approved by the Council of Elders. The governor also naturally knows what Bart's butler meant by sending him an email, that is to obtain these data privately. The family of the governor has no conflicts with Bart and Bart's family, but the relationship is not very good. This is actually a necessary condition for the governors of various places to take office. Generally, the relationship between the governors of each state and the local big families can only be considered neutral, because the big families of these states would not allow a person who is their enemy to be the governor. Of course, in order to maintain balance, the top leaders of the empire would not allow people from the local big families to be the governor. The governor thought about it carefully, and then replied with an email. That is, the customs of Devon Star lacks a system maintenance personnel. If His Excellency Grand Duke Bart has a recommended candidate, I can arrange it myself. Yong Bo knew it after seeing the governor's reply. System maintenance personnel can view various information in the customs. Of course, if this system maintenance personnel leaks the customs information, it has nothing to do with him, the governor. Then Jerry, the butler, quickly recommended a person. The identity information of this person is real, and he is a servant of Bart Manor. Of course, being a servant of a hereditary noble is not just hard work in a simple sense. This person is also a college graduate and proficient in software maintenance. Yong Bo plans to borrow his servant's identity to go to work. When he is not free, he will let this servant go to work by himself. The servant's name is Wood. He is 35 years old this year, a C-level superpower, and has obtained the junior software engineer certification. You let Wood go to work first. I will pretend to be him to go to work in a few days. You should explain these things to him first, Yong Bo said to the butler. Yes, master. The butler nodded. Bart, Ning Shui, and Bai Lu had just finished their mecha training when they found that Bart had left the laboratory and returned to the manor. Don't make yourself too tired. Take a rest when you need to. Yong Bo found that Ning Shui and Bai Lu were both quite tired. We're fine. Bai Lu nodded. Our family wants to move to Devon Star, Ning Shui said after sitting down. Our relationship with the royal family is awkward now, and the royal family has been in turmoil recently. It has affected many new nobles. Our family may also be involved. It's mainly because we new nobles are close to some members of the royal family. Some members of the royal family are in trouble now, and our new noble families are also in trouble. Ning Shui said this in a more tactful way. In fact, it is a struggle within the royal family. Everyone must first cut off the wings of the other party, and these new nobles are attached to the royal family, just like Ning Shui's family will marry a prince, so these new nobles will naturally become members of the prince's camp. If there is no internal strife in the royal family, then these new nobles will not have any problems. This is just like the struggle between the princes of the ancient emperors. Which prince is going to be unlucky, and those civil and military officials who are close to the prince will be unlucky. No problem, when your grandfather comes, I will make him an earl. I will find an opportunity to get you a piece of territory. Bart is now a Grand Duke, and has the right to infect nobles. In fact, hereditary nobles have the right to infect nobles, because each noble has a certain number of noble quotas. Thank you. Ning Shui was also happy for her family when she heard this. Hong Xiu came with tea at this time. Master. Madam. Hong Xiu originally learned the skill of serving people, and her tea art is quite good. She served tea to Yong Bo first, and then to Ning Shui and Bai Lu. Sister, come and sit down too. Don't call me madam anymore, call me sister. Ning Shui is a very kind person. Relatively speaking, the descendants of the new nobles are not as realistic as the descendants of the old nobles. Because of family inheritance and childhood education, the children of the old nobles are very realistic and attach great importance to interests. Yes, sister. Hong Xiu sat down. I bought several islands. In addition to the 2 used, there are still several more. Ning Shui, choose one for your family to settle down. Duan Star has not been peaceful recently. Living in the city may be dangerous. Yong Bo told Ning Shui again. Yeah. Ning Shui nodded. Butler Jerry sent with information to the governor, and the governor used his authority to recommend Wood to work in the customs. Yong Bo stayed on Devon Star for another night. The next day, he came to the private laboratory and first went to the territory of Prince Holden in the Second World for a stroll, and then came to John Lee's fleet. John Lee's fleet has entered the star field of Korea State. Yong Bo then carefully checked the information of the engineers on the 2 warships. These engineers came from the Imperial star field, a space manufacturing factory called Feld. This is the largest warship manufacturing factory in the Empire. The Empire has a total of 3 warship manufacturing factories. Among them, the Feld factory is the largest. This warship manufacturing factory has 30 docks and can manufacture 30 warships at the same time. The other 2 warship manufacturing factories are smaller in scale. The reason for having 3 warship manufacturing factories is mainly for safety, and to deal with possible wars. If there is only one battleship manufacturing factory, once it is destroyed, the consequences will be disastrous. There are more than 130 engineers in total, involving the entire process of battleship manufacturing. The number of employees in the Interstellar Society battleship engineering is very small, mainly engineers, and those who participate in the later trial and testing are senior engineers. These engineers must complete the testing of all systems of the entire battleship during the trial. Yong Bo saw these engineers and thought about how to arrange them. These treasures will definitely not be put back. The Empire has not contacted him yet, and it seems that they are preparing to get them back through other means. The only thing to deal with now is the chips on these people. These people all have slave chips in their brains. If the chips are dealt with, I'm afraid the Empire will regard me as a thorn in their side. Yong Bo is now considering this difficult problem. But I seem to be a thorn in the Empire's side now. And it's not necessarily the case. But Yong Bo soon figured it out. Now that he is in this situation, there is nothing to be afraid of. Of course, Yong Bo thought of another point, which is that if he does this, it will increase the contradictions within the Empire. Because who is the one who made the mess this time? Of course, it's the royal family. Now the mess is big enough, if I add a little more. Then what will the other nobles in the Empire think? They will definitely take this opportunity to suppress the royal family. Just do it. But I can change it. Or I can find a way to cut off their biochips directly. But Yong Bo still decided to create some illusions. Originally, I could directly destroy these biochips. But I have to create a trick to make others think that I can't destroy the biochip. Soon Yong Bo thought of a way, which is to use a kind of biotechnology. This biotechnology was discovered by Yong Bo on the Green Demon Star. That is, the biomecha technology developed by others on the Green Demon Star. I can completely apply the biomecha material technology in this regard. It's equivalent to pearls. Pearls are wrapped with foreign objects. And this wrapping is a biochip. There are other ways. For example, energize the brain nerves and brain cells connected to the biochip, and increase the metal content while energizing. Put the biochip itself in a short-circuit state. The biochip has been integrated with the brain. In a sense, this biochip has been absorbed by the brain, so it is very difficult to crack the biochip. Of course, all biochips are maintained by the human body's own bioelectric current. Yong Bo can directly destroy the biochip with bioelectricity of a specific frequency, but this may cause certain damage to the engineer's brain. Another way is to directly crack the biochip's authority. If this is cracked, then Li John will become the public enemy of the Empire, because the ability chip made by the biochip is used by the nobles of the entire Empire. Yong Bo obviously cannot offend the nobles of the entire Empire. So he thought of using a sleight of hand. In other words, on the surface, Li Jian used a special biotechnology to destroy the biochip. In fact, Yong Bo first cracked the permissions of the biochip and then destroyed it, so that it would not cause damage to the engineer's brain. In this way, what others see is the destruction of the biochip, not the cracking of the biochip. There is an essential difference between the two. Then Yong Bo looked at the news of the Federation, and found that the media of the federal central state accused the state of Korea of destroying the peace of the Federation, accused that Li Jian had such a large fleet as an illegal act, and strongly demanded that the federal central government and the federal parliament punish Li Jian for this behavior, requested the federal Supreme Court to rule that Li Jian's behavior subverted the country, and also accused the empire of attempting to split the Federation. Compared with the strong reaction of the central state of the Federation, the other states of the Federation seemed to be somewhat indifferent. Yong Bo also saw that the relevant media of the alliance were also accusing the empire of attempting to split the Federation, and said that Li Jian had someone behind him to support him, otherwise it would not be so easy to obtain 2 B-class battleships. Some media from the empire also said that there were problems with Li Jian's transaction and asked the Imperial Parliament to review the transaction. The spokesman of the Imperial royal family said that this was the personal behavior of King Chu Jang. Yong Bo smiled when he saw this, and King Chu Jang was dead now. King Chu Jang must die, whether from the perspective of the royal family or the empire. Because although there are many contradictions within the empire, it is a whole to the outside world. As for how much King Chu Jang confessed, and how much impact it had on the royal family, it is hard to say. And now the royal family is also a mess. In this situation, it is impossible for the royal family to be peaceful, unless the emperor decides to establish a prince immediately. Even if it is to establish a prince, it is not so easy. First of all, the royal family must agree. In addition, the great nobles must agree. It also needs to be recognized by the people. The emperor may have a backup candidate for the crown prince, but he certainly didn't expect the incident to happen suddenly. The emperor may want to temporarily appoint a crown prince. Yong Bo thought about it, and found that the emperor might do so. Doing so can divert internal and external conflicts. I just don't know which unlucky guy will be pushed out by the emperor. Yong Bo muttered in his heart. At this moment, the engineers on the 2 B-class battleships had already felt something strange. The rights of these engineers were restricted. The first thing these engineers thought of was that there was a big problem, and their personal freedom was restricted. These engineers never thought that the battleship would be sold, because this is the new generation of battleships of the empire. These engineers racked their brains, and could not think that 2 new battleships would be sold. Since the battleship will not be sold, and the personal freedom of these people is restricted, it means that there is a big problem with the battleship. So these engineers whose personal freedom is restricted, instead study the projects they are responsible for. As time goes by, these engineers are getting more and more panicked. Because if you commit a crime in the empire, you will be punished by association. These engineers are afraid of implicating their families. After these engineers were restricted from personal freedom for half a month, the internal system of the battleship sounded, and then a virtual projection appeared on everyone's watch. Good evening, engineers. I think some of the engineers know me, but I introduce myself again. My name is John Lee, Governor of the Federal State of Korea, Federal Admiral. Now these 2 warships are my John Lee's personal property. You were given to me as a gift by the Empire. This is the transaction between me and the Empire. A man in military uniform appeared in the virtual projection. This is John Lee disguised as Yong Bo. Now the fleet has arrived in Korea. Yong Bo showed these engineers some details of the transaction. In addition, some news about the Empire's media criticizing King Chu Jang and the royal family was also shown. For everyone's safety, we will deal with the slave chips in your brains. You are now my personal property, John Lee. So I hope you don't resist. As for your family, I will find a way to bring them to the Federation. I don't need your opinions. This is the notice I gave you. Yong Bo did not engage in democracy or anything like that, nor did he ask for the opinions of these people. Because these engineers are actually high-level slaves in the Empire. In the Empire, unless they are hereditary nobles, others cannot be considered citizens. Because even if others are killed by hereditary nobles for no reason, the nobles will only pay compensation. Even if some of these engineers are new nobles, it's the same. This is why the Alliance counted the population of the interstellar world as only more than 20 billion. Because when the Alliance counted, it only counted the hereditary nobles of the Empire. The vast majority of the population on the Federation side was not counted by the Alliance. Because the Alliance's statistical agency believes that under the human rights conditions of the Empire and the Federation, these people are not considered citizens. They do not have any citizen rights. These engineers fell silent. Yong Bo found that none of these engineers stood up to ask why, and no one stood up to oppose. He knew that his approach was right, because in the Empire, these people are used to obeying orders. In addition, this matter came too suddenly. So these people don't know where to start for a while. Of course, Yong Bo also knew that Li Zhan's identity played a role, because in the impression of those people in the Empire and the Alliance, the Federation is a country where warlords fight each other. As an admiral, John Li is a standard and proper warlord. If you disobey such a warlord, the consequences will be unpredictable. Now you line up to go to the medical room. Accept the biochip shielding operation. Then Yong Bo gave these people orders. Yong Bo was also very happy. With this group of engineers, he can build warships in Korea State, with these people as backbone technicians, plus his own design in the mechanic mode. Korea State can completely build warships by itself. Yong Bo has thought about building warships privately, but it is too difficult and requires too many materials. Korea State must be involved, and other states of the Federation can be pulled in when necessary. Or let other states exchange materials for warships. I believe other states are willing to do so. These engineers lined up to go to the medical room. Yong Bo pretended to inject medicine into these people, but he actually used his metal superpowers to wrap the biochips in the other party's brains. This technology is a very effective technology. The genetic energy medicine you injected can make the biochips in your brain wrapped with a special material similar to biological armor. Effectively isolate the biochips in your brain from the outside world, thereby ensuring your life safety. Originally, the Empire had promised me to give you the authority of the biochips, but something happened to King Chu Jang. Now King Chu Jang has committed suicide, and there has been no response from the Empire so far. The safety of this technology is very high. These engineers watched Li Zhan's introduction. No one asked questions, and no one had any doubts. These engineers could only passively accept all this, because the authority of the warships had been controlled by others, and it was useless to object. Chapter 1252. A total of 218 engineers, all senior engineers, and several chief engineers. These engineers lined up outside the medical cabin. Yong Bo wore a battle armor and disguised himself as a staff member. He pretended to inject energy potions into each engineer. These engineers had just had their biochip permissions cracked by Yong Bo. When injecting, they used metal superpowers, like this biochip forming a pearl-like thing. Of course this is metal. None of these engineers stood up to resist, and no one asked why. Silently queued up to enter the medical cabin. Yong Bo pretended to inject energy potions, and then asked these people to go to the treatment cabin for a short-term treatment. After several hours of hard work, he finally got things done. Yong Bo also released spiritual seeds to the 3 chief engineers. He found these 3 chief engineers, and found that these 3 people were spiritual A-level superpowers, but the direction of their superpowers was not the direction of attack. TSK. Such docile cattle and horses. Yong Bo couldn't help but admire. After processing the biochips in the brains of these 200 people, Yong Bo released the warship's communication rights. Then Yong Bo sent an email to the Empire in the name of Li Yuehan, asking to buy the families of these engineers. After the Empire's Ministry of Foreign Affairs received this email, the Minister of Foreign Affairs laughed out loud. The Minister of Foreign Affairs reported the matter to the Emperor. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire also laughed out loud. Connect this Li Yuehan to me. I want to see how he could be so shameless. Doesn't this guy know that these people in our empire have biochips? The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire asked the Minister of Foreign Affairs to contact Li Yuehan. There are also the Minister of War, the Minister of Finance, etc. That is, the top leaders of the empire are all here. Nice to meet you, Your Majesty. When Li Zhan's virtual projection appeared, Li Zhan saluted respectfully. Li Zhan, I have never seen such a shameless person as you. You know what happened when you bought the warship. Now you kidnap our engineers. You are so shameless to ask for the engineer's family. Do you think we will agree? The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire saw Li Zhan saluting him so politely, still maintaining the Emperor's elegance, but his tone was very bad. Your Majesty, if the Empire takes this, if you send these engineers' families here, you will gain my personal friendship. If there is anything the Empire needs in the future, I will definitely help as long as I can. Li Yuehan said in the virtual projection. Ha ha. Ha ha. Li Yuehan, your friendship? Our empire needs your friendship. It's just a low-level warlord of the Federation. Li Yuehan, I give you 1 month to send our engineers back intact, otherwise you will bear the wrath of the Empire. The other ministers laughed when they heard this. However, the Emperor felt a little harsh when he heard these laughs, because these guys laughed at Li Yuehan on the surface, but in fact they were also laughing at themselves. The Emperor felt something was wrong, because Li Yuehan still looked indifferent. Hee hee. If the Empire does not accept my friendship, then my friendship will be given to the Alliance. If I sell these 200 engineers to the Alliance, I will definitely get a good price, and I will also gain the friendship of the Alliance. Li John laughed. Li John, you are threatening us. Li John, don't you know that those engineers have biochips in their brains? As long as we want, they will die in minutes. Li John, you are challenging the majesty of the Empire. Several ministers heard this and spoke up. Yong Bo pretended to be John Li and said indifferently, "Of course, I know that these engineers have biochips in their brains. But aren't you curious why I am sending you an email now? There is indeed no way for ordinary people to use biochips, but for a general like me, there are plenty of solutions. Now you can try to control the biochips of these engineers. I believe you all know who these 3 chief engineers are. They are right next to me now. They are not shielded. They are already in contact with their families." When the high-level officials of the Empire heard John Li's words, their faces changed drastically, and then they saw the 3 chief engineers in the virtual projection using watches to contact their families. Biochips can be said to be one of the greatest inventions of interstellar society. There are many ways to crack chips in theory, but they will cause certain harm to the human body, and all biochips have anti-cracking measures. If what John Li said is true, it will have a huge impact on the Empire. The Empire uses biochips as the most important means to control servants or subordinates. The Minister of Military Affairs quickly asked his men to check. The Minister of Military Affairs received relevant information 2 minutes later. These engineers did contact their families, but there was no way to control the biochips in these engineers' brains. It was as if these biochip terminals did not exist. Hee hee. You high and mighty people in power. Look at me, a warlord, like an ant. You were so high and mighty just now. Why are you like this now? Don't you believe it? Yong Bo looked like he deserved a beating. The faces of the high-ranking officials of the Empire were very ugly, who underestimated the other party just now. Now he was slapped in the face by the other party. How did you do it? I don't believe that the biochip can be cracked in this world. The Minister of Military Affairs of the Empire asked solemnly. I have such a method. And the principle is very simple to explain. I am not afraid that these engineers will leak relevant information. Do you know pearls? I regard this biochip as a foreign body entering the brain. Then combine it with the material technology of the biological mecha. Wrap the outer layer of the biochip with a layer of material. Cut off the connection between the biochip and the outside world. It's just a very simple method. It only requires a special energy potion. It only takes 10 minutes. Yong Bo said with a smile. The Emperor of the Empire and these ministers looked even uglier when they heard this. Because what Li Yuehan said is theoretically completely fine. But if you think about it carefully, there are a lot of problems. Doesn't it affect the brain if something appears in the head? And won't the anti-cracking measures of the biochip be activated? Li John, don't even think about it. The families of these engineers will never be given to you, said the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire. In that case, I will contact the Alliance. Goodbye. Without waiting for the Emperor to finish, Yong Bo hung up the call. Turning around, Yong Bo started the live broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Li John. This time I'm doing a deal with you. I bought a battleship from the Empire, but I didn't expect there were more than 200 engineers on it. Among them are 3 chief engineers, and the others are senior engineers. They are all from the Empire's Ferdy battleship manufacturing plant. If anyone is interested in these engineers, please contact me. In addition, I, Li John, am here to warn some people that if any accidents happen to the families of these engineers, I will disclose some secrets. Asshole. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire was so angry that his hands were shaking after Li John hung up the call. Contact the other party quickly. The Minister of Military Affairs said hurriedly. He's blocked. We can't contact him. This damn guy is live streaming. The Minister of Foreign Affairs hurried to contact him, but was blocked by Li Yuehan. The high-level officials of the Blue Water Empire turned green after seeing Li Yuehan's live streaming. This guy is a dog-faced person. He turned against you at any time. This bastard. This son of a bitch. Send someone to kill him, kill him. The high-level officials of the Empire were so angry when they saw Li Yuehan publicly selling these engineers live. These engineers are senior engineers of the Ferdy factory. These engineers know how to manufacture the Empire's warships, and they also know the internal structure and various systems. Although these engineers are not all, because after the warships are delivered to the army, the military also has special engineers to adjust the warships and upgrade the systems. But the foundation of the warships cannot be changed, and the structure of the warships cannot be changed. The Emperor of the Blue Empire turned green. Your Majesty should not have angered John Lee just now. These people in the Federation are barbarians. Yes, these warlords in the Federation only care about their interests. These engineers are going to be bought by people from the Alliance, which has a huge impact on the security of our empire. Your Majesty, you have made a big mess. Has your royal family been trying to split the empire one after another recently? A prince dared to take money from others privately and sell warships to others. I don't know if these people in your royal family have problems with their brains. These ministers began to accuse the emperor. Those who have a better relationship with the royal family should be more polite. Those who had bad relations with the royal family directly accused the emperor. Some even almost cursed. Because these ministers were old nobles, they were not afraid of the emperor. Hurry up and find a way to contact Liu Han. Agree to the matter first and keep him stable. Our empire has become a joke of the whole world again. Your Majesty, if you are old, you should abdicate. Hurry up and choose a prince. Convene the Council of Nobles. Some people just know how to stir up trouble. Convene the Council of Nobles. It's probably too late for the Council of Nobles. Convene the Council of Elders. They are really incapable of doing anything, but more likely to cause trouble. People like John Lee, who come from a warlord background, are barbarians. Alas! I hope John Lee doesn't go to extremes. The Blue Water Empire urgently convened the Council of Elders. Yong Bo disguised himself as John Lee and started the live broadcast, then closed it. Then he cut off contact with the outside world. Yong Bo also learned from Butler Jerry that the Empire convened the Council of Elders. So he transformed himself into Bart and returned to Devon Star. This was Yong Bo's first time attending the Council of Elders. Yong Bo disguised himself as Bart and appeared in the meeting room. The other elders were also a little surprised to see Bart attending the meeting in person, because Bart had previously entrusted his voting rights to the Emperor. So what exactly did Bart want to do at this meeting? Was he just listening, or was there a conflict between him and the royal family? Bart. The Emperor entered the virtual meeting room, saw Bart, and nodded and greeted him. Your Majesty. The other elders didn't even greet Bart, because Bart took away their power. The other elders were all top nobles. Only Bart won the position of Grand Duke by his personal strength. After all, if a super strongman like Bart is not absorbed, according to this guy's bastard character, he will definitely make a big fuss. TSK. Yong Bo found that his Grand Duke's authority was very high. He could see the cause and effect of the two B-class battleships. He could also see the disposal method. He also saw the confession of King Chu Jang. The confession of King Chu Jang was more of a mockery of the emperor. And there are many royal scandals. Some of them are quite explosive. According to King Chu Jang, the current queen is not the real queen. The current queen is just a clone. The real queen disappeared many years ago. It was because the original queen found out that the emperor was having an affair with a dancer, and many of the royal children are the descendants of this clone. King Chu Jang said that these royal children have no inheritance rights because they are the products of industry. And the prince became like that. And King Chu Jang also contributed a lot. King Chu Jang still knows less, and he doesn't know anything about the second world. So I don't know how credible King Chu Jang is. King Chu Jang's lineage is miserable. All the titles of Prince Chu Jang's lineage were stripped, and they were all demoted to slaves. All the property was confiscated. TSK. Yong Bo also discovered the Empire's plan against John Lee. The Empire prepared 2,000 people through the spokesperson in the Kalaya gang, and these 2,000 people were retired from the army. And all of them used fake identities and fake information. The main purpose of these 2,000 people is to seize two B-class battleships. If they can't seize them, they will destroy them. In addition, the Empire has sent intelligence personnel to execute the beheading plan against John Lee. In fact, Yong Bo knew before that he could check these information with his identity as the Grand Duke. But if he checked the information alone, it would easily arouse other people's suspicion. None of the old Dangs present was willing to sit in this position. But due to his super strength, he had to let himself be the Grand Duke. Since he knew the other party's plan, Yong Bo certainly knew what to do. Ahem. Yong Bo coughed twice, and then began to mock these people. I think you old guys have a problem with your brains. Send 2,000 elite battleship soldiers to John Lee? John Lee can seal the biochip, so can't he implant a new biochip? Chapter 1253. Bart, this is not our fault. When we made this plan, we didn't know that John Lee had such ability. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire explained after hearing Bart's accusation. Yong Bo said this because the Council of Elders did not participate in the management of the Empire's affairs. The affairs of the Empire were still managed by the Emperor and a group of ministers. So the Emperor of the Blue Water Empire had no choice but to come forward to explain when faced with accusations. Because this was originally his responsibility. If it's not your fault, whose fault is it? Yong Bo said unhappily. Why don't we have more information about John Lee? Then Yong Bo continued to ask. This will put us on the passive side in all future interactions with him. The Empire's intelligence department spends so much every year. You can't even do this. If this continues, I will suggest that our intelligence department be reviewed. Yong Bo didn't give the Emperor any face. And this matter is ultimately your royal family's business. I found that some people in our country have used all kinds of means to target our own people. Surveilling this and that all day long. It seems that they can't see these external threats. Next time someone puts it on my head, don't blame me for proposing to cut some people's expenses. Yong Bo's words were directed at the royal family, because the royal family has a special fund, which is spent from the Empire's tax revenue. The Emperor of the Blue Water Empire looked a little unhappy when he heard this, but he could only promise. We will collect information about John Lee as soon as possible, and we will recall these 2,000 people. I think what Lord Bart said makes sense. Your royal family should not always keep an eye on us nobles, turning a blind eye to external threats at the national level. That's right, your royal guard knights are very capable in monitoring us nobles. And the chaos within your royal family? Solve it as soon as possible. Now the chaos in your royal family has affected our entire nobles. Some elders of the Council of Elders did not give the royal family any face. Of course, there are also some who defend the royal family, but they can't do anything about what Bart said. Because Bart said the truth. Li John wants the families of these engineers. I suggest sending them over. These engineers' families already have intelligence personnel. There must be other forces behind this Li John, and it is not ruled out that there are great nobles of our empire behind Li John. Now we are completely in the dark about this Li John. I suggest not taking too many actions, which may be very passive. In addition, we can trace back from the technology of shielding biochips. This Li John mentioned the technology of biological mecha. This is also a direction. Yong Bo spoke again. Yong Bo said this to delay time, leading the empire in a wrong direction. After a period of delay, Li John's side became stronger and stronger. So the empire was more helpless in the face of Li John, unless it sent troops directly. The empire now wants to investigate the people behind Li John, but there is no one behind Li John. Just like the biological mecha direction suggested by Yong Bo, this is the top research direction in the 3 countries, and the confidentiality level is quite high, and they want to investigate these companies. On the one hand, the price paid is relatively high, and on the other hand, it takes a long time. By the time when all the suspicions of these companies are eliminated, the opportunity is gone. In addition, you can talk more with the engineers through their families to see what the specific process of shielding biochips is like. Energy potion, this is also a direction. Yong Bo said again. Don't send thousands of people out at every turn. Fortunately, John Lee exposed these engineers in advance. If we wait for a while, these 2,000 people will go over, which means that our empire is funding John Lee. I wonder if someone is doing this on purpose. Yong Bo glanced at the emperor when he said this. When the other elders heard Bart's words, they also felt that there was something behind his words, but there was no evidence. But these elders were more vigilant. If the matter of King Chu Jang was planned in itself, then this matter is too terrible. And the royal family has enough reasons to do this, that is, to increase some external military forces. So some elders began to doubt whether this Li John was supported by the royal family. Ahem, Mr. Butler, I'd like to ask, where are the warships you seized from Pandora now? A duke asked. It was destroyed in an accident. And these warships have never entered the Imperial star field, and have not violated any laws of the Empire. Yong Bo said. Ha ha. Several elders laughed after hearing this. What are you laughing at? Don't think I don't know that you have some armed forces outside. Don't bring up things that everyone knows. Don't think I don't know about the people you support in the Federation. If you only focus on me, don't blame me for personally destroying those you support. Yong Bo heard the laughter of several elders, and retorted directly. The other elders didn't speak after hearing this. They just cursed Bart in their hearts. Because Bart was going to formally carry out the decapitation operation, the forces supported by these elders would be in vain. These great nobles of the Empire, on the surface, opened some companies in the Federation, but in fact, they supported some armed forces, because these companies had their own armed transport spacecraft, and these companies have great influence in the local area. Because the companies in the Federation originally had their own armed forces and their own territories, some companies even controlled some states in the Federation. I know you are not happy with me becoming the Grand Duke. I don't want to be the Grand Duke, lest I bully others in the future and be accused of bullying the weak. It's just that what you have done recently has gone too far. Several terrorist attacks have broken out in Devon. Don't think I don't know that someone is behind this. They want to use the Red Earl's hand to achieve some ulterior motives. I still say that, I don't care about other places, but if anyone comes to Devon to cause trouble. My patience is also very limited. I have this bastard character. Don't give me any conspiracy or tricks. I don't like to pay attention to evidence when doing things. As long as I think it was done by one of you, don't blame me for being rude. No matter who plots against our Devon star in the future, I will make them pay the price. I will not attend your meeting anymore. I will entrust my voting rights to His Majesty in the future. I might as well do more experiments instead of entangled with you old foxes here. Yong Bo went offline directly after saying that. The Elders' Council is involved in many things and decisions. Yong Bo will not care about other people's affairs at all. Because these elders are all old foxes. Besides, Yong Bo has no time to hold meetings with these people frequently. I just don't know what measures the Imperial Intelligence Department will take against John Lee. Yong Bo muttered in his heart again. However, Yong Bo only muttered in his heart, because Yong Bo is not afraid of others targeting him at all. Because Yong Bo can control the entire fleet by himself. This is also his biggest trump card. And this time Yong Bo's goal has been achieved, mainly to let people send the families of those engineers to Korea State. As for whether the Empire will plant intelligence personnel in the families of these engineers, Yong Bo didn't care. If the Empire wanted to do this, he would let their intelligence personnel convey some wrong information, because the foundation of Li Zhan's identity is the fleet. No matter where you are, force is the first priority. In any case, Li Zhan's identity will grow as soon as possible. Before the Empire can figure out what Li Zhan's background is, Li Zhan's identity has already grown thoroughly. Now Yong Bo has commanded Li Zhan's 4 C-class battleships, and is going to fight the pirates with the Central Gang fleet. This time, Yong Bo is also going to take action to deal with some pirate groups and expand Li Zhan's fleet again. Yong Bo withdrew from the meeting of the Council of Elders, and then left the private laboratory. He saw the message sent by Alan. Alan is the chairman of the Empire Space Technology Committee, responsible for supervising the authorization and application of the Empire's space technology. Now the only one in the Empire who has space technology and has developed it into applied technology is Bart. Alan sent the specific information of the people who participated in this forum. This forum is actually a technology authorization. Yong Bo is going to start promoting the mecha return to the city technique. There are many people participating in the forum this time, including the Empire, the Federation, and the Alliance. Now it is completely up to Yong Bo to decide who to authorize this technology. Of course, the Empire must give an explanation. And this Space Management Committee is actually an organization that balances interests. Anyone who wants to obtain Bart's technology authorization must first be recognized by the Space Management Committee. Then the list will be reported to Bart. Yong Bo is not afraid of the relevant technology being leaked, because the return point of the mecha return to the city technique will be set on Devon Star. In other words, these people who get the technology license are just compradors. These people go back to develop the market, and then transform the space mecha, and also add some personal protective equipment, so even if they get the technology license, they can't see any trace of technology at all. The so-called forum is just looking for agents. There are so many rich people in the 3 countries, and the social situation is a bit chaotic now, so this business should be very good. Of course, some people say they don't believe Bart. In fact, most rich people are not afraid of what Bart does, because Bart is paid to do things. If he does not do things or wants to do something, he will become a public enemy. Yong Bo sent a message to Alan, saying that he knew. Now the people who come to the forum have not arrived yet. Because the people of the Red Earl mixed in the people who came to the forum last time, the Empire has re-examined the qualifications of all the people who come to the forum. Alan saw Bart sending him a message and hurriedly called, "Bart, I heard a news that the royal family seems to want to temporarily appoint a prince. Who is the choice?" Yong Bo asked as soon as he picked up the phone. "I don't know who it is. Now the Emperor wants to end the disputes within the royal family as soon as possible." Alan answered, "I'm afraid it's not that easy. If you just appoint someone, the chaos within the royal family will be even bigger." Yong Bo said on the phone, "It's not a big problem. The main thing is that the Empire is facing a new threat. Did you see what happened to John Lee? Now we nobles seriously suspect that John Lee is a force supported by the Emperor outside the Empire. Now we old nobles, first of all, must respond to John Lee. We must curb the royal family from developing their own private armed forces. Alan said. I just attended the elders' meeting. John Lee is very difficult to deal with. He has the technology to seal biochips, so some of the measures taken by the Empire before are simply useless. Yong Bo was not afraid to say it. Impossible. Can biochips be banned? Although Alan watched John Lee's live broadcast, John Lee did not say how to deal with the biochips of these engineers in the live broadcast. Now we have to send the families of these engineers over. If we don't send them over, John Lee will sell these engineers to the Alliance. I really don't know what kind of trash the Empire has raised, and they don't even know John Lee's details. And I think your suspicion is reasonable, but I won't intervene in this matter. I have been envied and hated by others for becoming a Grand Duke. Now if I intervene in other things, those people will probably scold me even more behind my back. I have already warned those old guys in the Elders' Council that if they come to Devon Star to make trouble again, whether they do it themselves or let others do it, I will not let them go. I will just guard my own little piece of land. Yong Bo replied with a smile. Alas. Alan couldn't say anything, because it involved the remarks of other Grand Dukes, and even Alan didn't dare to talk nonsense. That's it, when everyone is here, send me a message. Yong Bo closed the communication after saying that. Because Yong Bo wanted to check the recent data of Devon Customs to see if there were any suspicious people. Because the Red Earl was going to retaliate indiscriminately this time, Yong Bo was afraid that it would affect the people in the territory. Yong Bo used camouflage potions to disguise himself, as would in front of the housekeeper, and Wood also knew that he went to work at the customs just to make it easier for the young master to check the customs data. Every time Wood came back from work, he would record everything that happened to him and report it to the steward. This would make it easier for the young master to pretend to be himself in the customs in the future. Yong Bo drove Wood's car to the customs. The customs data of Devon is a very large data, with various goods and various personnel, including those who have entered Devon, and those who have applied to wait for entry. Chapter 1254. There are not many jobs in the Interstellar Society, and the customs of Devon Star are the same. Most of them are intelligent audits. Of course, there are supervisors. Wood's job is the System Security Officer of the Customs. In fact, he just looks at the security system of the Customs. Wood is responsible for the Customs, that is, the security maintenance and inspection of the video system of the entrance and exit of the Devon Starport. A very easy job. When working, he uses the tools he carries to test the entire subsystem. Then check the equipment. Yong Bo came to the Customs. Although there are colleagues, everyone just greets each other when they meet, and the rest is done by themselves. The entire intelligence system of the Customs is divided into many parts, mainly divided into two types. One is local security, and the other is the main brain of the Empire intelligence system. The data stored in the local security cannot be modified. These are archived data to deal with possible cases in the future. The main brain of the Empire's intelligence system will delete some meaningless data, because all the data of the entire Empire is too large after networking. Yong Bo directly uses Wood's authority to screen the portrait data. There is no other shortcut, only the stupid way. Look. The Red Earl looks clean, refreshing and handsome, and in the Interstellar Society, being handsome is very common, because the cost of becoming handsome is too low. Blonde is not necessarily accurate, and gentleman is even more difficult to be tight. If the screening condition is gentleman, all nobles will be screened out for you. Because nobles are all gentlemen, this screening condition includes all nobles, unless the noble is identified as a gentleman by the intelligence system. The intelligence system depends entirely on the settings within the intelligence system. It is not to say that it is formulated according to each person's senses, because everyone's senses are different. Yong Bo divided the portrait data into 10 rows, and each row slides at a speed of 30 pictures per second. That is, Yong Bo can look at 300 people in 1 second, and there are 2.3 million people coming to Devon Star within 3 months. That is, it takes 7,700 seconds, 127 minutes, and more than 2 hours. There are 1.7 million people who will enter the country in the next 3 months, which means that it will take 4 hours to finish. As for the outbound people, Yong Bo does not need to look at them. Just look at the suspicious people entering the country. More than 2 hours, as of today, there are no suspicious people who have entered the country within 3 months except those who have been killed. Then the next 3 months are screened. Of course, there are some uncertainties about these portraits in the next 3 months, because some may apply for expedited applications, and some nobles will use their privileges to enter the country. When Yong Bo was busy at the customs of Devon Star, Interstellar public opinion pushed John Lee to a new high. Because the content of John Lee's live broadcast is simply unbelievable to most people who know the business. Because the three countries have some measures for confidential personnel, that is, some restrictions on the biochips in the brain. The Alliance will implant a double restriction in the biochip, that is, some functions of the biochip will only be unrestricted in specific areas. That is, all the functions of the biochip will be unlocked in the laboratory or workplace, and the performance will be restricted when leaving certain areas. The Empire and the Federation are more direct, that is, the slave chip. This chip has more restrictions than the Alliance chip. The slave chip has the ability to self-destruct, and can paralyze the user's brain through various means. It releases electric current instantly, causing devastating damage to brain cells. It also releases a large amount of information instantly, making the brain unable to accept so much information. The lowest level of this kind of person is in a coma. So John Lee is going to publicly sell the chief engineer and senior engineer of the Empire Battleship Intelligent Manufacturing Factory. This is obviously wrong. The confidentiality level of these people in the Empire is not low. There is no possibility that they will be auctioned. The Alliance and the Federation's intelligence departments are fully fired and quickly collected relevant information. Then the Alliance urgently withdrew the previous plan to send more than 2,000 professional battleship soldiers to John Lee. Then they urgently recruited people who had graduated from battleship-related majors before, and also recruited some graduating students from schools for internships. Of course, these are not done by the official Alliance, but by some companies in the Alliance, so that if something goes wrong in the future, it will have nothing to do with the official Alliance. The Empire also took corresponding actions, replacing the retired Imperial soldiers who were originally going to be sent out with those who had just graduated or had graduated before, but had not joined the fleet. Because these people did not serve in the fleet, there was no need to worry about them leaking relevant information. Of course, what the intelligence departments of the three countries were more interested in was how John Lee could ignore the existence of the biochip. Because the biochip had been absorbed by the brain and became part of the brain. Some people said that they could just dig out the biochip. But when the biochip was implanted, relevant precautions had been taken. The biochip was treated to prevent disassembly, which means that once the biochip is removed, it will trigger the self-destruction program of the biochip. So the three countries sent more intelligence personnel to John Lee. It happened that Korea State was recruiting people now, so these people sneaked in. Yong Bo finally found useful information at the new customs of Devon. After more than 3 hours of comparison, Yong Bo finally found the suspicious person. The other party will enter Devon Star in 20 days, and the other party is from the Alliance. It is a tour group of the Alliance. There are 3 people in the tour group, 2 men and 1 woman. One of the 2 men is a lawyer, the other is a financial analyst, and the woman is a nutritionist. These people look like they are in their 30s. The men are mature and steady, and the women are mature and intellectual. However, the information registered by the 3 people showed that they were over 50 years old, and all of them were superpowered. It seems that these people are the most hidden group of Red Earl. These people are obviously different from other knights of Red Earl. If I didn't have the ability to disguise myself as a grandmaster, I would have no way to distinguish these 3 people. Yong Bo felt that the 3 people were suspicious at the first sight. However, the temperament and dress of the 3 people were completely different from the previous Red Earl Knights. Red Earl Knights are much easier to distinguish. Yong Bo also guessed that an organization like Red Earl could not only have these people in it, but there must be many other hidden people. It is precisely because of these hidden people that this organization has been constantly strangled in the development of so many years, and then constantly revived. This is like grass. It is meaningless to just clean up the surface. As long as its roots are still there, it can grow again. The tour group of the Alliance stayed at the Ring Hotel. The Empire has a relatively high audit threshold for those from the Alliance. But in terms of security review, it is relatively loose for those from the Alliance. For those from the Federation, the audit threshold is relatively low, but the level of security review is relatively high. The audit threshold is the issuance of visas. The visa issuance rate for the Alliance is only about 20%, while the visa issuance rate for the Federation is about 75%. For people from the Federation, it is easy to get a visa as long as they have proof of the round-trip ship and hotel. For people from the Alliance, even if they have a tourist visa, a ticket, etc., they are easily rejected. Because the ideology of the Alliance is completely different from that of the Empire. But after these people enter the Empire's security review level for the Alliance is only the lowest level, that is, it will not actively monitor the information of each citizen of the Alliance. The Empire's security monitoring of the Federation's people is 2 levels higher than that of the Alliance, which means that almost every citizen of the Federation who enters the Empire is under the Empire's surveillance at all times. The main reason is that the Federation is too chaotic, with gray industries everywhere, and the Empire is afraid that the people of the Federation will cause trouble. And the citizens of the Alliance are almost never monitored. TSK. The Red Earl's people are too smart for their own good. Yong Bo certainly knew that the Red Earl's people sent people from the Alliance to relax the security review on the Empire side. But Yong Bo felt that the other party's settlement in the Ring Hotel was a stupid act. Of course, maybe these people think it's easier to take action if they stay in the Ring Hotel. After all, the Ring Hotel is very rich, and the Space Technology Forum is about to be held. Maybe these guys are just going to take advantage of the chaos to make trouble. Maybe these guys are here to retaliate against Alan. After all, I said Alan last time that I found the Red Earl's people. Yong Bo pondered in his heart, and then waited for the time to get off work, and then left the customs. After Yong Bo returned to Bart's manor, he pretended to inject a reduction agent, and returned to Bart's appearance. In the future, when we'll go to work, then Yong Bo sent a message to Alan, asking him to give him the list of guests staying at the Ring Hotel in the next month. Find someone to investigate the background of these people to ensure the safety of the Space Technology Forum. After Alan received the news, he sent all the information to Bart, because Yong Bo's statement was completely correct. After Yong Bo received the information sent by Alan, he quickly found the reservation information of the 3 people. Yong Bo did not answer Alan immediately, but waited for a certain period of time. He wanted to give Alan an illusion that he was also looking for someone to investigate. Yong Bo spent another night on Devon Star, and enjoyed the services of the 3 beauties. The 3 beauties had their own characteristics, but all 3 of them were obedient to Bart. The next day, Yong Bo entered Bart's private laboratory and strolled around the second world first, and then came to Li Zhan's fleet. Unlucky. Yong Bo received the list of warship personnel reported by the people of Caliabang, and said unlucky with disdain. Because Yong Bo found that these people were recommended by companies with Alliance background. Yong Bo knew very well what kind of people these people in the Alliance were. In particular, 1/3 of them were women, and many of them had just graduated from school. Various small groups within the Alliance were particularly prominent in the school, just like the group that Xia and Annie joined before they joined in school. The elite class of the Alliance used this method to make it impossible for these people at the bottom to rise. Even if you have a few talented people at the bottom, they will fall into various cognitive conflicts when they grow up in such a learning environment. The reason why the Alliance has various small groups is that the elite class makes these small groups constantly consume each other. And the elite class of the Alliance will also praise the best of these small groups very highly. For example, environmentalists, animal protectionists, and green associations. These elite classes only take out a small amount of funds to praise these people highly, which can cause conflicts between these groups. So Yong Bo is quite disgusted with these college students in the Alliance. Yong Bo likes these people recommended by these companies with Imperial backgrounds very much. At least the aesthetic taste of the people on the Empire side is very normal. TSK. Most of the people recommended by the Empire side are students who have recently graduated or are about to graduate from warships. Yong Bo knew that what he said at the elders meeting worked. The Empire has changed its strategy to deal with John Lee. Yong Bo revealed in the live broadcast that the auction of senior engineers was actually to change the Alliance's thinking. The intelligence department of the Alliance is not stupid. John Lee can auction these engineers, so he must have a solution to the biochip. If he sends the elite troops in the army, it will increase John Lee's combat power. So Yong Bo directly used John Lee's identity to send messages to these companies with Alliance backgrounds, asking them to pay attention to the tendencies of these people. And after coming to Korea State, they must abide by the laws of Korea State. Yong Bo's message is actually a warning to the other party not to send people from those small groups. If these small groups want to make trouble within the Federation, don't blame yourself. Yong Bo originally thought that after he sent the message, these companies with Alliance backgrounds would change their minds. But the heads of these companies just patted their chests on the phone to guarantee that these people were fine. These guys in the Alliance have bad intentions. Yong Bo soon discovered that the methods of these people in the Alliance were quite clever. If these people recommended by the Alliance are from various small groups, then John Lee will incite these small groups to protest against John Lee after dealing with these people. If they are not dealt with, these people will take root and sprout in the fleet of Korea State like seeds, and they may also indirectly deal with some unstable factors within the Alliance. Because these small groups of people are sometimes pushed too high and really think that their influence is incredible. Because the elite of the alliance found that they have been fooled for too long, these guys at the bottom sometimes have an illusion that their protests are effective. In fact, the protests of most of the groups in the alliance are all about the capitalists' game. If there are no capitalists, the police will strike hard. In fact, if these groups, such as environmental protection organizations, really touch the interests of the large groups in the alliance, then these people are likely to encounter various accidents. Okay. Then let's see who is better. Yong Bo decided to wait and see. The alliance wants to use the people of these groups to mess up Korea State, and Yong Bo has a lot of ways. That is to do the opposite, donate to these groups, and let these guys make trouble within the alliance. Of course, if you are a little more ruthless, you can directly send these people to die and let the pirates come to rob them. Pirates are the most convincing to deal with people from these groups. These people on the planet Korea State looked at the two spots of light in the space. Some people are very happy, some are numb, and more people can't tell what they feel in their hearts. These are the two B-class battleships purchased by John Lee, which officially returned to Korea State. The heads of these companies on Korea State have no happiness at all, because John Lee has the final say in the entire Korea State now. In the past, the heads of these companies had the final say in all matters on the entire planet. Now everything has to go through John Lee. Although the overall military strength of Korea State has improved a lot, this is not what the heads of these companies want. After all, no one wants to have another mother-in-law on their head. General. The first to come to the B-class battleship were Lisa and Vivian. After seeing John Lee, they were also very excited. The two have a very special status in Korea State. It was because the two were John Lee's women, and Vivian received a lot of benefits in private. Because if you want to do anything in the Federation, you must first establish connections, and Vivian is John Lee's spokesperson. Wow! Lisa came to the control room of the battleship, and was amazed at the various equipment inside the battleship. Class B battleships are different. Lisa originally graduated from the Battleship Command Department, so she knows more about battleships. There are huge differences between each level of battleships. From the number of energy cannons to the power of the battleship itself, and the size of the battleship, it is difficult for the energy cannons of low-level battleships to break the protective shields of high-level battleships. As for the energy cannons that destroy planets, only the main battleships of the main fleet have them. Other levels of battleships do not have such energy cannons. You will be the acting captain of this battleship in the future. This battleship uses a new intelligent system control. These two battleships will stay on the planet as alert battleships. Yong Bo couldn't take these two battleships out to rob, because these two battleships were too obvious. So I just stayed in Korea State as the next defensive warship. Ah, General, you mean I will be the only one controlling this warship in the future? Lisa was a little surprised. For the time being? People recommended by other companies? Don't worry about that. Yong Bo is not afraid that Korea State will send people to these companies' fleets, because he is going to get a few more warships back this time. But? Lisa still didn't believe it. Come and I will teach you. Yong Bo is going to teach Lisa how to control this warship. As a planetary alert warship, there is no need for extra operations. Just turn on the alert mode of the front line. Besides, Yong Bo can also remotely control this warship. Yong Bo is about to prepare to fight against the fleet of Central State with the pirates. At that time, the pirate group will attack the fleet of Central State and rob those pirates. Because Central State set a trap this time, and the pirate alliance has been fooled. Chapter 1255. Wow! This warship is so intelligent. It's more intelligent than any warship I've come across. Yong Bo directly turned on the planet alert mode for the warship. In this mode, the two warships will perform alert missions throughout the Koreabank star field. Planet alert mission is a relatively simple mode. This simple meaning is to compare the other combat modes of the warship. In fact, the planet alert mission requires adjusting various data of the warship according to the planet, where it is located, and the distribution of surrounding forces. For example, the active radar, passive radar, and various detectors released by the warship. The intelligence system of the warship adjusts the patrol route, the time to start the active radar, and the time to attack in a timely manner through various collected data. In the environment of the Federation, after the two warships turn on the planet alert mode, all other ships must be at a certain safe distance from the two warships. Because the composition of various companies on the Federation side is complex, and most of these companies' ships look like transport ships, but most of them are actually equipped with weapons. Most of these transport ships are armed transport ships. Although they look the same as other ships, if they get too close, they will still threaten the safety of the warships. There have been some conflicts in the Federation, where they disguise themselves as civilian ships to attack the other side. Of course, the safe distance between civilian ships and warships in the Empire and the Alliance is relatively small, because these two countries have very strict inspections on ships. Armed transport ships are subject to very abnormal supervision in these two countries. Therefore, different data should be set for different environments. In addition, Lisa found that the response speed of this battleship and the data of the battleship were much stronger than the data of the battleships she had come into contact with before. Lisa didn't know that this was the new generation of battleships of the Empire. And to be honest, Lisa had never seen anything good. At the Federal Battleship Military Command Academy, people who were not from those families had no chance of coming into contact with battleships, so she only learned some theoretical things, and what she had come into contact with before was only the C-class battleship captured by Yong Bo. So facing this B-class battleship, which is one level higher, and it is not the castrated configuration sold by the Empire, the configuration gap between each level of the battleship is quite large. Not to mention that this is the latest model of the Empire. Although it is in the intelligent age, the control and command of the battleship still need training. Because once the intelligence system of a battleship goes wrong, it will be catastrophic. Every step of the battleship's command system needs to be determined by the commander. Because of the battleship's intelligence system, the data received is likely to be deceptive. There are also electronic warfare and hacker programs in the intelligent age. In addition, when it comes to command, excellent commanders often rely on their unique intuition and reactions to various situations. Because war itself is deception, both sides of the war are deceiving each other in various ways. Interstellar war is no exception. So the radar of the warship is very advanced, but the deception methods are also advanced. Attack and defense methods are relative. In addition, the warship also has some risk control systems, which are mainly used to prevent the warship from attacking its own people. Because no one knows whether the commanders of these fleets are spies, Yong Bo guided Lisa to master the basic authority and basic functions of the warship. And he also asked Lisa to name a B-class warship. Lisa named the warship Dawn, which means that Lisa bid farewell to the past and started over. Lisa and Vivian obeyed Li John's words and admired him very much. In today's society, the strong can naturally be admired. And Li John is the strongest among the strong, from a shareholder of a company to now owning a huge private armed force. Now Li John has the most private armed forces in the entire interstellar society. Even the scale of the pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance is not as large as Li John. Yong Bo wasted more than a day in Korea State, although it only took a few hours to teach Lisa. The rest of the time was to comfort the two women. After all, Li John's identity going out also delayed a lot of time. And Li John had such a huge gain, and the two women were also very excited. Lisa and Vivian knew that the stronger Li John was, the safer they would be. If something happens to John Lee one day, the two of them will not be able to escape the intelligence department of the Federation, and they will definitely retaliate against them. And the two of them also know John Lee's current status and position, and there will be other women in the future. There are many socialites in Korea State now, and these socialites are cultivated by various families in the Federation, and they are also members of various families. There are even some cultivated by some consortiums in the Empire and the Alliance. So the two of them try their best to show themselves in front of John Lee. Yong Bo also knows this, so he should enjoy it when he should. Yong Bo used the excuse of going to another warship to deal with things, and then teleported from another B-class warship to the 4 C-class warships that left. The other pirate groups have left their bases and started to set off for the assembly area. Yong Bo disguised these 4 warships as the Silver Moon Pirates. Because Yong Bo knew that he would definitely take action this time. Central State prepared for this trap for a long time, and prepared 2 main fleets. Federal Central State wanted to take this opportunity to solve the Pirate Alliance's problems at one time. At least, the pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance dared not harass Central State frequently in a short period of time. If the pirate group's disgusting fighting style drags on, it will directly drag down the Central State's finances. It will also directly drag these consortiums in Central State into bankruptcy. Pirates fight if they can beat them, and run if they can't, and they frequently send 1 or 2 low-level warships to attack. As a consortium in Central State, the transport spacecraft team must be equipped with enough warships for escort every time. Moreover, the main fleet cannot chase them now, because if they chase them, there may be other pirate groups coming to attack them. Once these pirate groups find that they are escorted by the main fleet, they will scatter. What is even more disgusting is that the Pirate Alliance has announced the expansion of the attack range, which means that anyone who does business with the Central State Consortium will be attacked by the Pirate Alliance. This makes the Central State Consortium have fewer and fewer business partners. Business partners dare not risk being attacked by the Pirate Alliance pirate groups to do business with these people. Several business partners have been attacked by pirate groups and suffered heavy losses. The deeper level is that the consortiums in other states were originally in competition with the consortiums in Madhya Pradesh. At this time, some consortiums in other states began to add insult to injury. The debtors did not pay, and the goods that should be shipped did not ship. The consortiums in Madhya Pradesh were ripped off as much as possible. Of course, Yong Bo also took the lead in not paying taxes to Madhya Pradesh and confiscating the property of these consortiums in Madhya Pradesh. This made the consortiums in Madhya Pradesh very angry, because the property of the Madhya Pradesh consortium in other states was frozen and then entrusted. The consortiums in Madhya Pradesh watched their property being entrusted to others, and then the value gradually decreased. Just like the assets of Madhya Pradesh frozen by Kalaya, they are shrinking significantly. After the assets are frozen, how others will manage them can be imagined with a big toe. Anyway, they messed around, and the assets that were originally profitable were directly turned into losses, and they might even owe a large sum of money. Therefore, the Central State decided to give the Pirate Alliance a severe shock, and then to other states, otherwise these properties will be gone over time. The Pirate Alliance is more complicated. The Pirate Alliance Council has actually realized that this is probably a trap set by the Central State, but the Pirate Alliance Council still took the lead in formulating a battle plan, because in the eyes of the Pirate Alliance Council, whether it wins or loses this time, it will be good for their Pirate Alliance Council. If the Pirate Alliance wins, it will have a more resounding reputation and attract more people to join. If it loses, it will be a good opportunity to clean up the Pirate Alliance internally, and those disobedient pirate groups will be killed. The Pirate Alliance once again supported other pirate groups. Yong Bo was very clear about the ideas of both sides, and knew the action plans of both sides. The Federal Central State dispatched 2 main fleets this time. It was not that the Central State was unwilling to dispatch more main fleets, but the dispatch of the main fleets would be noticed. Other main fleets were needed to provide cover. The Pirate Alliance organized 13 pirate groups this time. There were a total of 3 B-class warships, 19 C-class warships, 39 D-class warships, and many other warships, with a total of more than 200 warships. Because this time, the Central State transported energy stones worth more than 500 trillion credit points, as well as rare ores to the Empire to buy new warships. Of course, the Central State pretended to be divided into several routes to confuse the Pirate Alliance. Then these transport ships were escorted by warships. Of course, these warships made a big detour and became part of the encirclement. Yong Bo came to the second world again and strolled around Prince Holden's territory. Yong Bo is now confident of taking over the second world. I just haven't decided which identity to use to get it. I can't use Bart's identity, because Bart's identity is the most important to take the second world. In other words, he will never dare to admit that the royal family owns the second world. If the royal family admits it, Yong Bo will use Bart's identity to directly impeach the royal family. So this identity is enough as long as it can resist the royal family's secret counterattack. And now the various forces within the royal family are also fighting constantly. The most powerful armed force of the royal family, the Royal Guard Knights, is now under supervision. However, this supervision is not strong enough, so Yong Bo has to wait for the Red Earl's people to come and do something again, so that the Royal Guard Knights will be completely supervised. In addition, there are the secret guards of the royal family. Yong Bo is also planning to use the Red Earl to frame these people this time, when the royal family is in turmoil, and the 2 huge armed forces are under supervision. Then he will only have to deal with the armed spacecraft of the second world and the space laboratory. Li Zhan's identity is not suitable for taking the second world. Because if Li Zhan's identity as a federation is taken to the second world federation, other states will definitely unite to grab it. The federation is originally a warlord, and the internal Kalaya state will also take action against Li Zhan. So only Yong Bo's identity can take the second world. Although the alliance has various problems, Yong Bo's identity as a citizen of the alliance discovered the second world. The alliance will definitely keep this achievement, and Yong Bo also has enough connections to establish a neutral country by himself. It's just that Yong Bo hasn't figured out how to discover the second world with his original identity, and how can he get enough armed forces with this identity? Because if you want to discover a planet and establish a country, armed forces are the most important. Yong Bo disguised himself as Prince Holden and looked up at the armed spacecraft and laboratory in the sky. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't think of a breakthrough. Then Yong Bo returned to March Star. Su Wei and the others rested after the superpower training. Then he sent a message to Wang Mushua, and Yong Bo was ready to consult Wang Mushua. After Wang Mushua received the message from Yong Bo, she sneaked to Yong Bo's villa. Now March Star is in the storm season again, and the whole planet is covered by the storm. A short separation is better than a new marriage, and the two sides met without saying a word and had an in-depth exchange first. Your physique is too abnormal, Wang Mushua said weakly while lying in Yong Bo's arms. I have something to ask. If I want to establish a country in our alliance, what should I do? Yong Bo asked. It's very simple. You can name any ownerless planet you like, and then build a base on it. If the alliance citizens on the planet vote unanimously to establish a country, then the country can be established. You can check. Our alliance now has more than 20 neutral countries. These neutral countries have their own political power. Of course, most of these neutral countries are just jokes. Some use some abandoned mining bases. Some are simply a family. There are too many planets in the universe. Wang Mushua heard Yong Bo's words, and didn't know why Yong Bo asked this question. Because there was not enough information to judge, he could only say this. What if it is a planet that can adapt to human survival? Yong Bo hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Have you found a planet that can adapt to human survival? How did you find it? Wang Mushua heard this and suddenly, sitting up, Yong Bo watched Wang Mushua sit up, exposing her beautiful body, and pulled Wang Mushua into his arms again, saying, I'm just asking, I feel that my current life is boring and I want to explore the unknown universe. Hee hee. You must have found clues to a planet that can be inhabited by humans. Don't lie, you do things for a purpose. If it is a planet that is suitable for human survival, it would be too difficult to establish a country alone. Even if you can become a neutral country through various means, you will be remembered by the consortiums of these three countries. You will have various accidents, and they may even make some fake news and rescue other people on the planet in the name of justice. Of course, it may also be in the name of protection. Unless you have some means to make everyone afraid. Wang Mushua looked at Yong Bo when she said this. Because Wang Mushua knew that Yong Bo must have many secrets, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have such abnormal strength at such a young age. This guy's physique is abnormal, to the point of being outrageous. Not only is his physique abnormal, but his mental strength is also abnormal. So Wang Mushua wants to see what other secrets Yong Bo has. Chapter 1256. I don't have any tricks, but I'm pretty good at making medicine and forging. Yong Bo certainly won't expose his entire fate. Although the relationship with Wang Mushua has reached a negative distance now, but don't forget that Wang Mushua grew up in the environment of the Alliance. The three countries of the Alliance Empire and the Federation have grown to the present, and they have cultivated sophisticated egoists. Because these three countries do not allow people who sacrifice themselves for others to exist. Because such ideas are very dangerous to social stability. Because in the eyes of such people, the ruling classes of the three countries should die. It is to let everyone make their own calculations, so that these people can't unite to make trouble. And Yong Bo will never tell anyone many secrets in his life. Just like he has the ability to teleport, Yong Bo will never tell anyone. Because the environment will change a person's mind. Now the two people may be in a good relationship, but if there are some disagreements later, it is not impossible to become enemies. Even if you have reached the highest level of these two abilities. Even if you can make a lot of very rare potions. But it will not help you to make an independent planet, but will bring disaster. These consortiums have countless means. The first is the supply of raw materials, and then the market. Just like the potions you prepare may be the best, but these consortiums have many ways to make your potions unsellable. The first is to fabricate some side effects. The consortiums in these countries often conceal the side effects of various products in the early days. And the more advanced the medicine is, the fewer people it will be used for. The potential customer groups of your high-end medicines are closely related to these financial groups. And some of these financial groups seem to be in competition on the surface, but in fact, they have already become a community of interests behind the scenes. Even if you develop a medicine that can increase lifespan, they can reach an agreement to take you down first, and then slowly squeeze your ability. In my opinion, if you want to make a planet independent, you still need to have your own armed forces. This is also the only way. But the manufacturing technology of warships is controlled by three countries. And the related materials for warship manufacturing are also controlled by three countries. So what you said about finding an independent planet where humans can survive, it is very difficult to achieve. The Green Demon Star is a good example. Wang Mushua analyzed carefully. And even ordinary armed forces can't resist. The three countries will use all kinds of methods to obtain ownership of such a planet. Yong Bo listened to Wang Mushua's analysis. Why are you looking at me? Yong Bo saw Wang Mushua staring at him intently, so he asked. Where is the planet you found? How did you find it? Did someone tell you? Wang Mushua asked. I'm just asking. Others haven't found it. How could I have found it? Yong Bo would never admit it. Humph. You're not so boring to ask these questions. I just wanted to ask. In fact, Yong Bo's previous plan was to build his own armed forces. All the foundations of interstellar society are actually built on force. Without sufficient force, you can't protect your own things. Of course, if Yong Bo takes out all his trump cards, he may occupy a planet, but the risk is also great. Maybe these three countries are afraid of their super strong force and destroy their planets remotely. This possibility exists. As long as the trajectory of the planet is calculated, the ultra-long-range energy cannon can be fired. And space movement is also affected by energy. Space movement is also a way of using energy, and any use of energy will be interfered by other energies. Ha ha. Wang Mushua showed a meaningful smile and then laughed. It seems that your physical strength has recovered. Come again. Yong Bo saw Wang Mushua's appearance of asking for a beating, and said unhappily, Rogue. Wang Mushua said 2 words unhappily when she heard Yong Bo say this. Then, there was another in-depth exchange. When Su Wei and the others woke up, Wang Mushua had already left Yong Bo's villa. How can I have enough armed forces with this identity? Yong Bo pondered in his heart. Yong Bo knew how powerful the fleets of the 3 countries were. So if you want to compete with the fleets of these 3 countries, you need a very strong armed force. Otherwise you can only rely on these 3 countries. Relying on these 3 countries, Yong Bo can do it easily. Whether it is Li Zhan's identity or Bart's identity, it is easy to get control of the second world. Bart can completely turn the second world into his own territory with the identity of the Grand Duke. But it will still be governed by the entire empire. Similarly, John of Korea State can also take over the second world and become an independent state. But this is still under the jurisdiction of the Federation. Yong Bo's ID card can still make a planet an autonomous planet. Just like the model, but it will still be governed by the Alliance. No matter which of the 3 countries is governed, some rights have been lost, such as diplomatic rights, war rights, and legislative rights. Although each state in the Federation is a warlord organization and each state has its own laws, when these laws conflict with federal laws, only federal laws apply. Similarly, the autonomous planets of the Alliance have not only lost diplomatic rights, but also lost legislative rights, and even lost the right to arm themselves. The Grand Duke of the Empire can use this planet as his own territory and has great autonomy, but he also has no diplomatic rights, legislative rights, and the armed forces he has are pitifully small. It is relatively better in the Federation, and each state in the Federation has its own armed forces. But the political environment of the Federation is relatively bad. There are frequent conflicts between the states, and the winner takes all the loser, and there is nothing. So these 3 identities can gain control of the second world. But this is not what Yong Bo wants. Yong Bo wants an independent country. Because there will be many restrictions if they are attached to the other 3 countries. It feels a bit like trying to get the skin of a tiger if they are attached to the other 3 countries. If they are attached to the Alliance and the Federation, they have many ways to take away their own things, the simplest of which is to call a parliamentary vote. The parliament is just used to shut others up and pass the buck. In this way, no matter what the result is, there is no specific person to take responsibility. Alas! Yong Bo sighed in his heart. In the face of such a huge force as the 3 countries, many plans must be carefully. Because in the face of absolute strength, many self-righteous plans look very ridiculous. It can be said that if I take the second world myself, even if I can be independent, then the relationship with the other 3 countries may not be so smooth. The individual strength is still a little small. I still have to develop an organization. But developing an organization takes time. And developing an organization will face another problem, that is, the contradiction within the organization. After developing the organization, even if I control the second world in the future, these people in the organization must be given certain rights. At that time, the organization may be supported by the outside world to subvert my rights. So which direction should I work towards next? Yong Bo feels a little overwhelmed now, but there is actually a vague idea in his mind. This idea is to develop interstellar creatures. Developing interstellar creatures is easier to achieve for Yong Bo's identity. Because I know the nests of interstellar creatures very well. I can gather all these interstellar creature cubs together, then cultivate them. But there is a disadvantage, that is, these interstellar creatures cannot be exposed before they grow up completely. Once exposed, they will be targeted by other forces. The difficulty of this plan is not how to cultivate interstellar creatures. I can use the identities of John Lee and Bart to continuously provide this identity with various energy stones and rare minerals. The most difficult thing is that the interstellar creatures will not be discovered during their growth. It seems that I have to build a super large laboratory in my territory. Only laboratory methods can shield the energy fluctuations of interstellar creatures. Huh? Yong Bo suddenly thought of something. Since I can be invisible and have invisible mice, can I make these interstellar creatures also have the ability to be invisible? If I build an interstellar creature army that can be invisible, then there is no problem for me to control the second world. But I am afraid that making interstellar creatures invisible will bring disaster. Yong Bo has always been wary of interstellar creatures. Because interstellar creatures have no emotions, these creatures are silicon-based creatures, just like some machines. These creatures can only devour, grow, and destroy. Even if Yong Bo has a spiritual seed to control these interstellar creatures, he still feels something is wrong. Because Yong Bo knows that spiritual power and soul are actually a manifestation of energy, Yong Bo is still unclear about what a complete interstellar creature looks like. Although some interstellar creatures have been found on the gaseous planet in the center of the universe, no stronger individuals have been seen. There should be more powerful individuals in the depths of that planet. If these interstellar creatures grow to the end, will they become pure energy bodies? In that case, can his spiritual seed still control these interstellar creatures? Then the first thing to do now is to continue to deepen the contradictions between the three countries. Let the three countries become hostile, so that I can gain control of the second world, and these three countries will not act rashly. Because even if I gain control of the second world, even if I have a lot of armed forces, the armed forces shown to outsiders will not be too strong. Because if they are too strong, it will make the three countries feel dangerous. The armed forces shown should make the three countries feel that once they become enemies with me, if I turn to the other side, it will cause them great trouble. The second thing to do is to see the strongest individual interstellar creatures. The third thing is to continue to increase the voice of John Lee and Bart in their respective countries. At that time, these two identities will help my current identity. The fourth is to experiment with the cultivation of interstellar creatures, and see how to cultivate interstellar creatures as quickly as possible. Yong Bo replanned his future direction. In the past, Yong Bo thought about being able to control these fleets of the Alliance. Now it seems that the previous plan was a bit too naive. If I can control these fleets with my superpowers, once the three countries know about it, they will definitely kill me. Because this ability is too abnormal, so abnormal that everyone thinks you are the biggest threat, you will become the public enemy of the three countries. So after Yong Bo stayed in March Star for a day, he came to the territory of Prince Holden in the second world. Yong Bo has long regarded this planet as his own. Then Yong Bo came to Li Zhan's fleet, to be precise, the Silver Moon Pirates composed of 4 C-class warships. As long as Yong Bo is willing, these 4 warships can be transformed into any identity. Now it seems that we have to increase the investment in Li Zhan's identity. The next step for this identity is to build a warship factory. When my other identity gains control of the second world, I can directly place warship orders here. In addition, Li Zhan's identity has another advantage, that is, the mixed backgrounds of the forces on Korea State are of great help in the manufacture of warships. Yong Bo certainly knows that there are many materials for manufacturing warships, and these three countries are all controlled materials. These companies on the planet Korea State have complex backgrounds. As long as there is enough profit, these companies will definitely be able to smuggle various materials. This time, we must rob the bait that Central State has taken out. The bait Yong Bo said is the trap that the Federal Central State used to set up to combat pirates this time. The Pirate Alliance received news that there are energy stones and rare ores worth 500 trillion credit points. In fact, Madhya Pradesh has also prepared such supplies. These supplies are the reserves of the federal government, not the reserves of Madhya Pradesh. Madhya Pradesh only used these supplies as bait this time, and will return them to the federal government later, because other states in the Federation require an inventory of the government's strategic supplies. If Yong Bo robs these supplies, Madhya Pradesh will face a more severe situation. The most troublesome thing for a country is not the external enemies, but these internal enemies. To be honest, the Pirate Alliance was able to gain the upper hand in the war against Madhya Pradesh, and other states also helped a lot. Yong Bo even suspected that these states deliberately leaked some information when doing business with the Madhya Pradesh consortium, allowing the Pirate Alliance to attack these consortiums. At least you can get liquidated damages. Some can even get the other party's things for free. Anyway, It is not the first or second time that the warlords in the Federation have set traps for each other. How can we make Yong Bo more famous? How can Yong Bo reach the center of the universe? Then Yong Bo needs to recruit some people. Yong Bo was thinking on Li Zhan's fleet. Now the fleet was sailing silently. Nothing happened. Chapter 1257. Taking advantage of the free time, Yong Bo came to Zhang Sin's villa again. Catherine didn't dare to leave the safe house now. She felt like she was going crazy in this small safe house. After seeing Zhang Sin come out, Catherine felt relieved for no reason, and was also a little happy. After all, she saw a living person. Yong Bo also knew that Catherine must be very depressed when she was locked up here, so he opened the door of the safe house and went out to swim. Catherine saw Zhang Sin go out, so she quickly changed into a swimsuit and went to the swimming pool. Catherine swam back and forth in the pool for several times, and then looked up at the sky by the pool. Catherine had never felt that the blue sky was so beautiful. Can you take me with you too? Catherine looked at Zhang Sin, who was basking in the sun next to her, and asked proactively. I didn't go anywhere else. Yong Bo looked at Catherine in her swimsuit. Catherine's beauty is top-notch, otherwise she wouldn't be able to become the Red Earl's intelligence collector in the Imperial capital. She couldn't deceive so many nobles, and willingly provide some intelligence. You lied? There must be a tunnel leading to other places in your house. Catherine pressed her whole body on Zhang Sin, twisting her body deliberately, and saying coquettishly, Don't forget that you are the Red Earl's man. Who knows if you and I are just playing around? Yong Bo said with a grin. I'm already like this. I've been hunted down by the organization like this. How else do you want me to prove myself? Catherine asked anxiously after hearing Zhang Sin's words. You are just a bait for us now. I can't think of anything else. What's your value? Tell me what abilities you have. Yong Bo certainly knew what abilities the other party had. But some things have to be done willingly. I know a lot of secrets of the Red Earl, and I also know how to identify them. Our Red Earl's people have a single line of contact, but they are omnipresent. And the people of our Red Earl organization focus on infiltrating you nobles. Maybe there are people from our Red Earl in your family. If you take me with you, I can tell who they are. Catherine is now desperate. Catherine has no other way to go now. The royal family of the Blue Water Empire wants to arrest her, and the Red Earl also wants to arrest her. Now only these great nobles can save her. Catherine certainly knows that if she does this, she will face a more crazy revenge from the Red Earl. But being purified is bad enough, and revenge can't be much worse. Do you think we don't have the ability to distinguish the Red Earl's organization? How do we know that you are the Red Earl's man? You don't think no one knew that the Red Earl came the first 2 times, do you? You don't think that I am so safe every time I come out, and it is a coincidence that the Red Earl and the Royal Guard Knights always come empty-handed? Yong Bo asked with a grin. Ah! Catherine thought about it carefully now, and it was really the case. Grand Duke Bart. Then Catherine thought of another point. Grand Duke Bart always came so timely. Hee hee. Yong Bo grinned. Women like Catherine are not stupid. The reason why she didn't think of this is because she has been too depressed recently. Sometimes it's not good to know too much. Being a woman should be a little bit stupid, so that men like it. Yong Bo looked at Catherine's surprised expression. Because Catherine thought of more. What is the root cause of the Red Earl's current conflict with the royal family of the Blue Empire? The root cause is himself. Obviously, Zhang Sin is backed by these great nobles of the empire. These guys used me to get the royal family and the Red Earl to fight. Catherine was also shocked when she thought about how powerful the power behind Zhang Sin was. At least several Grand Dukes were involved to play this big game. We have been tracking you since you, the Red Earl, boarded the spaceship. In this society, if you want to go to other planets, you can only take a transport spaceship. We nobles control 90% of the Empire's transportation business. We have information about all of you, and we can find out all the people related to you as long as we want. You, the Red Earl, don't think that no one knows about you guys on the ground? We left you here just to let you take the blame. If you weren't there, there would be no one to take the blame if we did something. Yong Bo smiled. Liar! Asshole! Catherine gnashed her teeth when she heard Zhang Sin say this. She thought she had disguised herself well in the capital, but why was she discovered by this guy? It turned out that she and her people had been discovered long ago. If you behave well and agree to implant the biochip, I can let you live under a different identity. Yong Bo was not a ruthless person, and Catherine's performance was quite good. It's not bad to hide it and be a canary. I do. Catherine agreed without thinking. What a powerful force behind Zhang Sin. Mainly because Catherine didn't want to stay in the safe house anymore. It was very insecure inside. Wait a little longer, your Red Earl's people are coming again. This time there are 3 stewards. I just don't know how many stewards you Red Earl have. Yong Bo smiled. Staff. Catherine didn't expect Zhang's son to know the whereabouts of the stewards in the organization. The steward is the most mysterious existence. The steward is the person close to the Earl, and the organization dispatches 3 stewards at a time. I think there should be more than 3 stewards? According to the action plan within our organization, for such a high-risk action, the plan on the surface only accounts for half of the entire plan. There may be stewards in secret. In addition, every time these stewards take action, it is a huge disaster. I heard a long time ago that some energy poisons or energy viruses have been developed within the organization. These people will create chaos first and then take action. These 3 stewards may be attracting your attention. I'm afraid there are others who are really taking action. Catherine said hurriedly after being surprised. It's a good sign that you can take the initiative to provide these opinions. Unless people in your organization don't take the spaceship, otherwise they will definitely be identified by us. Let's go! Now it depends on how you perform well when you go back. Although Yong Bo said this, he decided to go back to the customs to check. Because the information of the customs is also incomplete, the customs cannot grasp the information of the guests in the private spaceships of some nobles. Catherine hummed. Back in the safe house, Yong Bo asked Catherine to perform well. Catherine, a top-notch woman, took the initiative to perform. Beautiful and coquettish, with a good figure and high appearance. This kind of woman is not like his girlfriend, who is well-behaved. She can do any tricks, which makes Yong Bo feel very happy. Wait here. When this matter is over, I will change your identity. I believe you will be surprised by then. Yong Bo still promised the other party, after he was satisfied. Catherine lay weakly on the sofa. Although the Baron in front of her had a very abnormal physique, Catherine still felt better with him. After he left, she felt a little too depressed in this small safe house. Yong Bo came to the territory of Prince Holden in the second world from another safe house. 5 years. Yong Bo decided to take this planet in 5 years. First, the first step is to deepen the conflict between the 3 countries. The second step is to increase the power of Bart and John Lee again. Bart should say something in the elders' meeting in the future, and others will not dare to oppose it. John Lee should be able to make others give way to him in the Federation. In addition, John Lee should build a huge intelligent warship manufacturing factory. The main thing is to let Yong Bo find the second world. And then how to get some warships, watered in the second world for a day, and then came to Tianyun Star. Plow Lin Yu's field. Then Yong Bo disguised himself as Bart and returned to Devon Star. First, I went to the customs to check and found that several nobles' private spaceships had recently arrived at Devon. Then in the next 3 months, there are more than 40 nobles' private spaceship route plans. Of course, nobles' private spaceships do not have to apply for route plans. They can change route plans at any time. Because nobles' private spaceships have many priorities in the entire route, including berths at the airport. And the people brought by the nobles do not have to go through customs at all. Yong Bo spent 2 days secretly checking on Devon, and found no problems with the people brought by the nobles, who came in recently. Yong Bo released the spiritual seed to Wood, and he could know through Wood whether there were any. Noble spaceships temporarily changed their routes. Although nobles' private spaceships can temporarily change their routes, as a port, they can know in advance because there are space beacons that can detect these spaceships. Just like these private spaceships that landed on Devon, Devon's new airport, and the customs can know 9 hours in advance that these private spaceships will land at the airport. Because this 9-hour route only goes to Devon. Then Yong Bo came to lead John's fleet again, and to stir up conflict between the Federation and the Alliance. It just so happens that those companies with Alliance backgrounds in Korea will send some Alliance soldiers this time. I will treat these soldiers well when the time comes. Yong Bo certainly knew that there must be some weird guys among these Alliance soldiers. I will catch these weird guys, and then publicly whip them live. I will definitely offend the entire Alliance when the time comes. Not only should these guys be publicly whipped, but they should also be sentenced. Yong Bo had planned to let the pirates kidnap these people before. But now that he wants to provoke conflicts between the Alliance and the Federation, he naturally has to give these guys a hard time. I hope there will be more of those weird guys. Then I will show them what the Dark Warlord system is. I will provoke the nerves of those groups within the Alliance. In this way, Yong Bo can naturally be hostile to John Lee in the future. Then defeat John Lee and inherit everything from him. The latter is Yong Bo's temporary plan. But this time, let's expand the fleet first. After a stroll around, Yong Bo's 4 C-class battleships have arrived at the designated location. Yong Bo came earlier, mainly because he didn't trust other pirate groups. These pirate groups must have other thoughts in their minds. General Lee. After a few days, several other pirate groups came, and then John Lee obtained temporary authority over the fleets of these 4 pirate groups. This is a big deal. I believe you must have heard some news. That is, the Pirate Alliance has organized a big operation. But is this a conspiracy? It is a trap prepared by the Central State. Yong Bo only disclosed these things now, because he has obtained temporary authority to these people's warships to know whether these people have informed others. And Yong Bo believes that these pirate groups will not pass this information to their friends. This time the Federation has prepared 2 main fleets and 2 squadrons. The Pirate Alliance has prepared more than a dozen pirate groups. Our plan is very simple, which is to let the 2 main fleets of the Federation fight the Pirate Alliance first. The Pirate Alliance will definitely retreat first. When the 2 main fleets of the Federation think they have a sure win, it's time for us to take action. You are going to make a fortune this time. This time there are 2 main battleships, for A-class battleships, and 8 B-class battleships. My goal this time is the 2 main battleships, and 8 B-class battleships, and the other battleships will be delayed. Of course, these battleships are still yours. I can only bully those pirate groups that were broken up by the 2 main fleets. And this time, I will participate as the Silver Moon Pirate Group, so who of you can give me some other battleships? Yong Bo said this because his 4 lonely C-class battleships were a bit too conspicuous. The 4 battleships alone would remind others of Li Zhan's 4 battleships, because at this time point, Li Zhan's 4 battleships were not in Korea state. Several other pirate groups gave Li Zhan's fleet some battleships. The other 4 pirate groups have a total of 8 C-class warships, and this time Yong Bo commanded a total of 12 C-class warships. These warships alone are no match for the 2 main fleets, but Yong Bo wants to use these warships for a sneak attack. Those people in the Federal Central State never thought that there was a huge pirate team hiding in the dark. Some of the elders in the Pirate Alliance Council have a federal background. Because the Federation is the best place to sell stolen goods, where you can buy all the qualified certificates for your stolen goods. The fleet led by Yong Bo began to move, and the traps set by the Central State have begun to operate, and the escorted transport spacecraft has been on the road. There are 2 squadrons escorting the transport spacecraft. And the dozen or so pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance also self-righteously think they are ready. Get rich. Yong Bo knew that he was going to get rich this time. Chapter 1258. The Intelligence Department of the Federation is fully operational, and the intelligence departments of several major consortiums in the Federal Central State are also fully cooperating. This time, the fleet transporting supplies is disguised as a high-value material transport fleet. The routes between stars are not so certain, because space jumps are not a point. The Empire has only 3 airports open to the Federation for import and export. Among them, Devon Star occupies 1. From the Federation to Devon Star, there are 4 routes from the Central State to Devon Star alone, and the closest one only takes half a month. And the farthest one takes 5 months. The farthest one requires 9 space jumps. And the closest one only requires 3 space jumps. That is to say, the routes in the stars are not divided into directions. This disguised transport fleet is taking an intermediate route. On the surface, this fleet is going to a mineral star to transport high-value materials back to the Central State. In fact, this fleet is now transporting energy stones worth 500 trillion, as well as rare materials, so this fleet can have 2 squadrons to escort it. Everything seems reasonable, and the Federation has really loaded materials and energy stones worth 500 trillion onto the spacecraft. Because fishing is impossible without bait, because the Central State knows that the Pirate Alliance has spies in the Central State. Otherwise, the Central State would not be facing the current predicament. The Pirate Alliance has received accurate information and knows the specific movements of several major fleets of the Federation. Under such a huge temptation, the 14 medium and large pirate groups within the Pirate Alliance are ready to participate in this operation. The Pirate Alliance Council also took great pains to facilitate this plan. Because for the Pirate Union Council, whether the plan succeeds or not, they are the winners. So the Pirate Union Council has adopted an attitude of ignoring some intelligence. The Pirate Union Council just needs the 2 sides to fight. The Federation's transport fleet and 2 squadrons did not know that this was a fishing operation. The transport fleet and the squadron thought that they were escorting high-value materials to the Empire to exchange for warships. The 3rd Fleet and the 5th Fleet participated in the operation in Central State. Among them, the 3rd Fleet is stationed in Central State, and the 5th Fleet is in Oro State. This Oro State has 2 space jump points, through which you can reach 2 public star fields, and these two public star fields have 4 space jump points, which can lead to the Empire, the Alliance, and 2 other public star fields. You can also reach a state of the Empire, and a place in the Earth Alliance through the other 2 public star fields. In other words, this is a relatively important space transportation hub. The 3rd Fleet and the 5th Fleet used false information to disguise the route half a month ago. And they also used electronic deception technology to make the passive radars of other spacecraft think that the fleet is still in the original place. Because other passing transport ships cannot open active radars for warships. The fleet can only be detected through passive radars. War is all about deceiving each other, and whoever is fooled loses. So there are many disguises in interstellar wars. The 2 fleets have long been sailing silently in the designated star field. The 14 pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance formed a staff group under the matchmaking of the Pirate Alliance. There is only one neutral star field D3G91H356 on the route of the transport fleet that is suitable for action. This neutral star field has 4 space jump channels. If you take action here, you can leave quickly, but the Pirate Alliance will not take action in this place, because the other party is on high alert in this place. Instead, they will take action in the star field of one of the states of the Federation Vic State. And the 2 main fleets of the Federation, one is in Vic State, and the other is in the neutral star field that is most suitable for action. Although the main fleet has strong armed forces among the 3 countries. But the size of the fleet is still not visible in front of the planet, so it is very simple for the fleet to hide, that is, to use the planet. No radar can detect what is behind the planet. And there are some planets that can interfere with the radar of the warship. The staff group composed of the pirate group participating in the operation of the Pirate Alliance was not reckless. The staff group decided to send a small group of pirate groups to harass first. In addition, some spacecraft were sent to guard the surrounding star fields. But the pirate group has a fatal flaw, that is, the level of the warship is relatively low. The battleships are of low level, so the area that the radar can illuminate is relatively small, and these battleships cannot turn on all active radars. If all active radars are turned on, it is easy to scare the opponent away. The data explored by radar in the vast interstellar space is often inaccurate. On the one hand, there are many interferences, such as the solar wind released by stars. There are also some inexplicable energy rays and energy fluctuations, such as the energy waves generated by the explosion of stars hundreds of light years ago, which arrived at this place many years later. Although the Pirate Alliance also sent small warships for alert, this kind of warships are not even up to the level, so the detection distance and radar signals naturally know what is going on. The tactics adopted by the Central State are very simple, that is, once a large number of pirate groups are found, the energy cannons on the main battleships will be used for long-range attacks. The transport fleet used by the Federal Central State for fishing has 6 medium-sized cargo mineral transport ships, 2 squadrons, 2 B-class battleships, 6 C-class battleships, and 12 D-class battleships. Because of the escort, no smaller battleships were brought. The transport fleet was harassed by the pirate group's small warships before it arrived in Vic State. These small warships actively released radar detection within a certain distance for provocation. Then, they also carried out harassing shooting by calculating the sailing speed and trajectory of the transport fleet and the escort squadron. The 2 escort squadrons sent 2 D-class battleships to expel the small warships of these pirate groups. These damn bastards. If you have the guts, fight them openly. The commanders of the 2 squadrons watched the pirate warships attack from a distance, and then run away after one round. The warships were not afraid of the energy cannons of these small warships, because at this distance, even if the energy cannons of these small warships hit the warships, it would not matter. But the transport spacecraft was different. The transport spacecraft was large, and had almost no defense. Although the power of the energy cannon was very weak at a long distance, it was still an energy cannon. In addition to the transport spacecraft, and the heading speed of the escort warship, if they chased the harassing small warships, the other party would have run away long ago. If they don't chase them, these guys will harass them endlessly. The fleet commanders of the Federal Central State are disgusted by this kind of fighting. And if they chase too far, the other side may have an ambush. It's really disgusting. The transport fleet and the escort fleet began to evade mode, and the squadron also turned on the active radar, expanded the warning range again, and launched some small detectors in advance. Although small detectors are not valuable, they are not launched casually. Small detectors are destined to have limited power, so if you want to detect a long distance and a large range, you need a lot of them. These small detectors are mainly used to deal with possible detection blind spots, such as behind some planets. The two commanders of the squadron cursed in the channel because they were disgusted by the pirate group's behavior. And these bastards from Vic Bond. Just like nothing happened. These bastards. The two commanders looked at the armed transport fleet of Vic Bond some distance ahead of the channel. These fleets were not affected by the pirates at all. This is why the fleet of the central state of the Federation was driven crazy by the pirates, because the armed forces of other states did nothing. The reason why the pirates did not dare to do so before was because the armed forces of other states of the Federation would also deal with pirates. If the pirates harass in one place, as long as there is a notification within the Federation, the armed forces of each state will chase and intercept them, and the pirates will not be able to escape. Now other states are just watching the fun, and as for the pirates passing through their star field, they pretend not to see it. The two D-class battleships chased a certain distance, and then returned to the team. But from this time on, the transport fleet was constantly harassed by pirates. The escort squadron had to respond every time, because if they didn't respond, the other party would never stop. And the constant alarm inside the warships also made the soldiers in the entire fleet feel a little numb. Everyone was relieved when the escort fleet entered Vic State, because the pirate group generally wouldn't mess around in the star field where these states were located. The escort fleet didn't know how many enemies they were about to face. Of course, the pirate group didn't know that there was a federal main fleet hidden in Vic State, and Yong Bo had 4 other pirate groups, and the combined fleet was also hidden in another neutral star field outside Vic State, because this is one of the pirate group's retreat routes. After knowing that there was a main fleet, the pirate group would definitely flee in panic, although the pirate group had already made a lot of plans in advance. But after the real fight, these pirate groups would only follow the main force. Because if they followed the main force, as long as they ran faster than others, they would have a high enough chance of survival. Then the main fleet of the Federation will chase after them. At that time, I will lead people to stab these main fleets. Of course, this is just Yong Bo's first plan. If the pirate group does not take this space jump point. If the pirate group takes other space jump points, they will face another main fleet of the Federation. At that time, they will be sandwiched by the two main fleets of the Federation. At that time, I will lead people to jump out from here, and then use other jump channels to stab the main fleet of the Federation again. The joint fleet led by Yong Bo is playing the role of a mantis catching a cicada while the Oriole is waiting behind. The federal central state uses the transport fleet as bait, while he uses these pirate groups as bait. Now it depends on who is more clever, who has better luck. Yong Bo is not 100% sure about this operation, even if he knows the location of the two main fleets. But the situation on the battlefield is ever-changing, and no one knows what will happen at that time. For example, if the two main fleets of the Federation are fearless, then even if Yong Bo chases them, his chances of winning are not great. How powerful the firepower of the two main fleets is, this does not need to be said by others. If it is the two main fleets of the Alliance or the Empire, Yong Bo would not dare to show up at all, because the strength of the fleets of these two countries is much higher than that of the Federation. The first is the personnel configuration. The officers and soldiers on the fleets of these two countries are really capable. As for the officers and soldiers on the two fleets of the Federation, there is no need to say anything. Except for the officers, the others are slaves. In terms of configuration, the warships of the Alliance and the Empire are equipped with energy stones as emergency energy. But the warships of the Federation have none at all. The commander of the Federation squadron that was robbed by Yong Bo last time was promoted after returning. He was also made into a hero by the Central State, saying that he brought people back and saved many families. After the Federation's transport team entered the Vic State, it was finally quiet. The officers and soldiers on the two squadrons were also relieved. Because these fleets of the Federation are all empty, the number of soldiers on them is not enough. Originally, the soldiers on the fleet were on rotation. The officers and soldiers on the Alliance warships worked 2 days on the warships, and rested 1 day, and they worked 3 shifts every day. Even in an emergency, not all personnel would be assembled. But the warships of the Federation usually only have 1/3 of the personnel, so as long as the alarm sounded on the warship, everyone had to be in place. As for why there were only 1/3 of the people, it was because they were being fed up by the military. The Federation Parliament and the military are in the same boat. The bigwigs of the military and the bigwigs of the Parliament may come from the same consortium or family. The Alliance Parliament keeps a close eye on the military. Although there is no contradiction between the Empire Parliament and the military, they also keep a close eye on them. Because the nobles of the Empire Parliament have to keep an eye on the nobles of the military to prevent them from embezzling money. TSK. The Pirate Alliance staff is really good at what they do. It's mainly because the Pirate Alliance staff knows the Federation army very well. The Federation transport fleet never thought it would be attacked soon. Yong Bo hid here with his joint fleet, waiting for the situation to develop. The Federation transport fleet had just entered Vic Bang for one day, when it was surrounded by the joint army formed by the Pirate Alliance. More than a dozen pirate groups, all the warships fired a volley at the star field where the transport fleet was located. Then the warships of these pirate groups rushed towards the transport fleet. The pirate group's warships were hidden behind several planets on both sides of the channel. The Federation transport team also had 2 squadrons, and a rapid alarm sounded 13 minutes later. This round of volleys directly paralyzed 2 transport ships, and severely damaged 2 D-class warships of the 2 squadrons. Because the pirates had already arranged it, and they also knew the course and speed of these squadrons and transport ships. Urgent alarms rang throughout the warship. These officers and soldiers of the Federal fleet, who had just rested, originally thought it was another harassment, but they didn't expect to hear the alarm of being attacked, and the senior intelligence personnel of the Federal Intelligence Department inside the transport fleet quickly sent a message to the 2 main fleets. The 2 main fleets of the Federation were also a little confused, especially the main fleet hidden in Vic Bang. They didn't expect these guys to take action under their noses. The commander of the 3rd main fleet was not in a hurry to show his face, because the opponent was still outside his attack circle. However, the commander took a closer look and found that as long as he waited for another 2 hours, the pirate group and the transport team would run ahead of him, and then his main fleet would block the retreat of these pirates. Although the Federal transport team was attacked and the spacecraft was paralyzed. But the spacecraft continued to move forward in this vast space relying on inertia, and the spacecraft used some fighter planes for auxiliary propulsion. It is impossible for a fighter plane to push an aircraft carrier on the ground, but this is in the universe. The fleet of more than 200 unmanned fighters directly pushed the 2 paralyzed transport ships to run forward quickly. At the same time, the fleet also released a lot of unmanned fighters to interfere with the pirate group behind. At the same time, the commanders of the 2 fleets urgently sent a rescue signal to the Japanese military, and also sent a distress signal to Vic Bang. The Pirate Alliance has more than a dozen pirate groups. Although the first time was enough to cause great trouble to the transport team, it was a pity that the distance between the 2 sides was too far, 13 minutes of light speed. So the 2 fleets and transport ships fled forward, and more than a dozen pirate groups could only chase behind. The dozen pirate groups were not afraid, because with such a large fleet, Vic Bang did not dare to come out to make trouble, and when the other Federal fleets arrived, he had already captured the transport team. But the accident happened 2.5 hours later. 2.5 hours later, more than a dozen pirate groups were frantically chasing the Federal transport team in front, and the distance was getting closer and closer. Unexpectedly, a huge energy fluctuation came from behind. Chapter 1259. The pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance suddenly felt like the sky had fallen. The 3rd main fleet of the Federation. Is it true? How could there be a main fleet of the Federation here? Who provided the information? We've been fooled. The leaders of the pirate groups, who had just happily discussed how to distribute the wealth of 500 trillion credit points and how to divide the warships of the 2 Federal squadrons, looked at the radar sharing data from the warships behind and asked in the channel. The Pirate Alliance Council was also shocked when they received this news. However, the elders of the council were ecstatic afterwards. Because the pirate groups participating in this operation are all ranked higher in the Pirate Alliance, the bigger these pirate groups grow, the more they bargain with the council. Now that these pirate groups have encountered the main force of the Federation, the losses must be huge. At that time, the council will lend money to these pirate groups to buy warships, and then support some new pirate groups. These newly supported ones will be easy to control, and are the best cattle and horses. The old-timers who have developed are the most difficult to manage, because the Pirate Alliance Council has no direct means of restraining the pirate groups below. The 3rd Federation main fleet opened fire behind the pirate group. The main guns of the main battleships began to fire. The main guns of the main battleships are star destroyers when the power is turned to the maximum. Of course, if you really want to destroy a planet, you still need a lot of steps. First, you have to choose the corresponding energy according to the structure of the planet. The cores of most planets contain terrifying energy. But there are also some planets whose cores are just a pure lump of iron, which is more difficult to deal with. In addition, it is necessary to understand the structure of the planet, directly attack the weak points of the planet, and use the energy of the energy cannon to directly react with the energy of the planet's core. Let the energy inside the entire planet produce a chain reaction. These dozen pirate groups did not believe that there were main battleships behind them. When the main battleships of the Federation opened fire, the passive radars of these pirate groups detected the energy data, and the leaders of these pirate groups turned green. These insidious and despicable guys. These villains of the Federation know how to hide in the dark. These bastards of the Federation, if they have the ability, they should fight openly. The leaders of more than a dozen pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance broke their defense and cursed directly on the public channel. About 10 minutes later, the commander of the Third Fleet of the Federation heard the voices of the pirate group leaders cursing in the public channel, and it sounded extremely comfortable. Then the commander also cursed in the public channel. "You bastards, how dare you talk about us? You are hiding in the dark and following the fleet. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible, and then I can give you the status of a slave. If it's too late, you won't even leave your body behind. You greedy, dirty inferiors. You interstellar maggots, now you know how powerful we are in Madhya Pradesh." It took a few minutes for the pirate group to hear what the commander of the Third Fleet said in the public channel. The reason why it took a few minutes for the other party to hear it was because the two sides were too far apart, and the quantum communication modules of both sides were not connected to the network. After hearing the words of the commander of the Third Fleet, the leaders of these pirate groups also cursed. "Insidious, despicable and shameless things. You Central State, wait for us. Don't think you can do anything to us like this." The staff of the pirate group quickly gave a retreat route. The staff gave 3 retreat routes. These 3 retreat routes are mainly based on the current location of the entire pirate group and the distribution of these pirate groups. Allow these dozen pirate groups to retreat in 3 routes at the same time. The staff just sent the retreat plan to these pirate groups. Then the sky fell again for these pirate groups. Just now, a huge main fleet appeared at another space jump point. This is the 5th main fleet of the Federation. And this news was 10 minutes ago. That is to say, this main fleet and the main fleet behind it formed a siege. 2 of the several space jump points in Vic State were directly blocked. And the 2 federal squadrons that were fleeing in front are now constantly shooting at the back. The 2 main fleets continuously released waves of interference attacks. Electronic interference attack, laser cannon energy attack, high energy ray attack. Some low-level warships in the pirate group were greatly interfered. Then some unlucky ones were hit. The rapid alarms inside all the warships of more than a dozen pirate groups made everyone feel suffocated. The mob nature of the pirate group was reflected. These pirate groups rushed to the nearest space jump point. Because of the evacuation plan just formulated by the staff group, the 5th main fleet of the Federation appeared in one direction. The leaders of these pirate groups now have only one idea, that is, as long as they run faster than their companions, their chances of survival will be greater, so more than a dozen pirate groups are rushing to a space jump point, because the leaders of these dozen pirate groups know that the speed of the main fleet is much faster than theirs. If they run slower, they will definitely be caught up by the main fleet. And the main fleet's self-sustaining power is much higher than their warships. Yong Bo, who is hiding in the dark, knows the current direction of the pirate group through the memory of the 2 elders of the Pirate Alliance. At the same time, he knows the movements of the 2 main fleets of the Federation from the Federal Intelligence Department. He also knows that the Federation has issued an order to the transport fleet to turn back after sailing for a few hours. The reason why the transport fleet does not turn around immediately is because there are still pirate groups behind. If the transport fleet turns around now, it means giving way to the pirate ships. The escort fleet of the transport fleet is still attacking the pirate group. Although the attack of the 2 squadrons did not have any impact on the pirate group, it also prevented the pirate group from breaking through from the front. The pirate group can indeed crush the 2 squadrons, but don't forget that there is a main fleet behind. Because the pirate group knows that before they catch up with the squadron and destroy it, the main fleet behind will catch up with their warships. Hee hee. Yong Bo smiled after knowing all the information, because the escape route of the pirate group is the star field where they are hiding. As long as a dozen pirate groups jump through space, they will reach their star field. Now Yong Bo has 2 plans. If the 2 main fleets of the Federation come after them, he will lead 4 pirate groups to capture the transport fleet and 2 squadrons of the Federation. If only one of the 2 main fleets enters this star field, he will stab the main fleet. The other 4 pirate groups led by Yong Bo have no idea what is happening outside, because Yong Bo requires them to cut off all contact with the outside world. More than a dozen pirate groups and hundreds of warships rush to a space jump point desperately. The 3rd and 5th main fleets of the Alliance follow behind. The speed of the 2 main fleets is 20% higher than that of these pirate warships. This is because the performance of military warships is much better than the foreign trade warships used by these pirate groups. Fortunately, there is a very long distance between the pirate group and the two main fleets. These pirate groups fled in a panic for 7 hours, and finally entered the space jump channel. Then more than a dozen pirate groups were divided into two parts, because this star field only has two space jump points leading to the public star field. The two main fleets of the Alliance followed closely, and entered this neutral star field a few hours later. At this time, the Federal Transport Fleet with 500 trillion credit points and 2 squadrons were heading back. Yong Bo made a bold decision, and ordered 4 pirate groups to rob the Federal Transport Fleet. The 4 pirate groups led by Yong Bo have been disconnected from the outside world. The 4 pirate groups suddenly received Li Zhan's battle plan, and then saw the intelligence notice sent by Li Zhan. The 4 pirate groups were so happy that they almost jumped up. It was no problem for the 4 pirate groups to deal with the 2 fleets or to launch a surprise attack. When they took action, the 2 main fleets of the Federation would not be able to catch up with them even if they wanted to come back. Yong Bo did not tell the 4 pirate groups that he was going to stab the main fleet. Yong Bo knew that as long as the 4 pirate groups attacked the transport fleet, one of the 2 main fleets of the Federation would definitely come back. Then he would jump out as the Silver Moon pirate group. Of course, if both came back, he would transform himself into the fleet of the Federation's Korea state and then fight other pirate groups. Yong Bo's combat plan was very flexible and could respond differently according to different situations. The 4 pirate groups passed the space jump point 4 hours later. Then 6 hours later, under Yong Bo's remote command, the transport fleet was ambushed. 4 pirate groups, 1 B-class warship, 4 C-class warships, 8 D-class warships, and 16 E-class warships opened fire together, directly paralyzing 1 D-class warship and 1 E-class warship that were escorting the 2 squadrons. Because the pirate group was ambushed on the side, the 2 squadrons had no way to use the strongest frontal firepower to fight the pirate group in a short time. The 2 squadrons reported the news to the federal military as soon as they were attacked by the pirate group. The federal military quickly issued orders to the 2 main fleets. At this time, the 3rd and 5th main fleets of the Federation were chasing more than a dozen pirate groups, and were about to reach the range. They were also shocked to receive this news suddenly, and the 5th main fleet received the rescue order. And the 5th fleet must save the transport fleet at all costs, because there are 500 trillion energy stones and rare ores in the transport fleet. The commander of the 5th main fleet decided to let the main battleship go first. The remaining 2 A-class battleships, 4 B-class battleships, 8 C-class battleships, and 16 E-class battleships followed behind. And the commander of the 5th main fleet reported this plan, and quickly obtained the approval of the federal military. Because the 2 escorting squadrons are now in danger. The speed of the main battleship is much faster than other battleships. And the defense and attack power of the main battleship are also abnormal. And the main battleship will not be too far away from the other battleships behind. After receiving this news, Yong Bo controlled a C-class battleship and went directly to the space jump point. Yong Bo is ready to attack this main battleship. The 4 pirate groups commanded by Yong Bo are frantically chasing the transport fleet and 2 squadrons. These 2 squadrons have lost 6 battleships. 12 hours after the 4 pirate groups commanded by Yong Bo attacked the transport fleet, the main battleship of the 5th fleet, the Boulder, passed the space jump point at the highest speed. Just after the Boulder passed the space jump point at the highest speed, 3 C-class battleships appeared behind the distant planet. The 3 battleships controlled by Yong Bo used solid energy stones to increase the speed of the battleships to the highest in the shortest time, and then rushed to the space jump point. And after the 4-hour journey, there were other huge battleships of the 5th fleet. The main battleship, the Boulder, returned to Vicbon after jumping through the space jump channel. According to calculations, it would take at least 12 hours for the Boulder to catch up with the transport fleet. However, the Boulder had a solution. That was that when 2 escorting squadrons reported their coordinates at a certain time, the Boulder would start to release the main battleship guns to interfere with the 4 pirate groups that threatened to attack. The Boulder had just passed through the space jump channel. The sensors on the outside of the warship were affected by the energy of the space jump channel, so they were in a state of failure for a short time. At the end of the space jump, the warship would use the warship armor to protect many sensors, because the energy impact during the space jump is likely to destroy these sensors. Beep beep. When the radar shield of the Boulder was opened and the radar started working, a violent alarm sounded inside the entire warship at the moment of recovery. A strange C-class warship was crashing from the side at the highest speed. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The commander of the 5th Fleet of the Federation also shouted loudly when he saw the scene. Boom. Before the people on the giant stone battleship could react, the C-class battleship that turned around exploded at a very close distance. the energy fluctuations and shock waves of the explosion made all the sensor signals and radars of the giant stone battleship ineffective. Damn it! Damn it! The commander of the 5th Fleet saw the last radar detection data. This is not the energy shock that an ordinary C-class battleship explosion can produce. The intensity of this explosion has exceeded the protection level of the sensors outside the battleship. At this time, the system of the giant stone battleship is restarting and re-verifying. So there is no time to activate the protective barrier. Because the position of the battleship will change after the space jump, all system settings must be changed synchronously. Just like your navigation system jumps hundreds of kilometers away in an instant. Then the navigation system needs to be repositioned, and the planned route needs to be reset. The battleship's intelligence system needs to be reset after each space jump. At this point in time, all sensor data must be corrected. This time is very short. If it is at other times, the entire battleship's intelligence system will start the battleship's protective barrier at the first time. Whether it is energy shield or battleship armor protection, it can effectively protect various sensors. But the distance of the battleship's explosion is too close, and it is obviously modified. So in an instant, the Boulder battleship was directly paralyzed. Report to headquarters, we are attacked. Start the backup system, start the backup system. The commander of the 5th Fleet reported loudly and frantically. The battleship has more than one sensor system, and there is also a backup system. Beep, beep. As soon as the backup radar was turned on, a rapid alarm sounded. The commander looked at the radar image, because countless fragments of the C-class battleship explosion were impacting the battleship. And there were many energy bombs mixed in these fragments. Start defense, start defense. Damn it, start defense. The commander knew how tight the opponent was when he saw the energy bombs rushing at him at super high speed. The opponent first used the huge energy impact brought by the self-explosion of a battleship to paralyze the sensors of his own battleship. Then they used the power of the explosion to push so many energy bombs. It was like tying countless steel balls on a grenade. This kind of energy bomb itself is not very useful in interstellar wars, because energy bombs are physical bombs subject to speed restrictions. But under the huge push of the battleship explosion, the speed of these energy bombs reached an extremely abnormal level. And these energy bombs have set targets in advance. Boom! 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 Some systems of the main battleship were restored, and then the energy cannons continued to fire. This encountered another problem, that is, once these energy bombs were exploded, the energy shock generated would make the radar signal inaccurate. The federal military was stunned. The main battleship of the 5th Fleet was ambushed. The Pirate Alliance was dead. If the Pirate Alliance really ambushed a main battleship, then what awaited the Pirate Alliance was destruction. Because the other two countries would definitely not want such an opponent to appear. However, the military shared the intelligence system data of the Boulder, and could see that the battleship was defending with all its strength. Countless energy bombs were densely packed in the debris of the C-class battleship explosion. Suddenly, an unmanned fighter opened fire and directly hit a radar sensor. Hassan, the commander of the 5th Fleet, was shocked by this sudden change. At this time, thousands of unmanned fighters in the debris opened fire one after another. And after opening fire, they turned directly towards the various turrets and sensors on the battleship, and these unmanned fighters made various evasive gestures. The laser cannons of these unmanned fighters fired lasers, leaving a gorgeous firework on the battleship. Because these drones were close enough and could dodge flexibly, many of them hit the surface of the warships. Of course, many were shot down by the defense system. The main reason was that these drones were well disguised, using the energy of the warship shock wave to fly over, and did not activate any of their own systems. Therefore, in the warship's warning system, these drones without their own energy were ranked behind the attack priority. The first priority was so many bombs and relatively large warship fragments. However, the warship fragments were all warship armor. If you want to break these warship fragments, you need more energy. So these drones suddenly started their engines and fired directly. The defense system of the warship was caught off guard. This is the consequence of a pure intelligence system. A pure intelligence system can only judge the priority based on the data of the sensors. Indiscriminate attack, indiscriminate attack. The commander of the Boulder did not expect that these drones could still be used. Although the defense system of the Boulder was fully activated, it was still inevitably hit by the warship fragments. Because the C-class warship was on the side of the Boulder. More than half an hour later, the commander of the Great Stone battleship breathed a sigh of relief. The worst wave of debris and energy bomb drones had passed. The alarm inside the battleship also slowly slowed down. But at this moment, the battleship sounded a piercing alarm again, accompanied by a warning. Main energy engine number 1 has been hit. Main engine number 1 has entered protection mode. Main energy engine number 1 has been hit. Federation brats, run for your lives. I'm here to stab you. Then an arrogant voice came from the public communication channel. The commander of the Boulder looked at the radar and saw 3 C-class battleships behind his battleship. Although the engines of the main battleships have protection systems, but after being attacked, they enter a protection state, that is, the energy engine is shut down to prevent being blown up. The main battleship has 2 main engines and 6 auxiliary engines. With the warning sound, the first main engine has begun to enter a self-protection state. All the people on the battleship turned green when they heard this. The only weakness of the main battleship is the engine. The strongest defense and attack power of the battleship are in the front. The main battleship also has a certain degree of protection to the back. But facing 3 C-class battleships, it is still a bit powerless. Moreover, in the last wave of attacks, several energy turrets behind the battleship have been destroyed. The shutdown of one main engine will cause the defense system of the entire battleship to drop by 1 level. At this moment, the second main engine was also shut down due to the attack of the energy cannon. These officers and soldiers had no idea that Yong Bo did this on purpose. If Yong Bo wanted to, 3 C-class battleships could instantly blow up the main battleship by firing 1 main engine at the same time. When 2 main engines are shut down, the energy supply of the entire battleship will drop by 60%. Run! Many people on the giant stone battleship thought of one word, because it is impossible for the battleship to turn around and face the 3 C-class battleships head-on. Because the speed of the battleship itself is too fast, it will take several hours to wait for the support of other battleships behind. Of course, there is a chance. As long as the warship can hold on for an hour, it can rely on its current inertial speed to turn the warship and let the side of the warship face the 3 C-class warships. But will the other party give this opportunity? Who are you? Hassan, the commander of the Boulder, asked loudly on the public channel. Only 3 minutes later, the other party's arrogant voice came from the public communication channel. I am the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. I will give you 10 minutes to evacuate. If you don't evacuate within 10 minutes, I will attack your engine with all my strength. Now my goal is to capture your warship. I will destroy your warship in 10 minutes. I won't give you any chance. 10-minute countdown. Before Hassan spoke, a voice sounded on the communication channel of the federal military. Hassan, evacuate. The voice of the federal president came out. Your Excellency the President. Hassan saluted quickly. Set up automatic navigation when you evacuate. I don't believe that the pirate group can drive away a main battleship in such a short time. I have ordered the fleet behind to speed up. The federal president had to give this order because Hassan is the 3rd uncle of the federal president and one of the 9 admirals of the Federation. The reason why the federal president said this is to give Hassan a way out. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this plan itself. A main battleship cannot be easily cracked by the other party. And the federal president vaguely thinks that this is still a good thing. If the Pirate Alliance really gets a main battleship, it will be a disaster for the Pirate Alliance. The Alliance and the Empire will never allow the Pirate Alliance to have such a powerful armed force. Yes. Hassan also understood that this was a way out for himself, so he took the order directly.